lives just switched online and just switched to digital. And I guess for many of us in this room or online, it's pretty straightforward. Like, I took my computer home and that was it. Maybe added a screen or like bought a new chair. But for many people, it was a big change. And for many organizations, it was very difficult. So either it was the software layer, they had to organize in some way, and they had to use services that, had to work for them, concretely for them, and not for everybody. And this is something that open source brings, but I'm going to talk about it a bit more very soon. But this dependence is something that the governments, especially in Europe, try to fight with. And they're searching for a way to have a less single vendor approach to getting their software services. And here comes open source. I guess most of you know what open source is, but quickly for those who maybe don't work on this every day like we do. So open source software is software that can be run and modified by anyone. So anyone in the world can check it out, can modify it to their own needs, and then can share the modified version. And of course, we have a plethora of different licenses that can be used, to ensure that this is working well. But this is not the main topic of this session. So the point is that open source is a product of globally distributed developer communities who collaborate together, and they build and maintain whatever software, whatever services they're providing. And individual open source contributors benefit from the participation, and they learn skills that can help them land jobs and build companies and further the innovation cycle. And while speaking about the innovation cycle, I mean, Natalia is going to talk about it in a bit different way than I am, but we conducted a study. If you can switch to the next slide. We conducted a study on the economic impact of open source. And it's a study for the European Commission that Open Forum Europe, so basically I and a couple of my colleagues, conducted. And the idea was that we wanted to see if there's actual economic benefit to open source. It's pretty difficult to grasp for many policymakers, and the last study of a similar type has been conducted in 2006. So, of course, a lot changed in these 15 years. So what we found out in this study was that open source contributes between 65 to 95 billion euros yearly to the European Union's GDP. And this is huge. This is a huge number. And if we increased it, we would not only get the benefits from open source, but we will also just, see a very clear, simple economical results. So if you're interested in the study, here is a QR code that you see. There is an executive summary for those who prefer the too long didn't read version, because it's almost 400 pages long. We've met many nice researchers on the way, including Natalia, for example. So, I'm not going to define digital sovereignty. If anybody is willing, feel free, to do it in the chat or here in the audience. But competition, interoperability, and choice is what I see as something that can lead us to a more digitally sovereign nations, regions, organizations, companies. But for this, we also need skills. So people have to be able to use those things and to use and modify whatever software they use. And this is something that I would like to keep in mind throughout this session, because they're the two parts of the theme of this year's IGF. So one is economic and social inclusion and human rights, and the other one is universal access and meaningful connectivity. And on first sight, it might not seem that our session is so close to this, but I do believe that it's very close, because you will hear how global community benefits from open source solutions and how it collaborates together, and what tools are being developed. And they don't have to be developed hundreds and hundreds of times. Very often they're done maybe a dozen times, or maybe just a couple of times, or maybe you have a big global community that works for a common goal. So, I'm not going to talk much longer about this, because we have great panelists in this session, and actually I am the only European here, so it's a very exciting debate for me, because usually we do talk in a more European circle. So we will start with introductory remarks. We will hear them from each of the speakers. So if you have questions, please drop them in the chat, or just keep them for the Q&A session, Q&A part of this session. So we will start with Mike Linksweier. The floor is yours.
Great. Thank you so much, Paula. And continuing on the theme of your remarks, I want to draw out some things about digital sovereignty and open source and kind of lessons they have for each other. So I think of, without really trying to define digital sovereignty, key aspects of it are really about national autonomy and security so that nations can protect themselves and their citizens, but also economic strength and key, especially in key technological sectors, because without that strength, the capability to actually have autonomy trails off. And open source, of course, is code that anybody can use and improve, and it's kind of a global team sport, not nationally focused at all historically. So what do these two things have to do with each other? And you can go to the next slide. So we have open, that's the symbol for open source, or a symbol for open source if you're not familiar, and kind of an open keyhole and a castle to symbolize sovereignty. So what do they have to do with each other? Well, one way to think about it is, well, open source is digital in a way. There are many millions of lines of code written over decades by open source developers between you and me. You know, the video capture on your device, running the internet between us, and that all has to be maintained for everything to work. And and that's true in every nation and across nations. I want to say that each digital sovereignty and open source are about autonomy and capability. And Paula already touched a little bit on that. The autonomy is kind of, you don't want to be locked in, but something that I think is not focused on enough is what Paula touched on around skills, which is really capability. To be able to use software, to be able to use open source, you need the capability to be able to do so both within an organization and at the national level. So both digital sovereignty and open source have risks and hurdles, and I think they can actually be mutually reinforcing. And risk of at least naively pursued digital sovereignty include kind of falling behind, becoming a technological backwater, and kind of getting in a self-defeating mode where you don't want to exchange technological ideas with the rest of the world. You want all production to be local, and that just doesn't scale. You're not going to keep up. I think from a global perspective, another risk of digital sovereignty is kind of basically cutting off the connections and scientific and community interchange that happens in the global technological community in a very accelerated fashion under open source. And that just has risks of treating technology as an adversarial thing rather than something we can all benefit from, and at a geopolitical level encourages things like technological surprise. So open source also has a risk, and probably the biggest risk is underinvestment. It can be thought of as a commons, and it's running the internet and our society effectively, so it does have the risk of underinvestment. And sort of both the corporate or organizational journey and I think the national journey around open source and digital sovereignty can help fix that problem. So I want to illustrate some of this with the next slide and talk about the journey that companies in particular have been on over the last 20 years, and try to make an analogy with the journey that nations are on, really just as long, but I think happening slower, simply because they're far larger and have more stakeholders than an individual organization does. And the asterisk is there is because this is really kind of a stylized description. There are many ways to talk about kind of the open source journey that companies and other organizations are on. You can search the web for open source maturity model to see very many different thoughts on this. However, these are some common, and these stages kind of often happen at the same time and are overlapping and continue from one stage to the next. So most companies start out either ignoring or fearing open source. then they start seeing it as, we need to consume open source to develop products because we can't keep up with the rest of the world, like unless we do that. And that's kind of open source as this kind of free resource, and that's fantastic, but only gets so much of the value out of open source to be able to build off of that free resource. And then you start releasing some open source projects, maybe without a lot of strategy behind it, and maybe it's kind of luck whether or not you make a big impact there. Then the consumption starts to catch up with you. Open source is often viewed as free as in a puppy, which means that the bugs, particular security issues in open source that you are building products around have to be fixed, and you're now responsible for them, and you're responsible for figuring out how to integrate the fixes that the community, other stakeholders in a particular open source project, or all of the thousands of open source projects that you're relying on, how to get those back into your product. And at that point, you're contributing. So just releasing your own projects and contributing is actually different, or maybe the same operationally in some ways, but strategically quite different. And particularly contributing upstream is something that kind of every product company has learned over time as they consume open source to get the benefits from that, but then want to work with the community to be able to get those security fixes and other innovations that the rest of the community globally is doing. So, and upstream there is kind of a term of art to mean that kind of where the center of development for a particular project is happening. You want to contribute those upstream. And then finally, there's innovation happening all along the way, but a really sophisticated organization is going to see open source as part of their kind of innovation flywheel and be investing in it very strategically. And when you're there, you can create breakthrough things like TensorFlow that I'm excited to hear about later. And even in a company that isn't a software company, it's part of the kind of digital transformation journey. Now, I want to argue that these all have analogies at the nation state level. The organizational level stuff happens within individual government agencies and things like that. But I think we can scale those to a nation state level. And of course, policy, and think about what policies apply. And so, at the nation state level, open source in the beginning is not even feared. It's simply completely ignored. The next step is often how can we consume open source to reduce lock-in and save money, and that can come through procurement.
Mike,
and
I'm
yes.
sorry. Let's maybe speed it up a bit. Yeah.
Yes. Great.
Thanks.
Okay. Great. Okay. And then the next stage is launching experiments, and then I think where it really gets interesting at the national level is where it's seen as an imperative to foster an open source community. And that can be done through policy. And then finally, the equivalent, I think, of innovation and digital transformation is really investing strategically in open source with one of the main goals being achieving digital sovereignty. So let's go on to the next slide. And through that kind of investment from companies and the nation state, I think we can fix some of the problems that the open source commons has around potential underinvestment, because we're all working together as a global team sport, both companies and governments, to secure the digital ecosystem. And through that security, we can each kind of have the autonomy and grow the capabilities that we desire. And I think that's really imperative for the world to do that. And I want to symbolize that by the connected globe. We can have our castles, and by the way, that's a castle in Poland, since I can't be there, close to the Czech border, as well as the connectivity that we need as well. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mike. Very, very interesting. I already have some questions, and of course, the castle is much appreciated. So now let's go to our second speaker, Jeremy, please.
Okay. Good. This is Jeremy from the China COPU, China Open Source Software Promotion Unit. China Software Promotion Unit, COPU, created in the year of 2004, which is a social alliance voluntarily formed by IT vendors, customers, universities, communities, and research organizations. COPU think tank, we have more than 40 global open source executives and expertise representing technology, talent, and thought leadership. Now, let's take a quick look on the China open source history. Normally, we define the open source history, China, 4 stages. Stage 1, from 1991, the milestone from AT&T introduced and opened Unix System 5 release for source code to China. So you see, this is really, we start from a global collaboration. Then second phase, starting 1999. So this phase, as just Mac mentioned, is mainly to consume, right? So people are learning and developing. Phase 3, starting from 2009. So that's start the release and contribution. Now we are in the phase 4, collaboration. Let's see the developers. So based on GitHub this year, latest report, China registered developers in GitHub 7.6 million, 10% global share, representing 16% year-to-year growth. Registered developer in China CSDN, China Software Development Network, 32 million. Registered in Giti, that's open source hosting platform, 6 million. So growing developers are the driving force for the open source collaboration and development. China also has very large market to adopt open source technologies and services. Companies now across industries are embracing open source. So we have very hard 3 areas: operating system, database, and AI. On top of 3 areas, we also see chip design, blockchain, IoT, industry internet, cloud native computing are also growing. So on those success, we also have seen big challenges. We have a technical risk. We have a legal, open source software license risk. We have a supply chain risk, because if you take a look at the whole project life cycle, there are so many things inside. Any item broken will have some negative influence to the whole project. One more challenge is digital sovereignty. From a COPO point of view, we have found that open source has become a global collaboration and innovation model. Let me show you one example. Baidu Apollo, which is an open source autonomous driving platform. The latest version is 6.0, which released 600 K-lines of code, gathering 45K developers from 97 countries with more than 200 partners. You see, this is really building an autonomous driving ecosystem and supply chain. Similarly, open source operating systems such as OpenHarmony, OpenOla, OpenAnoli OS are doing the same thing to promote the ecosystem. So we can conclude that open source can improve the trust among digital sovereignty partners and build skills and companies to support the digital economy.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy. Very, very interesting. We actually took a look at China in our study on the impact of open source for the Commission, and it was very interesting because the approach is quite different than the European approach. It's a bit more industry heavy, I would say. So yeah, I think we can talk about it a bit more later. And now let's go to the next speaker, which is Abhishek Singh. I hope that I pronounce your name right. If not, please correct me.
Thank you. You pronounce it perfectly. In fact, it was very right. And thanks a lot for convening this. And it's indeed a pleasure to speak to listen to my previous speakers, Mike and Jeremy. And it was interesting to see how the story of FOSS and the kind of innovation it is driving cuts across regions and countries. We look at India's story of digital governance and the adoption of digital technologies in the way we offer services to our citizens. The story of digital governance is almost synonymous with the story of FOSS. We have been like quite an early adopters of free and open source software, and what we have experienced is that the kind of benefits that comes from using FOSS is much more than what it comes from using any kind of proprietary software. We have become like few things apart from what is the usual. This panel has got all the experts. I would not go into the usual benefits that one gets from FOSS, but what we have seen is that it drives a culture of innovation. Like whenever we expose a code and we allow in developers to push and pull commits, and then we try to improve the way we are solving a problem in the tech space, we get a lot of ideas from innovators across, and that leads to ultimately building a product or building a solution which is much more better, much more robust, much more comprehensive than what was maybe originally also thought. So this culture of collaboration, this culture of openness, this innovation is what makes the services better and more adaptive to the citizens. When we look at the statistics, we find that the state of FOSS reports mentions that more than 85% of internet users in India, they use FOSS. And then we have a huge presence with regard to free and open source developer community. Like the team from GitHub is here, and maybe they would agree that most of the GitHub, the number of software developers of Indian origin who are contributing to the code generation on platforms like GitHub is immense, and they are like not only contributing to the global public good, but also picking up things from there and ensuring that the best practices are also incorporated in our projects. We have implemented some of the very large digital transformation projects, and almost all of them run on free and open source software. Like I can take the names of the examples of the Aadhaar project, the unique identification project of India, which has got more than 1.3 billion people registered on it. It runs on a FOSS architecture. Then if you look at the e-education, digital education, the Diksha platform, which is built on the Sunbird open source platform, which it ensured that during the pandemic, when there was lockdowns and the schools were shut, the education did not stop, and most students across the country were able to access lessons through the Diksha platform. The DigiLocker platform, which is a document wallet, which allows seamless exchange of data and information amongst various government systems, and allows citizens to also access them and share information from one system to the other. That is also built on a FOSS platform, then the Arogya Setu, the COVID vaccination platform, the CoWIN platform, which is again the vaccination platform which we have done more than 1.28 billion vaccinations so far, vaccine doses. That also follows an open source platform, and then entire vaccination certificate that is given, that's been built on open source Divox platform, and India has offered this platform in the spirit of free and open source for any country, anyone to adopt and do that. And the idea behind that is that once we open up the code, we do get inputs which further helps us improve that. So that has been like the philosophy of it. On the policy front, there has been a policy on adoption of free and open source software. We have been encouraging more and more adoption of FOSS by running innovation challenges in various sectors. We have worked with the startups, and we have worked with entrepreneurs to develop more robust FOSS solutions. And one challenge that we have been found is that the kind of myths and the kind of miscommunication that happens sometimes, because when we did a survey with regard to what might be the bottlenecks to a wider adoption of FOSS, what we found was that many federal governments used to think F in FOSS as free, as in literally free, and they would think that if somebody is offering a product for which nobody is charging anything in the terms of monetary value, then nobody is responsible. And how can I trust to use a system which is totally free and open? So we do a lot of advocacy in order to explain that free means free to share, free to exchange, free to contribute, free to adopt. It does not necessarily mean free of cost, and does not necessarily mean that it is less secure. In fact, there have been studies which show that how FOSS systems can be more secure, if not as much as the proprietary systems. So that becomes a bigger challenge for a wider adoption of FOSS. But yes, with our partners, with our stakeholders, we keep on working on addressing those challenges. The whole issue with regard to digital sovereignty very often again emanates from false notions about what happens when you use FOSS. When you use FOSS, it doesn't mean that you lose your data and your information to anyone, because data and information will be protected by your data security standards and by ensuring that how do you do your encryptions, how do you provide the access controls, that will determine that. Having a FOSS, putting the code open, in no way will compromise the kind of systems we are building as far as data is concerned. So I do feel that this fear about FOSS compromising on digital sovereignty is misplaced, and in fact it leads to more, if I can use the phrase, a greater degree of sovereignty, because if you are contributing to a system, you are contributing to a global public good, and if a nation is contributing to that nation's voice is heard in any other country or any other region that is adopting that software. In a way, it expands the sovereignty rather than limits the sovereignty in some way, if I can say that. The platforms like this, we convene at IGF, which brings together FOSS stakeholders and FOSS practitioners from across the country, across the world, is going to be very useful for exchange of ideas, for exchange of information. Very often, the societal problems that we are trying to solve with free and open source software, whether it's in agriculture or healthcare, is common across. So what has been done in Vietnam might be relevant to what is being done in India, and the same thing might be applicable to what we can plan to do in Kenya. So I compliment IGF and the organizers of this panel today for bringing together all of us on this panel, and look forward to an engaging discussion. So with this, I would conclude my opening remarks and look forward to listening from the other panelists.
Thank you, Abhishek. I'm very happy that you mentioned, the public good aspect of it, because this was also a big result that we had, and this is also very attractive for policymakers, it seems, and I guess you're an example of it. And I guess the initiative of the UN that is called the Digital Public Goods Alliance, which is quite an interesting project about, just open source tools that are being used around the world for governmental services or just can be used as such. But now let's go to Natalia, who's here in Katowice. So please,
Great, thank you. It's great to be here with all of you today. So I'm really glad that Abhishek, Jeremy, and Mike all touched on the economic implications of open source, and that's exactly what I'll be focusing on here. So I'm going to be talking about a study that I've been working on with my co-authors at Harvard Business School, Frank Nagel and Shane Greenstein, basically trying to understand the relationship between open source software and entrepreneurship around the world. So here you see a graph that is showing basically this relationship between the founding of information technology ventures on the y-axis and commits to GitHub, which is at this point, pretty much the biggest platform used for open source contributions, on the x-axis. And as you can see here, any basic economics class will tell you it's a positive relationship. And notably, it's a positive relationship not only for high-income countries, which are often the focus of many software or information technology-related studies, but also for middle and low-income countries. But, this positive relationship might be because open source stimulates entrepreneurship. It might be the reverse relationship. Entrepreneurship stimulates open source. Or it might be just the case that open source is correlated with, high human capital in different countries, which I think actually Mike touched on, technical capabilities. And high human capital ends up leading to founding of IT ventures. So my co-authors and I really tried to parse apart this relationship and look at, does open source actually stimulate entrepreneurship around the world? And does entrepreneurship stimulate open source? And what are the channels that underlie this relationship? So next slide, please. So to be able to parse apart, what are the actual directions of this relationship, we use an econometric framework that combines both just, kind of your basic ordinary least squares regression, I won't go too much into this, as well as 2SLS, which uses different instruments to try to account for, other factors that might be kind of playing a role in this relationship, like human capital. And notably, one of the instruments we use is policies that governments around the world across time have stimulated to support open source. For example, preferring open source in procurement systems, which helps us be able to better identify this relationship. And we find that open source software does positively predict the formation of new ventures. And the reverse relationship holds, though a bit more weakly. So IT ventures stimulates more open source contributions. And to be a little bit more concrete, a 1% increase in commits on GitHub, which is about a 1% increase in lines of code, leads to about 5 to 15 new IT ventures per year per country on average. And in the reverse direction, a 1% increase in GitHub commits, and I apologize, in IT ventures leads to or is associated with over 50,000 commits on GitHub. And again, commits you can think about as lines of code. And notably, we find that this relationship in both directions is particularly strong for ventures that are mission-oriented and global-oriented, which we measure through a machine learning technique using the descriptions of ventures around the world, as well as among high-quality ventures. So what does this all mean? So for policymakers, what we notably find in this study is that open source software could be an important lever to stimulate innovative entrepreneurship ecosystems around the world. And notably, policies that might promote or support open source don't necessarily need to happen reoccurringly in order to have these benefits, in the sense that if one promotes open source or helps stimulate open source activity, that leads to or may lead to the founding of IT ventures, which then, though more weakly, leads to more open source software, and the flywheel, as Mike mentioned, continues. And for private sector, what we suggest with our study is that investors might actually use open source software as a way to detect high-quality entrepreneurial activity around the world, particularly in geographies that might be underinvested in among venture capital and other investor communities. So I'm sure Peter might be able to send the link over in the chat for this study. We have our working paper out, and very exciting to hear from your questions.
Thank you. Very, very interesting. And of course, this virtual cycle is something that is extremely interesting for those who ask, okay, but how do you make money with open source? But yeah, of course, your study goes much further than this. And now, last but not least, let's hear Lawrence Moroney, who's going to talk a bit more about AI and the work that is happening on this globally.
All right, yes, thank you. And thanks so much for all the speakers so far. This has been really fascinating. So I'm Lawrence, and I work at Google Alphabet. And my mission is really to make AI easy and to widen access to AI to as many people as possible globally. But why? Why would we do this? Well, one of the reasons is that I believe the biggest opportunity in tech today comes from artificial intelligence. And I put some stats on the screen here about some research that came from PricewaterhouseCoopers, showing that by the year 2030, they expect a $15.7 trillion contribution to the global economy. But perhaps more importantly, a 26% boost for local economies and average, and a 45% of these total economic gains will come from enhancements to existing products. So the opportunity is obvious, but what we want to do is to ensure that there's fair and equitable access to AI and to the skills of AI so that it's just not in the hands of a few people. Now, I started my AI journey at Google in 2017, and one of the things that really triggered this was a study by Tencent in China that showed that we're only, at that time, 300,000 AI engineers in the world. And the key to understanding this was in how they measured that. And the only way that they had at the time was to count the number of people who had their names written on a paper, some kind of academic paper. And the logical conclusion from that is that AI was, and still at the time, was a very heavily academic discipline. And as such, the skills and the way of measuring those skills was really only in the hands of a few elite universities, top companies, and that kind of things. Next slide, please. So, but given that we've been talking a lot today about open source, what I want to really talk about is open source was just the beginning of this journey. And given that we had open source TensorFlow, which is a framework for people to learn and to build AI models, machine learning models for all kinds of things from computer vision through natural language processing and whatnot. But we saw that there was an opportunity to be able to reach software developers with AI instead. Now, there's lots of surveys and there's lots of measurements out there about how many developers there are. Jeremy earlier mentioned there were 7.6 million in China, which is about 10% of the global population. But at the time, we took a pretty conservative estimate that there were about 30 million software developers in the world. And we launched a strategy that said if we can equip 10% of the world's software developers, we'll then train 3 million developers. And that would increase the number of AI practitioners globally 10x. And people all over the world could begin to see the effects of this. So this is really the strategy. So continue to invest in an open source framework so that everybody can have access. We wanted to, we released TensorFlow 2.0 in 2018 with the goal of this to be a programmer-friendly interface. The first version was kind of skewed more towards researchers. The second version was to be programmer-friendly with what's called high-level APIs to make it more Pythonic if you're a programmer, to make it much easier for you to be able to build stuff. In addition to this, one of the things that you probably hear if you're not familiar with AI and machine learning is that you need pretty good hardware, things like GPUs, powerful machines to be able to train. Now, we realized these powerful machines aren't available to everybody. The price of things like GPUs, and particularly with Bitcoin mining and all that driving up the price of GPUs, we realized that that was a barrier of entry for many people in many economies. So we released something called Colab, which is a browser-based development environment. And it's backed up by GPUs in the cloud, which we provide for free. So anybody can open up a browser, go to Colab, and start training an AI model using our hardware. And then in addition to this we really wanted to make sure that educational material was available to anybody. And we started with youtube.com/TensorFlow so that anybody with an internet connection could get training for free online. But then to go deeper with this was to work with massively open online courses, MOOCs, and to make sure that we had a free tier with them. So we've partnered with many of the biggest MOOCs around the world, from Coursera to edX to Udemy to Udacity to NetEase in China. And we created a baseline syllabus that these could use. I've taught some personally on Coursera, but we created this baseline syllabus that anybody could use to be able to put out courses, to be able to teach the framework the way the people who created the framework believe it should be used. This also led to a university program, and we've been working with universities in countless countries, where the idea is that when we spoke with universities and we're trying to encourage them to teach AI, the hardest thing that they had to face was to have time to be able to design a syllabus, to understand that it's the correct syllabus. So again, the syllabuses that we designed for the MOOCs, we made them openly and freely available to universities so that universities could teach them. And the results that we've had in universities from the richest countries to the poorest, the opportunities there to be able to teach to students everywhere. And then from this, we moved into a certificate program. So now the next big problem that we heard, particularly from employers in smaller economies, was that they didn't know how to find AI skills amongst engineers. And they didn't know the right questions to ask to be able to test people. So we launched a certificate program where we've designed exams that people can take, and we've provided stipends and grants to people in low-income countries to be able to take these exams. And then once somebody has passed this exam, then that opens up employment for them. And we've had amazing results in countries like Vietnam and Turkey, where like the first person in Turkey, for example, to get the certificate program was a woman. And we've been able to open up access to women through the certificate program to help them find employment in engineering as well. And then, finally, just to go into, we've been working with partner countries in governments in various countries. I'll call out one in Indonesia. I'm going to show a slide for that in a moment, where the idea is that governments who want to launch cohorts of people who can learn AI to seed their startup ecosystems and to be able to do this freely based on open source software, based on open education platforms, have been able to do that. And in Indonesia, we launched a program called Bangkit, or we worked with the government on a program called Bangkit, which trained a cohort of 3,000 people to be engineers in AI, in mobile development, and in other things such as cloud. And then finally, it was really to make sure that responsible AI tools and practices are available. So we've come up with a set of principles for how AI should be used responsibly and built responsibly that we've opened up to anybody, as well as tools to be able to do things like monitor your data, manage your data, understand whether maybe biases inherent in your data that you can actually spot. So with all of these, our goal was really, we wanted to lower the barrier of entry so that anybody can invest in AI, anybody can build skills to create AI-powered application site solutions, and then all economies can benefit. And that's hopefully our contribution to helping digital sovereignty. Really, the goal is to lower the bar of opportunity far more than it's ever been, so that anybody can take part in the tectonic shift of industry and economy that I spoke about earlier. And next slide, please. And then this is just an example from Bangkit in Indonesia, where the Minister of Education ended up doing a fireside chat with some of our students. And, it ended up being immensely successful. We've done other things. And I could tell 100 different stories, but I know we don't have a whole lot of time. And, about some of the things that are being done by students, by unemployed people, but, to help in their local economies and to help in the particularly environmental stuff. So with that, I just want to say thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Lawrence. It's super interesting, and of course, I'm very happy that you mentioned the fact that the first person that finished the course in Turkey was a woman, because I mean, this is a big challenge in open source. That we believe in this whole meritocracy thing. That very often actually makes it a bit less equal. So actually, there's less female developers among open source developers than in general in IT and among IT developers. So it's great to have programs that are actually, promoting the equitable access. So yeah, thank you for the remarks to all the speakers. This was really interesting. I don't know if we have any questions in the chat, but Peter is taking a look at it. But maybe let's start with a bit of a policy discussion. So we've heard from representatives from the private sector, from the public sector. And it seems that everybody is very interested in how open source can contribute to digital sovereignty, and they see it as such. But maybe a question to Mike. So, how does it work when governments start to translate this idea of digital sovereignty into public policies? What are the implications, and what have you seen? Because on the European level, I do have to say that there is a lot of concerns that we are slightly becoming a fortress Europe. And it, of course, depends on the sort of national political culture and how, given government works and, what goals they have generally, which, of course, the digital solutions are acting to achieve those goals. So, yeah, Mike, any thoughts on this?
Well, I think the engagement with open source sort of mitigates against the tendency towards Fortress Europe or Fortress whatever jurisdiction you're talking about. And you can even see that in discussions amongst the open source community, some who want to translate let's only invest in open source startups and projects that happen to be located in the jurisdiction in question, and then often there's pushback saying, well, we're going to benefit from the most from open source if we're consuming and contributing to open source as part of the global community. So I think sort of open source adds that thought to get back to engaging with the global ecosystem that otherwise might not exist. But in terms of, but I think very broadly, government engagement with open source towards digital sovereignty is simply going to make open source much bigger and more diverse in a way. It's another kind of tectonic shift, kind of like corporate engagement with open source, which has grown incredibly over the last 10 years, especially, and, has also, generated controversy, cultural and political change, but overall it's made open source much, much bigger, more robust and diverse. And I think public sector engagement is just going to do that kind of on another order, and that will be the biggest impact for the open source community long term.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think it also goes to the thing that you mentioned in your remarks that we are strategizing and institutionalizing the involvement in open source. So then it can be more sustainable, and also then governments can have a bit more control over it, and then actually it can deliver on these more digital sovereignty goals. But Abhishek, Jeremy, any thoughts on this? As you either work for governments or very closely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see Jeremy. So yeah, please go first.
Yeah. Okay. If we look from the government sector, first they are the users, right? As a user, they will care the open architecture, open standards, right? And the open systems. So many things they will care. Their technology. They don't want to log in a single vendor, right? So all those, they will put together open architecture, open standards, open system. So open source is not just the software. They cover many things, right? On the other side, government will care. What's in the future? How to influence the country economy, right? So all those from our COPU engagement of open source, the whole history, we have found that open source has become global collaboration, innovation model. So we need to leverage those models, right? To power our economy, to power our digital economy. If we look open source, the nature, open, share, collaboration. So all those help government to influence. In China, very clearly, we have each 5 years, we have the plan. So this year, we have the 5-year plan. It's very clearly asking for enterprise customers, for those enterprise users, they need leverage open source. They need to participate open source activities. They need to contribute to open source. On the other hand, they also need to learn what's the open source license requirements. They need to comply with legal rights. So this is today, right? We have those challenges. We have opportunities. Then we need to work together with global communities, with global those developers, right? to resolve. Today, we have those challenges we listed, including digital sovereignty, to address those, local restrictions, right?
But
Local data security concerns to build the trust among all the digital sovereignty partners. This is going through our global collaboration. We can resolve that.
Okay, thank you. Very, very interesting, especially with the 5-year plan, and that the entrepreneurial sector is encouraged to contribute and use open source, because this quite clearly shows the difference in, of course, there are plenty of differences in policy making in China and in Europe or wherever else, but that it focuses on enterprise. It's very interesting. But also, actually, what I noticed is that you mentioned that the government is the open source user, and in my view, it very often moves on. I mean, the governments tend to start to be not only users, but contributors and maintainers. And, we see it a lot in the European Commission, for example. I mean, they do have open source developers in their units and within the organization. But yeah, it would be very interesting to hear, Abhishek, what you think about the government as a user or as a contributor.
As I mentioned in my initial remarks also, there's a great value for the government to be both as a user as well as to be a contributor to the FOSS ecosystem. And this we are saying from first-hand experience, having implemented several FOSS projects, which are large impact, high volume, and impacting a huge population. And to the extent that what we found was that at the policy level, there is hardly any challenge. At the policy level, we have a government India's policy which says that FOSS will be the preferred way of implementing any e-governance solution. We also have the willpower, whenever we interact with our federal governments, because India is a large country and we have almost 35 state or the federal governments, as we call them, which actually implement large, many citizen-centric projects. When we interact with them, there also there's a unanimity with regard to the value FOSS adds, but the challenge has been the how and who is the bigger issue. How do you go about doing that? How do you do FOSS procurements? How do you kind of build in SLAs, and how do you ensure that you are able to deliver services to citizens as promised? So for that, we have been working on creating toolkits and creating templates for allowing FOSS quicker and easier adoption of FOSS. In fact, we also have taken an initiative for creating a GovStack for FOSS. What it does is that all the governance solutions which have been done, which have already been implemented in any part of the world or any part of India, we put it into a GovTech stack and say that, yes, this is the solution which is already available. This is the commits which are available at GitHub, or we also have a GitHub equivalent in India that we call OpenForge, on which we put all our available. This is the location on which it's available on GitHub or on OpenForge, and this is what you can use and adapt it. And then we work we organize a lot of trainings and capacity building programs in order to bring people at par to be able to use it. So with that, adoption is growing up. And then what people have found was that products improve, because proprietary software they do add value, but then they have a limitation to it because they're not by natural collaborative. So they would keep on preserving it in the form in which it is till the version 2.0 or version 4.0 comes in. So with that, once we are able to do that, it becomes an easier way to adopt and do, and value is added. And I fully agree with the paper that was presented, which showed the economic value or how it contributes to GDP and how it contributes to startups coming in place. In India, we are seeing it happening in real time, that a number of solution providers who are working with the data which is being made available, with these open APIs, having access to them and building innovative solutions is seen to be believed, because the entrepreneurs and the startups have the capability to think beyond what we can imagine. So if I'm doing a proprietary procurement, I would normally define the scope of the project in the RFP and float it. But then the imagination of the entrepreneur is limited to that. But when we do something on an open architecture with an and expose our APIs and allow people to build solutions on top of it, then it drives innovation in a great manner. This we are seeing in the health domain also, the National Digital Health Mission that we are implementing. What we have done is that the basic building blocks and the sandbox has been created with all the registries and all the mandatory statutory requirements of data with regard to hospital databases, doctor databases, and the standards for various health records have been laid down. But on top of it, on the existing ecosystem, entrepreneurs and open source developers are building solutions on top of that. So we see greater innovation coming in. And when greater innovation, new products come in, new services come in, interlinking of services happens, which is simply not possible in the traditional way of development of systems. So yes, it greatly benefits sovereignty in the sense that it strengthens, and it also allows you to ensure that your solutions go far and wide. Our vaccination platform or UID, there are a lot of countries across the world who are wanting to adopt it. So we should think of it as something which strengthens the innovation ecosystem, which improves the delivery of services, and which expands the sovereignty footprint of any nation when it adopts this kind of system.
Thank you. This is fascinating, and I think that then we can switch to Natalia, because I think that's a pretty natural next step, because you talk about all these benefits, and that we need to support it. That the governments have noticed how well it works, and that we see this innovation cycle. But I'm actually wondering, Natalia, do you have any further policy recommendations, to just use the opportunity that is there, to broadening access, to providing new services, better services, to connect globally more people and more developers?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd start with, just going beyond the relationship and the impact of open source and entrepreneurship that I discussed. If we take it a step back and, you've presented the fantastic report on the impact of open source in the European Commission and European Union. But even beyond that, there's been great academic studies out there that have looked at the benefits of open source to firm productivity, to reducing frictions in the labor market, where developers can use open source platforms as a way to signal their skills as well as their interest to employers, and as a way for startups to actually signal interest in financing and be able to find venture capitalists through the platform. So kind of with these benefits in mind, there's basically a lot happening through the private sector channels already, and kind of the need for policy might be there, but the benefits, carry through even outside of the public sector. Now, in terms of public sector, governments around the world have implemented policies across years that, for example, preference open source through procurement, or as we heard today, especially from Abhishek, are users of open source themselves, and therefore are sustaining and maintaining projects to which developers from the country and from other parts of the world can contribute to. So really, policy can happen both in a more kind of top-down approach, like preferences, as I mentioned, as well as through more bottoms-up approaches, facilitating projects which attract and engage developers from the country and from other parts of the world.
Okay, thank you. We actually, in our study, we did take a look at the impact that policies have. So, like, if you have a policy that encourages the public sector officials, when they do public procurement, to actually procure open source or favor open source, it very much depends on the political culture there. So, like, there is a great example that actually Frank Nagel, that of course you work with, took a look at. So in Italy and in France, they introduced quite similar laws that were favoring open source in public procurement. But in France, the impact was immense. And actually, we have hard numbers that are saying, just like the public services have become more innovative and better for the citizens. We had more innovation and all of that. And in Italy, it didn't really work. And actually, the interesting thing is that a lot of it was coming from the strong regionalization. So it's very difficult to find and to decide who is responsible for this. Plus, the people who are actually, public officials that are procuring software for their offices, they often don't know how to do it. They don't have skills to choose the right service. They don't have skills to, be able to determine if this open source solution is better than the other one. So it's often very easy for them to just choose a proprietary solution and, have it like one-time thing and then, move on. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if you want to say respond to this.
Yeah, absolutely. I would add that, obviously policies, and this is broader than this panel, policies are only as effective as they're implemented. So certainly if there's not a strong proponent enforcing them, they're not going to have much of an economic impact. I would add, though, another good example of governments supporting open source a little bit more from the bottoms-up approach, not like the procurement kind of direct policy, is actually coming from Singapore. So Singapore GovTech there has various platforms that enable small businesses and startups to actually add applications on top of their kind of open source stack. So that's a way that basically, again, from a very bottoms up, I guess is the best way to say it, bottoms up approach, you can encourage both local and global businesses to innovate on top of what the government is already providing.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I believe we have a question from the audience on site in Katowice, so please can just go to the microphone there and ask the question. I believe it's for Natalia, but if not, yeah, just tell me. And if you can just introduce yourself.
For everybody, as you wish. Okay. First of all, I appreciate you brought all these bright panelists. AI projects across the world, they are all somehow engaged with governments, whether they are funded by governments or they use data coming from the governments. And as you mentioned clearly, and some other panelists, the political cultures are different across the world. So some governments, they recommend. They even put a condition to have the result in open source platforms, but in reality, they don't like it. Or they limit you on which platform. They give you a specific platform. Majority, there are local platforms. So if we consider data as the new oil in the world, we see all the history of oil ownership in this atmosphere as well, right? What about this idea that replacing a global platform to share everything, we think of like regional or even national open source platforms like a multiverse. Then we can expect a metaverse in the future. How in the future there would be a new platform to make a connection between all those regional or local platforms for open source innovation or algorithms or even big data. I think it could be a solution, a short-term solution to keep us together. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's a very interesting thought and an interesting question, and goes a bit to the thing that I mentioned before. Like there's these concerns of fortresses. Like the whole idea of digital sovereignty and building fortresses that is very difficult and, frankly, and in my opinion, it's counterproductive in the digital world. It just doesn't work. But Lawrence, any thoughts on this? Like you coordinate so much on global AI cooperation. I would love to hear what you think about it.
Yeah, sure. I think, first of all, I'd say on your point of fortresses, I think one thing that tends to be forgotten is brain drains and skills. Like, for example, I actually grew up in Western Europe, and I grew up in two of Western Europe's weaker economies during the 1980s and 1990s, and that was Ireland and Wales. And I'm a classic example of the brain drain, because for me to be able to launch a career in computing, I had to move to the US. And countless other people like me had to move. And, as a result, if you have a drain of skills leaving your country, it's hard for you to have any kind of a fortress or any kind of digital sovereignty. Now, with the upcoming AI revolution and the stats that I cited earlier on, one of the things that I believe is really, really important that's very, very different now that I believe governments should take advantage of is the fact that, and to answer the question from the gentleman a moment ago, is that there are global scale platforms for building AI services and AI solutions, such as TensorFlow. We also have competitors such as PyTorch, which is also open source. But the key is that they are open source. And open source means that they're globally available, means that they can be forked by somebody if they wanted to do so. I wouldn't suggest it, but that the framework is available for anybody to use. And GitHub provide a beautiful platform that allows you to do an analysis And we did an analysis of users of TensorFlow or people who have started TensorFlow. And we actually have people in almost every country in the world. We do have people in every time zone. And we actually have people from all the way in Trondheim, as far in northern Norway, all the way down to Deception Island in Antarctica using TensorFlow. So, the openness of that means that it's possible for somebody to use that anywhere. So, yeah, I believe, the global type of platform for people to be able to use this kind of thing can only be empowered by open source. And hopefully that's something that will prevent a future brain drain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a very interesting point, and I fully agree that the brain drain is very often omitted and not discussed. And like also in Europe, like it happens, from the east to the west and all. But do you have any further thoughts on the policies that you would see as beneficial, on the national or regional level, that could actually foster this global cooperation and, just ensure that, we can share these resources and we can work together?
So, I mean, from the policy on the national level here in the US, one of the things that we have is that all data from the government, because it's funded by taxpayers, has to be open, and all solutions built using that also have to be open. And I think that's massively beneficial to everybody. I would recommend that other countries follow that lead. I'm not an expert in policy in any particular country, but I will cite one project that I had worked a little bit with, and that was in the UK. And in the UK, they have a National Health Service, and the National Health Service is funded by taxpayers to provide free or low-cost healthcare for people who live there. But one of the things was that in the UK, I'm trying to remember the exact statistics, but in 2020, I believe there were 2 million people in the UK aged 100 or greater. But by the year 2100, they believe there will be, I think it's 20 million people aged 100 or greater. And 98% of healthcare costs were in the last 2 years of their lives. So one of the things they wanted to do was provide great healthcare for people, but also to keep the cost down for taxpayers. And of course, they needed to apply AI to be able to do this, which would require open access to the data to be able to build solutions for this. But by government policy, open access to personal data like healthcare data may not always be available. And that's a problem that they're wrestling with. So I would say one of the things that I would encourage is that, for governments is that to kind of weigh out that balance of understanding public benefit from access to data, while also exploring ways that data can be kept private, but still accessible to others to be able to build solutions with it. So there are technologies out there for like anonymizing things, for keeping it private, for obfuscating it so that it's not misused. But there's a lot of fear inherent in that, particularly if it's going to be used in something like very personal data like healthcare data.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very, very interesting. And actually, I found it interesting that you didn't go into the whole ethics discussion on AI because, I feel that this is the largest part of it usually, I mean, because in Europe, we also have this sort of tradition of open data and sharing. And actually, right now, there's quite some legislative proposals that are dealing with this to just ease the access to data that might be useful for companies, also AI companies. But we do focus on the ethics side. But do we have a question in the audience? Yes, so... Yeah, please. If you can introduce yourself, maybe just,
Yes. Hi, I'm Lena Rompainen from Electronic Frontier Finland, and I also work in the kind of open source sector because the company I work for, Ivan, does open source based services. But basically, I just wanted to bring up a policy I know from Sweden is that they have the public sector procurement has done an open source purchasing framework agreement, which, as far as I know, has made it a lot easier for different public sector actors and municipalities and whatnot to actually purchase open source software and open source services because they don't all need to kind of reinvent the wheel and remake all those agreements. But there's one agreement, and then all the different actors can just use it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is very interesting. We are quite in contact with the Swedish, and having these guidelines is very crucial, I believe. And we see that, of course, like such guidelines very often have to be updated and changed, and we have to upskill. So, we don't talk only about skills and education, like, Lawrence was talking about, for example, but we also talk about public officials. But yeah, any thoughts on policies that can further bring these goals for governments from any of our speakers? I don't know, Mike or Jeremy, something that you would like to add on policies?
Well, I mean, we've talked a fair bit about open data kind of naturally. I guess I would just add that open hardware is, and I know the study, the European Commission study also covered open hardware, but that's another critical ingredient of digital sovereignty that is, has substantial overlap in terms of community and development methodology, et cetera, but also differences. And so those kind of three open things, open data, open hardware, and open software, which is the largest, are all like important policy or objects of policy, I think that governments need to be thinking of when formulating policies to make, open, contribute to digital sovereignty. Another thing that we haven't discussed at all, but we've mainly been talking about policies that could foster open source, which I think is great. That is the main focus. We also, another policy implication of the importance of open source for digital sovereignty is that governments need to be increasingly will be aware of to think about fostering open source collaboration in other policies, and in particularly not undermining open source collaboration. And this we saw this in the EU over several years ago around the copyright directive, and fortunately we were able to achieve a win there. But it touches areas from things like intellectual property that was that example, to even things like internet availability, so that developers can participate in the global team sport of open source.
Thank you. That's very interesting. And also, I mean, this is a concept that we have been working on quite a bit. Is the concept of open source program offices that is very helpful in making sure that we are not only fostering but actually collaborating and sort of using the capacity that is there in the private sector. So yeah, I don't know if there are any questions from the audience on site. If there are, just raise your hand and let us know. But we will continue the discussion. I think we don't really have questions on the chat at the moment. So I would like to go back to Natalia, and it's this interesting idea that we talk about digital sovereignty, but we see that actually the private sector is doing a lot of the work. And what do you think is the right approach to make sure that it's sort of a balancing act, and that it works both for the benefit of the governments, of the citizens, and for the benefit of the companies?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Mike actually brought up a crucial point in his last comment about essentially governments helping to create the right enabling environment to foster both open source software, but then just kind of broader technical capabilities. Part of that comes from building up the human capital and digital skills more broadly, and certainly we're seeing governments around the world who are either facilitating STEM education in primary and secondary schooling, or kind of more targeted AI, blockchain technology development in universities. But the other side of it is again, just giving access to internet. I think there have been various panels in this forum that have talked about, how much of the world actually doesn't even have access to basic internet. And of course, if you don't have internet, much less, outside of skills, you certainly can't really contribute to GitHub. So I really think government can play a very important role in facilitating the enabling environment. But at the end of the day, in terms of the economic benefits of things like jobs or productivity, I mean, that is really where firms in many countries are really are in the driver's wheel. And certainly, that's happening with or without government policy. We're if we think back to the 1990s, it was a very different time. Mike had brought this up about companies' orientation towards open source, especially software companies. They saw it as competitive. And now, I mean, pretty much every company uses open source. It's just, and particularly platforms like GitHub, just because it's such a more efficient way of collaborating on code and iterating very quickly in the new, more agile models of development.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, we did discuss it quite a bit today, and yeah, I mean, like all of these sessions here, I mean, like I really like the point about the access, like I mean the meaningful access, and like I think that this is a very important part of the whole open source discussion.
Actually, and I'd add one point, I think going back to the digital skill side, one challenge of open source platforms is, and this has actually been covered in a few studies in the past, but increasingly people who do contribute to open source are pretty seasoned developers, and as a result, they don't necessarily need to provide kind of very intense documentation to be able to do their work and for others to contribute as well. And certainly that is a challenge, right, for a newcomer to come into the platforms and be able to contribute. So again, that's a place where it's, I think, could be both in the hands of government as well as private sector to kind of help ease in newcomers to these platforms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, it's also, I mean, of course, I'm going back to policies, but, as soon as you have a governmental policy about it, I mean, then people feel that working on open source is, like, I mean, sort of like higher on the agenda. So, of course, like they try to get this access. And hopefully, sort of the governance rules, which, I mean, of course, the whole discussion on governance is a very separate one, plus on motivations of the developers that are contributing. But, like I like to go back to the point that the public sector is not only a user. I mean, it's becoming to be an equal participant in the open source landscape. But yeah, I was Abhishek. Any thoughts on, because we talked about the open data, we talked about open source, and I was wondering if you have thoughts if open source is like, because for me, I work on this a lot, and for me, this is special. And in the European Union, we do policies on open source that are standalone policies. But it's a part of like the whole digital landscape and the whole stack and the whole, like supply chain of any digital product. So do you see this sort of open source ideas going, within the government to like other sectors or other digital policies and, sort of like bringing together different digital policies?
Yeah, exactly. So this is the way it's going, because the value of open source is realized by almost everyone, as I had mentioned. It's not that people don't understand that. The only problem that has is how do you ring fence yourself against questions like, will it compromise your security? Will it compromise, like who will assure continued support? So those are the issues that we need to crack while going ahead with open source, because as a principle, whether it's on a collaboration, nature of collaboration, and the way the world is evolving in the digital era, it's all about people working together through collaborative tools and all, and that principle is reflected well in the open source development philosophy, and that is well accepted. And the only challenge which we need to address is that make it easier to procure, make it easier to adopt, make it easier to replicate, make it easier to share, and create systems which would ensure that continued support will be there. Because open source doesn't mean that you take something from somewhere out in the sky and nobody is responsible. So if you have the support systems built in, then the governments will be willing to adopt it. Like what happens when, suppose there is a champion of open source, he comes, I will implement this project. If he goes, how does it continue to support? That institutional mechanism for supporting open source projects becomes very critical for its sustenance. And when we do that, all these questions get answered. And when it comes to our data and data security and data sovereignty, if I may use the word, then we need to de-link the two, that open source software development is a different piece and data security is a different piece. And data security and data confidentiality become as important whether it is a proprietary software development or an open source development. That goes without saying. So build in the essential protocols for protecting the data that needs to be protected. And there also the principle that most governments are following, including India, is to go in for a default open data policy, that any data which doesn't have personal attributes, which is anonymized at the aggregate level, let it be shared on an open data portal. And then anyone who wants to use that anonymized data without any personal attributes can use it for building solutions. So healthcare data can have a lot of value at the aggregate level. One can predict, one can build models for predicting epidemics. One can build models for AI models for predicting what may happen at what time, how much how much medicines will be required, how much oxygen will be required. So this entire data modeling happens there. So data should be viewed separately, or software development should be viewed separately. And once we do that, and when we enable the institutional framework, adoption becomes very easy. And we are able to answer the questions that many have. So that's the way we are approaching open source adoption and replication across. And I'm sure similar models will be there in other countries, and especially with a forum like IGF. One can think of is like, can we create a global partnership for enabling open source adoption, or a global partnership for building GovTech solutions based on open source? So if there is any work which has been done for solving a societal problem in agriculture and healthcare, can the same IT solution, the same code, can the same software be shared with a larger number of countries, so that the humanity as a whole benefits? So that's what we need to move ahead, instead of debating whether it will lead to any risks or something.
Thank you. I mean, what I mostly took away from it and liked a lot is the continuous support, and just making sure that the building blocks of the whole idea and philosophy are in place. So then it's easier to actually make it, go forward. But we are slowly approaching the end of our session. So I would like to ask each of our panelists to think about one question, one insight that you would like to, just like share with the participants, or you took away from this session. Because, this is the whole idea of IGF that is, it's great, to make us think and wonder and try to find solutions. And of course, we might not necessarily find the solutions, but, we can think about it. So I'm going to start with Mike, who has started with his introductory remarks.
Okay. Well, I think the thing that I think is most heartening is that everybody in this session at least alluded to the win-win nature of open source, or as Abhishek just mentioned, kind of building solutions that can benefit all of humanity. And I think that's really something we should always keep in mind when we're thinking about open source and digital sovereignty, that open source can enable a version of digital sovereignty in which literally everybody in the world, all governments in the world, are sort of winners from this. They all get more sovereignty, more autonomy, more capability by engaging with open source, as opposed to being a version of digital sovereignty, which again is, involves fortresses and over competition, maybe. And that's really kind of a frame that I want everybody to think about when they're thinking about open source and digital sovereignty.
Yeah, thank you. Jeremy?
Okay.
And please keep it under 1 minute.
Right. If we see the open source, that's that's the global collaboration, right? From software developers, from communities, right? Very good. The thing is, the collaboration build up the trust. So when we have global issues, global concerns, if we have trust, we can resolve everything. Without trust, we cannot do anything. So if we leverage the collaboration, we can resolve our issues and concerns.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very interesting thought. Yeah. Abhishek?
Yep.
Yeah, one insight for the audience that you would like, people to wonder about or just remember from this session.
I would just, the takeaway from me is that, yes, open source is here to stay. It leads to innovation, it leads to economic growth and boost to entrepreneurship. So what we need to do is to collaborate with the stakeholders in order to carry forward the open source agenda.
Thank you. Straight to the point. Natalia?
Yeah, absolutely. I would say that open source is more than just an intellectual property regime. It really is a mindset and a community. And I would say big motivation for the study that I discussed came from speaking to developers here in Poland a few years ago, who you feel that energy in that community right away. And the reality is that building up this community requires an enabling environment where there's a role both for private sector, companies like Google, as we learned about today, to facilitate certifications and other types of digital skills, and for government to enable internet access and to support that types of human capital development. So really, open source is great, can lead to a lot of economic and broader benefits, but you need to create the environment to facilitate it.
Thank you. And again, last but not least, Lawrence. Do we still have Lawrence with us? Okay, I guess he might be thinking that we almost finished because we almost did. Thank you so much for all these insights. I mean, I found it very interesting, and I know that it's not that easy to discuss the whole idea of digital sovereignty because, again, everybody perceives it differently, and not that many perceive the way of openness as the way to go. So, I mean, of course, this is the panelists that we gathered in this circle, and this is, what we all, sort of look forward to, but not everybody does. So, what I hope is, something that you're going to take away from this session is that, we don't have to think of the ideas and the frameworks that come from the policy as, just as they are being defined at the very beginning. But, they can be taken somewhere else by the global community, by the developers, by the citizens, by the users who usually just want to have a bit more independence and just want to use services that are a bit better. So I hope that you enjoyed the session, and I'm sure that there's plenty of nice discussions afterwards. So see you at IGF, and you can always contact us whenever you want. I'm Paula from Open Forum Europe. Thank you so much, and have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Fantastic, because I've managed to get in.
Me too. I was worried. And it's still early morning here in Canada, so I was just thinking, oh my God, can I get in or not?
Yeah, so the day is a success already. Yes.
So I'm going to have my coffee. So I'm going to put my camera off and just have coffee so I can remember who I am even. Hi, Jennifer.
Good morning, or whatever time it is where you are.
Morning, Jennifer.
Morning.
You've had more coffee now.
Not quite enough. I'm going to do the same thing and enjoy my coffee.
That'll be the one.
There we go. Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Madeline.
Good morning.
Hi. Thanks, everyone, for joining, especially those early morning North American people.
That's okay. We come equipped. Large mugs of coffee.
Yes. I've got my own going here. Morning, Tim.
Morning, everyone.
Yeah, it's a relief to see you all here because it's not the most intuitive platform to get into.
Jennifer, did you attach a transistor to your email, or am I saying it wrong?
I don't think so.
Oh. I see a .acs, which is kind of like a schematic. So, another circuit designer.
No, that's not me. Sorry. It's not my area.
Why is it showing?
In my signature block, I have a link to my LinkedIn profile. Maybe it's not transmitting properly.
Maybe.
That was the only thing I can think of.
Okay, so so the session will start in 15 minutes, 10 minutes. Yes.
A quick question, Madeline.
Yeah.
What was the final determination for me regarding the liability piece?
Yes. Yeah.
You want me to wait on that or go with it?
I think you should raise it, Jen. Okay. And because I think you kind of planting that seed early on, and then that's something Rebecca can pick up and develop further.
Okay.
Because it is a key issue, isn't it?
Indeed, yes.
I think having that come through the speakers might be something that, Peter, you'll also want to touch on.
Certainly a fun issue from our side as well. So
exactly, yeah, exactly for you as well, Tim. I mean,
yeah. in a way that's kind of central. So I don't think it can be overstated. Oh, good morning, Ina. I can't remember if I CC'd you guys on this or not. Martin has been called away to an internal meeting, so he can't join, but he's happy for Louise Marie to present his talking points. So we can still have that perspective fed into the session and recorded in the report, even though he's unable to join us. So within 2 hours of the session ending, we need to submit. Oh, good morning, Louise Marie. Nice to see you.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Good morning.
Within 2 hours of the session ending, we just submit a very short report about the key takeaways and the any recommended actions. And then by December 20th, we submit the full report, which will basically be a summary of all the speaking points, and then a summary of the discussion, and any recommended actions. So that's what we will circulate to everyone. And that'll form the basis of what we can put together for next year as well. So Tim, I wonder if just because you weren't able to join the other session, perhaps you might like to just review some of your well, actually, perhaps not, no, because we've actually got participants joining already. So I was just going to say you might want to review the points for Jen and the others on the call, but I think not. I think we'll wait till.
Okay. Hopefully, there won't be too much of a surprise.
Nothing in there that we didn't see coming. So just timing is going to be our main challenge today. Oh, good morning, Rebecca.
Good morning.
Good morning, Pablo.
Good morning. How are you?
From Thailand. How are you, everyone?
Very well.
Good to have you here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a shame we're not all together in Poland, but
that would have been awesome.
I have been in one time in Poland, 2017. This time I got also the opportunity to join this conference and everything, but due to the COVID and my Crohn's, a lot of restriction after comeback in Thailand. So that's why I didn't join physically. So nice to see you, everyone.
Nice to see you too, and thanks for joining.
Thanks, everyone.
From the IGF Secretariat, will we receive a signal when this is going live, or how will it work?
Yeah, I'm not sure, Pablo.
So they will play a short video, they say, in about 3 minutes, and then we can begin the discussion. That's what they say.
Okay.
And do we need to turn off our cameras and only have it on when we're speaking, or just have it on all the time?
I mean, my preference would be to leave it on all the time. So we have that kind of sense of a conversation. But oh, thanks, Daphne. That's helpful. Yeah, because we do want this to be interactive. So if people are comfortable leaving their cameras on, let's do that. So who do we still need? Duncan. Yeah, just Duncan.
Hello.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Great. Good morning. And welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining this morning and helping us to work through this this very, very complex and challenging issue that we've brought to the IGF this year. My name is Madeline Carr. I'm a professor of global politics and cybersecurity at University College London. And together with my colleagues, Pablo Hinojosa, Louise Marie Hurrell, and Duncan Hollis, we've been putting together roundtables on at the IGF on issues that we feel are of relevance to internet governance, but perhaps haven't yet been picked up in this forum. And this year we're trying something new where we wanted to look at governance of the supply chain in the Internet of Things or cyber physical systems, particularly in this case, connected autonomous vehicles, which have, of course, a safety critical element. We brought together an amazing lineup of people who really have a tremendous amount to contribute to this discussion, but also people who represent sectors that haven't necessarily participated fully in the IGF in the past, which we feel is really essential to the conversation. So we have a quite a tight schedule, and we want to leave time this morning for input from other participants as well. So we're going to work hard to stick to our plan and hopefully capture a wide range of views. I mean, we see governance of the supply chain for all sectors, but particularly for connected autonomous vehicles, as a key challenge that will require many views and perspectives to be taken into account. From an industrial perspective, sector leaders really need an understanding of what vulnerabilities are emerging, how those vulnerabilities congregate, and what steps they must take to mitigate against them in a responsible, ethical manner. Ensuring supply chain security in critical infrastructures like transport will be essential to promoting sustainable cities and communities in which people can take full advantage of emerging technologies with the confidence that their safety and their rights will be respected and upheld. And I guess essentially we chose connected autonomous vehicles as a very, very complex case, very complex supply chain, and a supply chain that ends in a safety critical function with real implications for not only data breaches or other more conventional vulnerabilities, but also potentially loss of life. So something that we really need to take very, very seriously. And in a sense, we're asking it questions about whether the internet that we have is really ready to connect these kind of systems. And I guess the short answer is no. So what needs to happen in terms of internet governance to prepare us for what's already happening, which is that we're connecting these systems and utilizing this infrastructure. At the same time, we recognize that internet governance has been a very flexible and adaptable model. And perhaps there are lessons that we can take from how internet governance has adapted over the years to accommodate different systems, processes, practices, and bring those lessons into the thinking about how to govern the infrastructure upon which these safety critical systems will rely. So we have a lineup of speakers, and we have sort of set times that we'd like to bring in the community as well to comment. And so there will be opportunities for that, and we really encourage you to do that. In an effort to kind of save time in our 90 minutes, we will keep our introductions short, but we have a PDF which will be posted in the chat with the full, it is in the chat, thank you, Lisa, with the full biographies of all the participants so that you can see who's speaking and where they come from. In the first instance, I'd like to hand over to my colleague Louise Marie Harel, who will take us through a kind of industry perspective.
Thanks so much, Madeline. Yes, I'm Louise Marie Harel. I am based in the Department of Media Communications over here at LSE, working on cybersecurity and incident response more specifically. And I have the immense pleasure of just kicking off our discussion here from the industry perspective. And I have one person unfortunately could not join us, but I'll definitely make my best to reflect his notes and points that we discussed previously. So together with me, we have Jennifer Tisdale. She leads the cyber physical work at GRIM, combining the world of smart mobility and cybersecurity. We have Martin Emelet, which is the European Regional Director for Auto ISAC, which unfortunately, as I said, could not join us, but I will be sharing some of his thoughts and points. And we also have Mitra Mirhassani, I hope I pronounced that correctly, which is the co-director of SHIELD Automotive Cybersecurity Center of Excellence at the University of Windsor. So as you see, I mean, we do have some very brilliant minds here. And just to kind of kick us off, I'd like to kind of reflect on some of the things that Madeline already started talking about. So she mentioned, that we're dealing with a very complex kind of environment in terms of what's connected to the internet. We're dealing with safety of critical issues. We're asking questions of whether the internet we have is already ready to connect these systems. And I think we can agree, as you already said, that no, we're not ready, but there are very good people working to ensure that we do have standards, procedures, regulations that as we'll talk later on, to make sure that we have good risk management practices in place, that we do have spaces for dialogue within industry and outside industry as well. But I just wanted to kind of bring some tough questions here for us to kind of start thinking, right? So in thinking about this discussion within the context of the Internet Governance Forum, I think we really need to dive deep into who needs to be brought at the table, both within industry and outside, when we're talking about connected autonomous vehicles. How to ensure that standards that are being developed, or regulations, or sector-specific practices, that they are actually not only a reflection of one specific silo, but that we're talking across different stakeholder groups, right? What are the concrete changes that we're aiming at? What are the goals that we as, and industry more specifically has been putting to actually ensure that we go from talking the talk to walking the talk, right? And I think just to start out with the points that Martin has already sent out. So as I said, Martin works with Automotive ISAC. So for those of you who are not familiar, Auto ISAC is the Automotive Information Sharing and Analysis Center. And those working in cybersecurity, you might have been acquainted somehow to other ISACs, such as the Financial Security ISAC, which works with SWIFT network and all of that to actually protect the financial sector. But here we're talking about a very specific ISAC, which is dedicated to the automotive sector. And Martin notes that, the main goal of Auto ISAC, established in 2015, which was kind of surprising for me, that in 2015, it's kind of particularly recent, is a global information sharing community that seeks to increase the resilience by sharing potential vulnerabilities between members of the automotive industry, along with a whole supply chain before they manifest themselves. So really trying to ensure that you have a previous information so that you can respond more proactively whenever something else comes up. And also, different industry partners, they are kind of engaged in mapping different kinds of vulnerabilities depending on which part they are focusing more or investing more in terms of security. So he notes that, companies really need to establish a vulnerability sharing plan over the whole life cycle. So it cannot be just a piecemeal approach when we're talking about that, because it just provides a myopic perspective of threats. So you can have a very clear perspective of how threats operate in one particular environment, but you do need to think about the supply chain as part of all of that, right? And this is our attempt to go beyond the cybersecurity discussions around SolarWinds and Colonial Pipeline. There are many critical systems, such as the automotive sector, that really require our attention more deeply and carefully if we want to think innovation in a secure way, right? And he notes that while the life cycle security of information sharing is desirable, the complexity of implementing cybersecurity management processes for the automotive sector is really difficult. And one case that he brings is the ISO SAE 21433, and I'll share the link after I speak. It's a standard that was published in 2021 August, and it specifies engineering requirements for cybersecurity risk management. And another example that he also brings is a new regulation, which is the R155, which I will also share later on, which was approved by the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, which is very, very interesting. So on the ISO, as I said, it specifies kind of best practices in terms of cyber risk management for that particular sector. So that includes product development, production operation, maintenance, and decommissioning of electrical and electronic systems for road vehicles. And this regulation from the United Nations, which has also kind of been translated to different countries' regulations already. So, for example, it established and requires a cybersecurity management system. And countries such as Japan has already indicated plans to apply these regulations. It should be applied up until July 2022, which is kind of an interesting time frame. So the Republic of Korea, for example, has also adopted a stepwise approach, introducing the provisions of the regulation on cybersecurity and national guidelines until the half of next year. And the European Union, as I said, also kind of passed a new regulation on cybersecurity that will make mandatory for all new vehicle types from July 2022, and it will become mandatory for all vehicles produced from July 2024. So as we see, I mean, we're here in the industry discussion, but already hinting towards Duncan that will moderate the regulatory parts. But it's kind of interesting to see these developments. So these are the points that that Martin brought. But now I will leave it to Jen to continue this conversation. Jen, over to you.
Hey, thank you. Yes, my name is Jennifer Tisdale. I'm with a company called GRIM. We are solely dedicated to the adversarial perspective for embedded systems or cyber physical systems security. So all modalities of advanced transportation fall within our purview, and the topic of automotive is near and dear to my heart. I'm greeting you today from Detroit, Michigan, where we like to consider ourselves the home of the auto industry. And to the point that the Auto ISAC has only been around since 2015. That is also the length of time we've paid any real attention to the totality of automotive security. So it is a very nascent industry. There are a lot of things changing at a very quick pace, as I'm certain that you all appreciate. And I have three areas that I really wanted to highlight for the audience today. First and foremost, the topic of supply chain. And specifically securing the supply chain in relation to connected and automated vehicles, and one day soon, autonomous vehicle systems as well. There are areas that we need to consider that fall both within the vehicle, including technologies, infotainment systems, et cetera, all of the technologies that we are introducing within the system of systems of the vehicle. But in addition to that, the manufacturing environments where the non-technical pieces of the vehicle are being produced, the IT and OT environments that converge together for the production are also insecure. And that is an area that we are analyzing and researching today about what type of impact spoofing or skewing the quality of the goods in production can have on the operation of the vehicle. And not to overcomplicate the topic of supply chain, but I will, I suppose, to take a more holistic view, is the environment in which these connected vehicles are operating. So we are introducing increasingly via government and private sector, these connected environments in which the vehicles are operating in their day-to-day. We're looking at intelligent transportation systems, smart city infrastructure. So depending on how broadly you would like to define the term supply chain, the complete automotive ecosystem for connectivity is increasing year over year. And hence, with that increase in connectivity comes an increase in cybersecurity vulnerability and the potential thereof. So for the first point, identifying and properly defining what the supply chain is for the purposes of this conversation, I think becomes a very large topic when we're talking about policy, because not only do the systems need to be interoperable, but the policy that impacts the supply chain must also be interoperable and holistic in approach. With that, that leads us into the second point of smart policy. And it's one of the challenges that we've seen here in the US, and we know that it is an international problem overall, is how to have cohesive and consistent policy for connected and automated vehicles that cross borders, in large part in relation to the connected infrastructure that needs to be implemented and integrated into our cities and roads for the vehicles to operate. Policy for those systems, which are generally government oriented, in terms of the integration of those technologies versus the private sector. And then, of course, working with the private sector for the vehicle production to make sure that the technologies are secure. So there will be a need to be nimble in our policy making, much like there is a need for us to be nimble and flexible in the integration of the technology in relation to cybersecurity as the threat landscape is evolving and ever changing, and the methodology to breach these systems are also evolving and changing. So the only thing that I can think of, and I hope nobody is offended by this statement, the only thing that moves slower in terms of changing academia or changing how we manufacture goods, the practices, the R&D, the process implemented, the only thing slower is the policy making. And typically, at least in the States, by the time we get policy approved, something has changed in the technology that now needs to impact how we view the policy. And one of the examples I will give to you for that in the US is the Right to Repair Act. And the Right to Repair Act was originated to let consumers have the ability to repair their own vehicles, that they should have that ownership to level the playing field so they wouldn't be beholden to car dealerships or automotive OEMs for always having their vehicles repaired. They could do it themselves. It increases the economy by enabling mom and pop shops to have local mechanics that can repair vehicles. The troubling thing now is that there is a need to look at all of the electronic components that are integrated into the system. And so where does the consumer's right begin and end versus how the automotive industry is to secure the vehicle? We don't have a lot of systems where you can go to your corner store, if you will, buy a vehicle and then manipulate the electronics in it for whatever the reason might be, right? Maybe you want to turn off your navigation system or things of that nature. As a consumer, do you have the right to do that if it impacts the functionality of the vehicle and ultimately your safety or the safety of others? So that brings us to the final point, which is liability.
30 seconds, sorry, just so we're really on. Sorry.
30 seconds left, we'll talk about liability. And when we have this ecosystem where we have government, academia, industry, and consumers coming together into this one ecosystem of the car, who is responsible? If the consumer is able to adjust the technology within the vehicle, is the OEM responsible? And that's really the teaser today, is where do the rights begin and end, and how do we keep people safe?
Excellent. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I think that is a very good transition already for Mitra. Mitra, over to you.
Thank you. So I'm the co-director of SHIELD, Automotive Cybersecurity Center of Excellence. We are right across the river from Jennifer in Windsor, Ontario, Canada. And as a result of our close proximity to Detroit, there are many, industries that are dependent on providing parts and supplies for the automotive industry are housed in Windsor, Ontario. The one that I decided to talk a little bit, take you guys to the micro nanometer dimensions and provide a little bit of threat that is coming and is basically put a little bit of lights and shine a little bit of light on it. So Jennifer talked about the consumers who might be able to change the setting of their cars. My example is coming from manufacturing and integrity of the parts that you receive. So when you, for example, when we want to have or create a complex system, which is composed of many, many electronic parts, what we generally do is that we trust a manufacturer that is doing the chip manufacturing, and we kind of buy those parts, and these parts are not anything specifically, dangerous looking. They are the ICs, the integrated circuits that you have at almost everywhere these days, from your toaster oven these days, smart ones, all the way to critical infrastructure in power plants and so on different very sensitive parts of the applications. So when we buy these parts, we trust that the manufacturer has done or actually has created the schematics, the circuitry, these designs exactly as it's promised or exactly as we ordered it. So we did a little bit of test, a couple of, actually now it's about a year, which pandemic days are kind of blending into each other. We did a little bit of test. We bought 100 parts, 100 of these electronic parts off the internet from reliable vendors, not from black markets, gray market, or anywhere else. And we brought them home to our labs and started looking at them, removing layer by layer the surfaces of the devices and just check them out. Wanted to make sure that what we bought is exactly what we wanted to be. Well, right away, most of them kind of yelling the parts. Basically, they were literally yelling that we are not the exact parts that you wanted to, from very small modifications in how the numbers are or serial numbers are kind of created, all the way to the nano dimensions where we saw some irregularities that are not supposed to be there. The results were kind of worrisome because only 22 were true parts that we were supposed to buy. The rest were either counterfeits, either made by someone else, or they had extra components in them that were not supposed to be in those hardware. So what's the danger here? The danger here is that those extra parts that are there that are not supposed to be there, and we call them Trojan hardware, those are giving or taking away the control. They can take away the control from the consumer, from the manufacturer, from whoever is driving the car or operating those devices. Again, all the way from airplanes to power plants to automotive. Those parts can basically have a mind of their own, operate the way they want. They can all of a sudden stop clocking the system, raising the memory, changing values, or kind of leak information. Or they can also be causes of worms into the network and create a little bit more headache for everyone. Is it easy to find them? No, most of our approaches are destructive. We have to take the part, remove layer by layer of material, and kind of do a destructive test and find them out. Is there any solutions? Well, there are, but they're all expensive. It means that when we do design the circuitry, we have to either integrate the solutions right away into the IC, into the circuitry, which means that the hardware is going to be bulkier, more expensive. It needs more testing, hours and hours and different configurations in order to smoke these things out of their hidden locations, because they're not getting activated easily. Two, securing
30 seconds.
Just wrapping up. To basically changing the policies of supply chain. We have to ensure and we have to tighten our regulations around where we buy, how the manufacturers are generating or manufacturing the parts. And that's the part that the policymakers are coming in and basically creating certified, trusted manufacturing line for us.
That's great. Thanks so much, Jen and Mitra, for raising very important points. I guess we're going here through kind of a very interesting flow, right? We started the discussion with kind of the big governance questions. What does it mean in terms of internet governance to think about, the governance of security, and more specifically, the security of the automotive sector, which is interconnected to, the way in which devices have populated both our everyday lives to kind of industrial systems, right? So I guess, we went from that discussion, we then kind of transitioned to what kinds of, let's say, broader standards or regulatory frameworks have been developed so far, even though that's going to be kind of delved deep in the other section. And then we kind of transitioned to Jen's point about the environment of complexity. How do we ensure that policy is connected to the industry solution? How do we make sure that policy is responsive, but at the same time kind of adaptable given that environment, and thinking about consumers at the end of the day as well? And you, Mitra, very well kind of also brought that other dimension. What does it mean when we look deep into those components? What happens when we kind of sandbox all of this and try to see whether it is counterfeit? And that is where we get at least to kind of one of the very kind of nitty-gritty dimensions of what security is. I think sometimes we make it so abstract, right? But I think there are many layers that we're peeling over here from this discussion. And now I would really like to just open up for questions. We have approximately 7 minutes for us to do that, but maybe I'll just kick off with a very short question for each of you, and then we'll kind of, please keep it coming. Use the chat function to all participants out there. Please feel free to just raise your hand and unmute yourself. But the question that I have for Jen, really quick question, though challenging perhaps, is what can we do about this policy interoperability, right? You talked about the systems interoperability, and you talked about the policy interoperability, and you talked about this right to repair, right? So could you talk a little bit more about what could this be, like this policy interoperability? How can industry, engage more in that debate, or what does it actually mean in practice from your experience? And I guess to Mitra's point, I would be really interested in kind of, and hearing about the problems of subcontracting. If you can expand a little bit more on that, and what does that mean, like ensuring the hardware security? So yeah, over to you while we wait also for other folks in the audience to speak up.
I'll start. One of the very first things that we can do is to not make decisions in a bubble. We really need to have more public-private partnerships when it comes to these policy-making decisions. And the reason why I say that is because there are so many moving pieces in this technology and the integration of the technology and the associated policy making. In the example of the Right to Repair Act, it certainly is, it takes the voice of government, the voice of the automotive industry and the supply base, as well as the voice of the cybersecurity researchers. So whether it comes from a company like mine or a university or what have you, having the ability to understand where the vulnerabilities live within the technology and how to make smart policy that can be nimble enough to change over time, to change at the pace of technology as well. And so having those formal discussions, much like we are today, I think this is very valuable and exciting, to bring all of the thought leaders together so that we can have a discussion about what next steps might look like. And so that would be the very first and foremost thing that we would need to continue to do.
To answer your question, this is the time that policymakers have to start moving fast because the parts are already here. And when I talk about this Trojan hardware, most people say, well, no one knew about it before you brought it up. But sorry, we publish papers left and right. It's a hot topic of research, and I'm sure that the automotive industry is well aware. And those who shouldn't be, they know how to do that. So we're just bringing knowledge here. The worrisome trend is that these parts are already in some of our critical infrastructure in our automotive. And for example, when you buy a truck or make a bus for public transit, you're not going to change it in 2 years. you're investing for 40 plus, hopefully, years of, to use that. And the problem with these things are they're very expensive to repair. You have to go in, physically remove the part, and place and put it and its place put a real trusted part. So my warning to the policymakers is that start moving. These problems exist. They're going to only show up more and more. And as an academia or startups or companies, we're not at a position of power to control and to create this trust in the supply chain. It's all on our governments to start acting.
Amazing. Thanks so much, Jennifer and Mitra. I guess we have set the landscape for kind of the industry perspective, but I'd like to already kind of, we've hinted a lot to like the regulation discussion, right? And I'll just pass it over to Duncan so we can go deep into that. Duncan?
Thanks, Louise. So I think, like, as I see it, we've been thinking about the problems of taking not just devices, but systems, complex systems, and integrating information communication technologies within them. And on top of that complexity, right, we're introducing this autonomy, right? The fact that these systems are going to operate with humans, if not out of the loop, increasingly on the periphery of the loops. And so I think obviously doing so has security implications, as we've just heard, right? Whether it's in the supply chain, whether it's in interoperability or what have you. And I think the question for us at the IGF, right, is how do we think about the bridge between these security concerns and internet governance? And it's worth noting here, I think that, we've hosted a number of these sessions in the past, and there we've been talking about a slightly different set of cybersecurity issues, right? I think we've talked much more traditional computer cybersecurity concerns about confidentiality losses, accessibility issues, and those are clearly here in this environment. But I think it's important to flag on top of all this that there's a physical security concern, right? Like, what are we really concerned about? We're concerned about autonomous vehicles crashing. And the question, I think, is to step back and ask, once we bring these autonomous vehicles into an internet governance environment, how is the existing internet governance environment suited to handle this problem set? Is, I think Madeline put it at one point, like, is the internet that we built the one we need or we need for this situation? Apropos of our setting, right? I think where we often think about multi-stakeholderism in terms of thinking about governance, I think it's important not just to think about this in terms of where existing responsibilities and regulatory tools lie. That is, like, what's the existing governance structure and who's doing it, but where is the capacity, right? Do we actually have the right actors and the right regulatory tools set up to regulate this environment, or are we missing some clear and obvious potential tools that we've yet to kind of take advantage of, given the alignment of these security threats and the need to regulate them? And so what we've tried to do in the next 25 minutes or so is bring in two tried and true mechanisms, law and insurance, which we've dealt with for eons in other contexts, to try and provide a governance function, and think about how they layer into or connect with this autonomous vehicle setting. So really briefly, we've got Rebecca Krutoff here to talk a bit about the law as an assistant professor of law at the University of Richmond Law School, who has a long history in thinking about cyber torts, where she's a real expert in other forms of regulation, and has done so with respect to autonomous systems in other contexts. And we have Tim Davey of Munich RE, a cybersecurity specialist there, where he works in thinking about how do you build cybersecurity-based products for the insurance and reinsurance industry. So I will, as a non-expert, quickly get out of the way. And Rebecca, hand it over to you.
All right. Well, thank you so much for the opportunity to be a part of this incredible collaboration. My research focuses on the relationship between law and technology, and particularly on how autonomous systems, like autonomous weapon systems and also autonomous vehicles, raise different reoccurring legal challenges and issues. Now, of course, autonomous weapons systems are intended to kill certain people, while, as Professor Ellis mentioned, what we're concerned about with autonomous vehicles is that we don't want them to kill or hurt any people. But both of these autonomous systems, they raise the question of who should be held accountable when an autonomous system acts unpredictably in some way and something goes wrong. So who should be held accountable? People have floated all sorts of different entities that are relevant here. Obviously, the designers, the programmers, the manufacturers, the commercial sellers, the users, third-party adversaries. And then there's also the question of how much should liability depend on whether or not the harm was due to an internal issue, issues within the hardware or software, or a malicious third-party act, some form of adversarial action. Now, there's a bit of a growing consensus in the literature that if something goes wrong with an autonomous vehicle, regardless of the source of that harm, that the existing legal analogies suggest that the manufacturers should be held, and manufacturers and commercial sellers should be held strictly liable for those harms. Now, folks often talk about the slowness of law and policy, right? And there is this pervasive idea that law cannot keep up with certain technological developments. In some cases, that is definitely true, particularly when new technologies raise novel legal questions. But in focusing on those particular situations, it's easy to overlook how there's a host of existing background laws and norms that guide and govern technological development. So currently, for example, under US products liability law, the difficulty of identifying different sources of harm, the sheer panoply of relevant actors, the diffusion of responsibility that's associated with attenuated supply chains, including all the issues that Ms. Mir Hassani discussed, all of this actually argues in favor of strict liability for autonomous vehicle producers. But of course, as Ms. Tilsdale emphasized, nobody in the industry wants liability for accidents, let alone adversarial third-party acts, or even issues arising from consumers, engaging in the right to repair. And so this existing legal backdrop that's already there will encourage those producing autonomous vehicles to retain humans in the loop, even symbolic ones, to be a liability sponge, to absorb liability for accidental harms, to shield the systems themselves and the different actors in the extended supply chain from liability. Of course, this might not be the best legal structure for what we actually want to incentivize as we're looking at the possibility of developing and deploying increasingly autonomous vehicles. Right? This might not promote human safety or in more environmental transportation or the best cybersecurity practices. And so this is the time, arguably belatedly, right, to step back and determine which accountability structures will incentivize actually achieving our different goals, which of course requires thinking through the different hardware and software vulnerabilities. There are different associated supply chain vulnerabilities. There are different potentials for different magnitudes and types of harm. It also requires thinking through which actors have the capacity to minimize different sources of risk. Obviously, a lot of different actors, different countries, different industries, different consumer representatives need to be at the table to identify these different concerns, discuss respective capabilities, and suggest legal corrections. Oftentimes folks, particularly folks in the industry, think of law as annoying, limiting prohibitions, something that needs to be worked around. But law is often most effective when it changes incentives by regulating indirectly. At the international level, law could be incredibly useful in developing norms around when states are responsible for harms associated with transboundary harms, let's call them international cyber torts, and non-escalatory responses when states fail to take responsibility for those harms. At the domestic level, states can develop prizes and tax breaks and tech-neutral safety or environmental standards that can encourage innovation while directing technological development towards a goal. States can also establish liability safe harbors for certain kinds of harms to encourage reporting and evidence gathering, which is, we need that information for oversight and system improvement. And law can also be used to set baseline requirements for insurance coverage, which can also indirectly impact industry practice. But I am not going to elaborate on that because our next speaker can much better address the power of insurance. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. And quickly, I'm going to move over to Tim because I want to, but I'll flag, after Tim's talk, one of the things we're doing that's kind of innovative in this session is we're not waiting for Q&A to the end. We had some opportunity to get folks in on industry, the industry's perspective. But if you're going to want to get in on the legal or insurance perspectives, you'll have a moment in about 5 minutes or so. But Tim, first to you.
Thanks, and thank you for the invitation, and also thanks for all the great talk so far. There's so much learning and so much insight. I'm going to spend 5 minutes, one, talking about sort of the industry challenges that we're facing from an insurance perspective in terms of cyber insurance. And as I go through this, I'm going to flavour this with automotive specifically in IoT, because I think it really highlights the challenges. I mean, you all have done such a fantastic job at highlighting all these challenges that we face. So hopefully this just sheds some more colour to it. So as an industry, cyber insurance is relatively new, comparing to, say, automotive insurance. There's certainly been no major catastrophe losses. We've had some near misses this year, but we do see, the biggest change facing us today is that rise in ransomware over the last couple of years. That's where most of the losses we've seen. And that's where most of the industry has reflected on that and changed its direction and focus in terms of how the policies are worded, what is covered, what's not, and how the industry in turn reacts. And I think it's fair to say that the insurance industry is fairly reactive to the legal aspects and policy and the technology aspects. Mitra's made a very good point of, and Jen's made a very good point that from a technology perspective, policy tends to play catch up, and I think that's true from the cyber insurance industry. There are some leads, but I think there's also a lot of reaction in the space. It comes to the second challenge that we're facing, it is really the insurability challenge. What can be insured and what shouldn't be insured. So we have an obvious exclusion around cyber warfare. But then when we look at the automotive, connected vehicles and where those liabilities lie, and Rebecca made a very good summary of the liability chain of subcomponents in a system. A connected car is a large computer on wheels. Translate that to all the other industries and where all the other large computers are. Multiply that by Internet of Things, and you're suddenly impacting farming and all the other traditional lines of business where normally we're quite comfortable with what we're exposed to. So that really means that us as an industry has to mature, and we have to understand all these complex liability chains to be able to define the right policies, the right wordings, the right legal aspects to make sure that we can actually insure cyber in all its contexts. And IoT certainly changes the landscape and makes that more complicated. One of the ways we can do that is, and we have a big drive in the industry, is around data. Short term, we look at it from a risk selection perspective. So what data can we understand from an organization that we're insuring, or the risk that we're insuring? How do we know what good looks like? How do we know what controls are in place? What data are we seeing from a organizational level? Now, that can get quite complex and quite deep. And if we start looking at sort of some of the comments that Mitra's made around the hardware layer, all those impact the insurability of the solution. And certainly one thing that we're going to have to be looking at short to medium term, if we're going to have a long-term future and a long-term market, is this concept of trusted components or trusted computing, where as an insurer insuring an entity, we can certainly look at that supply chain and look at where there is trust in the components, and look at where there is best practice, and hopefully start to take away some of that complexity of the whole system as a whole, and all the risks there, and starting to reduce that down into subsections, because otherwise I think we'll find that with IoT, and certainly with automotive, we'll start to see some very expensive products, or which wouldn't be acceptable in the market. As a reflection on today, where we're at with automotive, there are now automotive policies that do include some elements of cyber coverage. So they take elements of mainly around system failure of the connected elements of the vehicle, and they start to incorporate into the automotive policies for fleets and for individual personal auto policies as well. That's starting to become quite prominent in the States and in Europe, but it is still emerging. So to be part of this group and this industry, insurance certainly has a piece to pay, from the experience and trying to understand and support the element of connectedness. We can put insurance products in place that enable the commercialization of and the adoption, and some of the deployment challenges that we face. Hopefully that's a reasonable overview in 5 minutes of the challenges of insurance.
No, I think the challenge of all this is again, not only are we dealing with a complex system, but because of the number of not just stakeholders but perspectives, it necessarily requires us zooming along at 30,000 feet. Happily, people have responded to my invitation, and I don't see any hands raised, but I may call out some of the questions I'm seeing in the chat to both of you. And the first comes from I think it's Niam, which asks about how do we set up safe harbor information sharing schemes to address concerns. I think about not the physical security so much, or maybe it does in some ways have physical security, but the sharing of information problem in terms of the IP or the data protection associated with this particular industry. And I wonder both from a regulatory or an insurance perspective, if either of you have any thoughts on that. Maybe Rebecca, I'll invite you first.
Yes. And here's the importance of multiple stakeholders, as I want to reach out back to Jennifer and Mita and say, where do you see information sharing being most important? But I can say in terms of legal strategies, what you want to focus on is what's going to be most useful to have information about. Are we most concerned with reporting attempted adversarial attacks, right, and sharing information on different strategies that are being used? Are we most concerned about gathering information about problematic actors in the supply chain? And so it's going to be a bit of a slice and dice question about the different types of information that we're interested in acquiring are going to require different legal designs for figuring out how to encourage reporting about them. Possibly safe harbors is the idea that you minimize liability for harms associated with that things if you share information that otherwise you would be incentivized not to share, let's say about the fact that you were subject to a ransomware attack or a data breach. And that legal protection encourages that sharing of information.
Yeah, great point about the safe harbors is a tool we've seen used elsewhere, and one wonders if we could see it evolve here. I want to take the same question to you, Tim, but layer on Daphne's question, because in hearing the answer about your emphasis on data and the idea of you collecting data for insurance purposes, I wonder about whether you'd see that as at some point a mandatory part of the insurance system, whereas if you want to be insured, this is the data you're going to need to provide to us, which then leads to Daphne's question about like what other things might you see the insurance industry through its insurance policies ending up incentivizing the automotive industry or those who are involved in its supply chain and the like having to do or not do. So do in terms of more cybersecurity, not do pay ransomware. So I welcome your thoughts.
Yeah. Okay. So data sharing and things first then. So I think Absolutely. I think there's a couple of ways in which data sharing is really useful. That the cross-industry data sharing of expert data. So we're insurance experts. We're not, say, the automotive or chip experts, but understanding the threats and vulnerabilities that they see on a day-to-day basis, and for us to be able to understand that and model that helps us to define what the products and the pricing and the accumulation risks are. So helps us figure out what it is we're insuring. Certainly from an insurance perspective, standardized sharing of claims information, risk information around, not every cyber incident is a claim. So, that kind of information is all useful. It helps shape the industry, it helps shape policies, it helps shape what, again, that answering that question of what is insurable and what isn't. So I think data, and we've seen data sharing being really useful in and really effective in things like critical national infrastructure, for example. That works really well. In terms of that second question, do we see more requirements coming in from insurance? I think the answer is yes. We're in a market now where actually it's increasingly hard to get cyber insurance coverage for the cost that you may have got last year. Renewals are tough. The risk landscape is tough, and so we're trying to do everything we can to, certainly from the small and micro businesses, that we're trying to join the broader cybersecurity industry in education and enforcement of good cyber hygiene and cyber practices, because they go a long way. But I think as we start moving into these more complex risks, we're going to have to start seeing some more compound controls or some more sharing of information. Because otherwise, we don't necessarily know the depth of the risk that we're undertaking, especially when it comes to these supply chains. I don't know if there will be we'll ever get the complete picture, but certainly we do a lot of work with our clients and our insurance clients as well around how we help the end insured manage and understand their risk from a financial term. So even having a conversation between the CISO and the CFO around financially what their risk implication is of cyber is a big question for many organizations.
Thanks. So I also see that Peter, who gets a chance to speak in a sec, but let me kind of insert his question now. But now, before actually, since he gets a chance to speak, let me give you the floor.
Yes, thank you. I have one more question about the information sharing. I was wondering how much it plays a role where the company is actually based and the geopolitical dimension of it in sharing information and what impact it has, generally geopolitically, if a company, because we know that many components of vehicles are also produced in, for example, China. And so how do you see the impact of this? Thank you.
I think, I invite both Rebecca and Tim to comment. I think it actually dovetails with where I think Peter's question also kind of read about how do different national competition laws play in. So I think both questions involve kind of what we might regard as a fragmented government space, where instead of thinking about there being a single top-down structure, we're seeing regulation and insurance in multiple jurisdictions. But I don't know, Rebecca, or do you have thoughts?
No, you hit on exactly what I was thinking, which is right. The nature of this chain of problems is inherently international and fragmented, and so we need to think about and design systems that address that issue, and that's where having international norms could be important, and sort of international guidance and best practices could be incredibly useful in at least creating some baseline standardization of some of these legal approaches.
Right, and it can be standardization of the actual substance or standardization on the rules for rules, right? Like here are the sorts of things we think are appropriate to be done at that national level, and here are the things that we should be left for a more of like, say, the internet governance space or a multi-stakeholder approach and the like. I'm cognizant of our time because I do want to hand off to Pablo as our third moderator, but I thought with just the 2 or 3 minutes remaining, I wanted to actually give you both the low-hanging fruit question, which is you've talked about all this complexity, the rising need for data and the like, and I wonder, you know, as the kind of the lawyer and the insurer amongst us, what do you see as the lowest hanging fruit? What's the best leverage point for something that we might see done differently going forward to navigate this kind of connection between, you know, cybersecurity threats, autonomous vehicles, and the internet governance space? So maybe I'll go to you first, Tim, if you've got like the one takeaway you'd like folks to have, and then to you, Rebecca.
That's a tough piece of low-hanging fruit. I think the takeaway for me, certainly in this space, is you know, we talk about data, and if we take a lot of data, you know, what are we going to do with it? So simplicity is key. I think if we can break down the problem into simple terms and then build things around it, I think that's important. But also, you know, emphasizing my point of you know, basic cyber hygiene throughout the industry. If people are cybersecurity conscious all through the design cycle, then hopefully that makes our life a lot easier because we have more trust in the supply chain and more trust in the components.
So that's two things, but I like it.
It's two things, but you know, I like to push it.
Yeah, simplicity, like which I hear you also saying mapping the environment better. Like let's actually get some maps to simplify and understand Occam's razor, narrow things down, and then the hygiene point is always cannot be emphasized enough. How about you, Rebecca? What's your?
It was the most mischaracterized question in terms of.
It's just a simple question.
No, I mean, I think because of the amount of uncertainty around not where the risk is coming from and what the risks are, that the most useful thing is having more information. And I think because industry is so concerned about liability and sort of being left holding the bag unfairly in many cases, not that they're unfairly concerned, that they would be unfairly left with liability. That actually having baseline requirements to be insured is a quick intervention on the domestic law level that would raise a sort of baseline standard across the board in the domestic level. At the international level, I would obviously like to see more conversation around state responsibility for transboundary harms.
Yeah, no, I think those are both great points. I think for having covered the regulatory / legal and insurance space, it's a perfectly appropriate time to step back and either the lens aperture even further and shift to you, Pablo, to talk to us about policy and about governance more broadly. So over to you.
Oh, this is fantastic. Look, this is a very new thing. I've never seen industry players from the automotive industry or insurance experts or an approach about risk mitigation in the context of internet governance. And I think what we're bringing are very important, mostly unanswered, but in a way in their own silos. They have these questions from a long time, and it's a good time to have this interdisciplinary approach. And many have talked about the need to really start talking with others. And I think that's the motivation to bring this discussion to the IGF in 2021. And I would like to invite both Peter Davies and Ine to ground this discussion to the internet governance world. Let me start with Peter Davies. And we have been discussing a lot about complex systems, and you really work in this convergence between safety and security. Peter, help us out to ground this into what does this has to do with internet governance and why it is important.
Thank you, Pablo. Much appreciated. And I think actually it's a really important thing. So if you look at the internet, it's traditionally been a best efforts type of thing, which has been fine for the kind of IT things we've done. It's grown immeasurably based on those sorts of things. But what you've been hearing on the areas that people have been talking about is a completely different set of things. You've been talking about things where safety is the outcome that you're looking at in relation to that, where timing, not just from the point of view of so for safety critical systems, but the fact that these things have to fail safe, the fact that you have to be able to do updates. So I know earlier on there was a discussion about the UN regulations 155 and 156 is the software update regulation in relation to that. And I would pretty much guarantee that the internet is a part of actually achieving the kind of rate at which you think you might need to do updates into vehicles on a global basis. But it's a best efforts thing. How would you do that? How would you count on being able to do those sorts of things? So this disjoint between things, and you heard discussions there about people are concerned. They're fitting into areas in which, as an OEM, as a supplier of vehicles, I have strict liability. If I kill people, I have liability, different in different territories, but I still have liability that goes with that. So if the internet is going to form a major part of being able to do my distribution part of my cybersecurity, then it's going to have to make sure that it can fulfill that. And I think that's a really important part for governance. Going back in the other direction, we all know that being able to diagnose problems, being able to understand what's happening is a real-time thing. It's not that we did it at design time. So chips is perhaps the wrong example of that. It's the emergent properties, the emergent threats that you see in these things, that I think is a really big problem there. So what you're looking for is to what extent can the internet, to what extent are we going to be able to govern that so that we will be able to get the right timing information and the right things to attribute and be able to determine the sorts of things that we're looking at. And I think industry is looking for that to be something that can be achieved. But I think at the moment it hasn't been what effectively the internet has been good for. It's not been what's been the basics behind it. So I think there's a thing there where we need to step out from what we're trying to do in relation to that. I think there's a second thing in relation to that, which I guess went partly to the question that I asked. Everybody says you should share things in cybersecurity, but competition law says I mustn't share certain types of things, and that's treated differently. You can expect certain types of prosecutions. So the idea that governments, that policymakers have a really big place in saying you are allowed to share this information for this reason. Either it doesn't affect your liabilities or those sorts of things. That is something has to be written into these sorts of things to enable those on a much more global scale, I think. And that has to then fit with national regulations. So in many cases, some of the attacks that we've looked at are global scale attacks, but the only organizations, the only place that liability can be held, the only place you can look after that is at a national level. So I think, in a sense, we have to be able to look at how we do that. Just imagine that we had an attack on chips that actually stopped all food supplies worldwide. You can't hold that in a company. It's too big. You can't insure that. It's too big. So this crossover, and I heard when we talked about insurance, this aspect about cyber warfare and things of that nature, it is not obvious what cyber warfare is in relation to these. And I know that's still a discussion. And the Internet Governance Forum should definitely have an element in relation to that. So this element of concentrating on legal questions, how you establish proof, what you need, what evidence looks like, those are all elements that I think are really fundamental things that must fit with the discussions that we've had so far, but actually need to fit into some of the governance regimes that actually fit around the internet. And I guess that's probably my 5 minutes done. So those would be my instinct. That's how I think it has to fit back into not just the internet governance, but the legal regulations in each of the territories.
Peter, thank you. Now, we have Dr. Ines Stemmens lecturing futures at the University College of London. And I mean, following up from what Peter said, the first question I would like to ask you, Ines, is, I mean, as decisions need to be made, are the right people on the table to make those present and future decisions around the topics that we have been discussing?
Hey, thanks, Pablo. So what a question. Okay, I'll do my best to give some responses to that and use it as well to offer some summary reflections on what we've heard. So absolutely coming at this from a public sector point of view, and my work generally, I work with and research on the teams. So these are the people who work in policy, either in like strategy, policy design, and analysis that do. And I'm really struck by all the calls about really making sure that policy like keeps in sync and works at the pace of change working, and that there's a need for action on the policy side. And actually, Peter, your last question there about, so what should the evidence look like? That's the one I wanted to use as my segue to the stakeholder question, Pablo. Because that's part of the questions that we work on a lot. And that's the question of when the nature of the system to be supported by policy and governance is changing, what is it about the distinctive attributes of those systems that tell us about new or different types of knowledge that are needed, how that's brought into a collaborative space, what kinds of methods, processes, approaches we use to actually generate evidence for policy from that, and then how we use that in informing decision-making. Three things that have really stood out from discussion for me. The first is that it's incredible, and we're all agree that there's a great call for a need for policy to take a role in enabling this information sharing, but very struck by the nuance here in going beyond information sharing and really using that shared information to produce evidence that informs a shared understanding of how the fundamental nature of these systems is changing. So yes, one part is mapping new types of threat, understanding where they arise from, the associated harms and losses, but to really translate that into an understanding by multiple stakeholders of, and what does that mean in terms of fundamental change, different types of liability, or the way that it's going to change behaviors by different actors and stakeholder groups. And so I hear here for a policy analysis community, a need for really supporting processes specifically aimed at that, evidence about fundamental change. And a lesson we have in the policy analysis community is that indispensable, critical, is that you have fora where the value that's really supported is conversation that explores rather than where the pressure is to identify specific threats and do risk identification. So something like this, a multi-stakeholder forum where we have the creative, like, what do you call that? Like, we're free to think openly and not be criticized for not being accurate in what we perceive, but to be credited for the kind of openness of ideas that we contribute is something to absolutely not lose track of. So there's one observation. The second is thinking broad and lateral is super important, but the time horizons here that everyone is talking about, these, like Mitra was saying, at 40-year time horizons that are already built in terms of how these different chains of influence are going to cascade across multiple stakeholder groups and sectors. So the second, from a policy analysis point of view, is really asking what we have in terms of processes, methodologies, fora to do long-term cross-sectoral analysis of the consequences. Now, we expect there to be many of these technology policy fora, foresight fora, but actually there really aren't that many dedicated to that very long-term asking of those questions. So that's the second requirement we hear here. And again, in addition to information sharing, to really already be thinking about, and every time we do an activity like that, how can we work together in terms of not just sharing that information and evidence, but making it into formats that can be reused by others. So that in terms of keeping up to pace, we've really thought about the way that we contribute our insights so that others can keep learning and reusing it. And my third point is the one you just said there at the end, Pablo, about the stakeholders and how diverse we all are. And that to avoid an approach where we basically say, well, we've been in silos, so now it is about convening and having a forum and we're going to share, and that will help to really recognize that we do have different languages, meanings, and approaches by which we contribute and pool our expertise. And so there's much that's happening in policy innovation and analysis spaces about really playing around with new methods that try to address that basically recognize that you can't just summatively add different types of expertise, but that you have to support people as policymakers to explore the interconnections between that. And so those three, thinking broad, thinking long, and exploring interconnections, have really practical implications that I think are amazing recommendations to make to a policy working community. Thank you.
This is amazing. I am starting to be conscious about the time. And the first thing I would like is to see if there are any questions from the audience. I would love to see, oh yes, I can see the IGF-6 small camera in Katowice. We would have loved to be there. It's very unfortunate that we're not there, but I can see many people in the room. Anyone would like to have a quick comment or a question to the great panelists that we have had? All right, this must be so new, and I think that's part of the idea of this workshop, to bring something that hasn't been brought before to the IGF, and to leave you, the audience, with questions that we can continue to elaborate in future IGFs. So we went very much from Detroit, domestic manufacture. We talked about the nano dimension of the different parts included in this manufacturing process. So we went a little bit from hardware to software, to risk, to legal, to liability, to insurance. When have we heard the voice of the insurance companies in the context of the IGF? It's quite an important aspect of things. And actually, you left me thinking, Tim, about how the insurance companies can actually put pressure on resolving some cybersecurity issues, which is an interesting incentive to continue to discuss in the context of internet governance. And we continue to zoom out into complex systems, as Peter said, and then sort of the tools for policy making that in a broad. So I'm quite in favor of trying to bring all of this together. And for that, perhaps, Madeline, we can come back to the beginning, because you were the first one to ask these questions and frame these workshop proposals. How did you find sort of your initial questions, and now after this session, how did it go? What did you learn, and what is next?
Well, thanks, Pablo, and thanks to all the speakers and those who have raised issues in the chat as well. I just feel really energized by this. I think this is a huge problem that in some ways is kind of the elephant in the room that we have somehow been skirting around for years, or at least the years that I've been working on cyber physical systems, is that we're essentially looking at connecting these systems to an internet infrastructure that isn't necessarily governed in a way that's suitable for them. And we need to bring these two worlds together. And I think what we've done today, and the people that we've heard from, have just really highlighted a whole lot of challenges. We knew coming into this session that we will not go anywhere near resolving this. But I think what we have done is pull out a whole lot of the challenges and put them on the table. And I think other challenges were raised as well, like this question of whether we should have, representatives from communication channels, Bluetooth, etc., in this conversation. And I think that would be a good step for next year. One of the key driving, there are two big points that came out for me. One is this question of liability, responsibility, and rights, and how we can begin to unpack that and understand that in this complex context. And the other was these kind of repeated calls for policy interventions to help manage this. And I think Ina's done a great job of kind of highlighting, and also Rebecca did as well, in talking about the legal contributions that are already in place, but how we might step into this in a way that gets us out from behind the curve. But critical to that is going to be this conversation with the internet governance community about what's possible. What's possible here? What is the art of the possible in terms of internet governance, and matching up these very divergent worlds? One which, as Peter Davies highlighted, is about locking things down, standardizing, homogenizing, testing. And the other, which is about, open exchange of information, open standards, consensus-based governance. How do we bring these two worlds into harmony instead of into collision? I don't have the answer, Pablo, but I think we've started the conversation.
We had a wonderful array of panelists. I would like to see if one of them or two of them would like to add some closing remarks. Your takeaways. Luis, what are your views? We cannot hear you. Duncan.
Okay, I guess I'm back now. Yeah, no, I was just saying that it has been really a learning experience. I think we all leave this session deeply enriched by the discussion that we had here. And I'm thinking, as we did in previous kind of panels, Pablo, Madeline, and Duncan, of this connection of from like the very micro level of thinking even certification and the hardware up until what are kind of the governance structures, right, that need to be in place, and what are the governance questions that we need to kind of think about when designing an inclusive policy development environment, right? And I guess we leave this conversation just thinking, I at least leave this conversation thinking a lot about the question over what we need to do going forward in terms of designing these bridges across different groups. And I think, at the national environment, it's very specific, but what happens when we bring that to an environment such as the IGF? So I guess, I leave with that question, which I think Ine kind of triggered, what can we do? How can we design but not reinvent the wheels kind of in that way?
So for my part, I was intrigued both by Rebecca and Tim, the stepping back and surveying the landscape and the need for data and doing so. And it seems to me, we're very good in the internet governance context at mapping, right? Like who are the relevant stakeholders, and what authority do they have to speak to certain, what responsibilities do they have, relative responsibilities, and we map, right, on all sorts of internet governance questions. And it occurs that obviously, I think we're hearing that same mapping is occurring not only in the automotive industry, but the rising, autonomous vehicle industry and problem set. And I think they're going to be very different maps. I think that's one of the big takeaways we have from this session. And the thing that I think would be the most kind of interesting is to take the two maps and try and create a meta map, if you will. And as Luis says, look not just for a bridge, but bridges. Like where are the connection points at the the national level, whether in terms of the policies, the information sharing networks, the security, the ISACs and the like, where the national laws, whether it's on competition or on products liability, information sharing, safe harbors, the like, where they are, and then doing so kind of across national boundaries in the international space, particularly since, as we've heard from the very beginning of the conversation, that once we bring in the supply chain, as important as, say, Detroit is from my own country's perspective to these questions, it's not just about Detroit. That the products, the hardware, the software is being manufactured across the globe, and it's not just the final assembly of the automobile that matters. It's each sensor, it's each light, and each connection point that's being inserted to these vehicles. Where's that being made, and who their subcontractors are, and it spins down from there. So, I think, Tim's call for simplicity is a great one, and I think that map is not going to be simple. And then the question is, how do you use Occam's razor to simplify it? And doing that sort of thing might lead us to some interesting just insights if we're able to kind of create something that's coherent. So that's my own thoughts.
Peter.
So I think the other one that I think comes into this from a governance point of view, if you look at cybersecurity, and particularly in complex supply chains, which is what we're talking about here, often one person's fix is another person's problem. And where these are happening in different territories. So if you look at the spectrum meltdown, classes of things, and you look at that in the context of automotive, the fix to those sorts of problems was don't do speculative execution. But that took 25% of the execution cycles away from a safety critical component. So one person fixing it often ends up being another person's problem, but these are happening in different territories. And the other thing I think we haven't looked at enough is the data element. So certainly looking at where the training data sets exist, compared to other sorts of things. These are not all on one area, as it were. So I think there are huge elements to do with complex supply chains and cybersecurity that don't manifest in the way that simpler systems often do.
Fabulous. So we have 7 minutes, perhaps a very quick round table with all the panelists. The challenge, one sentence, you have to include the internet on it, and your key takeaway or future proposal. Jennifer.
I knew I was going to be first. The very primary issue that we have here when it comes to cybersecurity is the data, and taking a look at the future of mobility, all modalities of mobility. Data is king. It's going to be the new business model. So in terms of the internet, protecting the data might have a very different solution than protecting life and limb of the passengers of the vehicle. So there will not be a single solution. It's going to be a layered approach, much like security needs to be a layered approach. And so I'd say our primary focus in terms of the internet is protecting the consumer data associated with the connected vehicles, because that is what I think is at great risk.
Mitra.
Oh, one sentence. It's getting very, it takes a lot to convince the people, even in the automotive industry, that internet security and automobility security are two very different concepts, and new threats, new concepts, new data sharing, new policies, new law, new insurance, everything has to be thought differently when we talk about the automobility and when we talk about the internet.
Rebecca.
All right. Major takeaway, I guess it's that it's not that we don't have a law of autonomous vehicles right now. We have existing legal regimes that are governing them and are producing these outcomes that we don't like. And so we need to think about what legal interventions are needed to incentivize the different aims that we've discussed here today, as well as the ones we haven't.
Great. How about you, Tim?
Yeah. Okay. So I think it's always hard. I always think back to the buzzword of it takes a village. Security is always something that is not just the security folk. It's everybody from policymakers to lawyers to engineers to even just general people. and with the internet and with things using the internet more and more these days, that awareness, I think, is so key. And bringing communities together of different groups and different perspectives. We talked a lot about data. One thing we didn't really talk about is the different lenses and different insights people see. We talked about different governances in different countries. Those are two completely different perspectives around the same data point. We'll only understand that if we're all working together, like that village analogy.
You didn't include the word internet, but it was a very good takeaway.
As people, everyone's using the internet. It was in there somewhere.
Excellent. Before Peter, Ine.
Oh, found it. I know I'm almost last, so I should have the best sentence, but it's a really long one. So what I'm taking away, a little bit different, is one critical practical challenge for the policy practice community is that it's not only the mapping that needs to happen in information sharing, but the challenge is for the policy community drawing the boundary around where it distinctively should contribute to meet the needs for better internet and connected things governance. That's my sentence. I'll paste it, Pablo.
Awesome. Madeline, your last words to round up the workshop.
Did we have Jen?
Jen.
Did Jen give her one-liner with?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm getting mixed up. Okay, I don't have a single sentence, Pablo. I'm sorry, I didn't think I was going to be down for this, but I think what I would say in summary is that this is a discussion that we need to pick up at the IGF and continue, because I think there's a lot to explore. I think that the stakeholders that we brought together in this session are really valuable to this conversation, and there probably are more. But I think bringing these people together into the conversation that we've had has been really powerful. And I have learned a lot today and over the recent months of pulling this together. And I also think, going back to the point that you made a few weeks ago, that we need to think creatively about what internet governance has to contribute also to this, as having been a model of flexibility and adaptability. So that will be the work for us going forward this year, I think, is to think in both of those directions. And we certainly, I hope, will convene again this time next year, hopefully in person.
That's bring us to the end of the workshop, onto the next IGF, and hi to everyone in Katowice and around the world.
Thanks everyone for participating.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
everyone.
Thank you all.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you very much, everyone.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Right. Hi, everyone. I'll take that as the cue for me to go ahead and start. So welcome to this workshop of the Internet Governance Forum, number 269, titled Inclusive Governance, Models of Open Source Participation. My name is Mala Kumar, and I'm the Director of Tech for Social Good on the GitHub Social Impact team of a tech company called GitHub, which is a Microsoft-owned company where more than 73 million people, software developers globally, choose to collaborate on and host their code. GitHub is the platform of choice for the majority of the world's open source tools, applications, and projects, including in the public sector and in the social sector. And in fact, much of my team's focus is on open source capacity building in the social sector, which includes all organizations working on the Sustainable Development Goals. You can read more about our work at socialimpact.github.com. So today I have the privilege of moderating this session, and I'll be joined by, I think, three, because unfortunately Saeed Chaudhry is unable to join us today, but three esteemed panelists covering a broad range of work in open source governance. So the panelists are Samson Gadi, co-founder of Open Source Community Africa, Kriti Mittal, entrepreneur in residence of Medear Network India, and Dusan Milovanovic, the lead health intelligence architect of the World Health Organization. So welcome, panelists. Thank you so much for being here. I'd also like to thank this section's rapporteur, my GitHub policy colleague, Peter Xian. Hi, Peter. So this session will last about 1 hour, and in a minute, I'll highlight a couple of global challenges we see in open source governance before turning it over to our panelists, who will each have about 5 minutes to speak about their work. We'll then have 25 minutes for question and answers before closing out the panel, and audience members during the Q&A, you can use the raise hand feature on Zoom and I'll recognize you to add questions. And I believe Peter's in the room to field any questions in the room itself. So with that, let's turn to a couple of points on open source governance, and I'm going to attempt to share my screen. All right, here's a recap of our panelists for today. All right, so a lot of challenges and opportunities we see in open source software governance overlap with, I think, broader internet governance, and this might be in part explained by the fact that a lot of the modern internet is really fueled by open source software. There are kind of a lot of ways that we can think about these two terms, but for the purposes of today's session, we're going to refer to open source software as tools or applications whose code is publicly available on the internet and under an open source initiative OSI license that permits the user to use, study, change, or distribute the source code. And then for internet governance, we use the UN Secretary General's working group definition, and the term refers to the development and applications by governments, the private sector, and civil society in their respective roles of shared principles, norms, rules, and decision-making procedures and programs that shape the evaluation and use of the internet. So a bit of a mouthful, but just so we're all on the same page. So it is important to note that there are differences in how open source software is produced and used in the social sector and the public sector than the corporate sector writ large, which now in modern era is the biggest contributor to open source software. One of those issues really is around funding in the social sector. Tends to be around new software projects rather than strengthening existing tools and solutions, which makes open source software and its governance challenging. The social sector also tends to focus on open source software with graphical user interfaces as a standalone application, meaning that there's some kind of interface that allows a person to manipulate the code or to perform a function without actually touching the code. Whereas open source software and corporate tech tends to be something like infrastructure tech that doesn't necessarily have that GUI. OSS, open source software, is also perceived differently in countries. So we're currently running a project now focusing on 4 low and middle income countries, including India, Kenya, Egypt, and Mexico. And we've seen, because of the way that tech ecosystems have evolved over the decades, there's a different association with open source software. In the United States and Europe, there still tends to be a democratic association whereas, for example, in India, the majority of the people we spoke to, software developers, really associate open source software with corporations because that's how they were oriented into that field. And then finally, it's important to note that many open source tools and applications are meant to be deployed in low and middle income countries are built in high income countries. And so inclusive design and participation, especially in the era of remote work where it's harder to get to field-based operations, are major obstacles. All right, so our panel today has a really fascinating geographic approach to their work. And so if Samson is on the line, I'd love to turn it over to him to talk about his work with Open Source Africa. Samson, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
I can. All right, please go ahead.
Oh, great. Hi, everyone. My name is Samson Gadi. I am the co-founder for the Open Source Community Africa. It's an initiative that I and my friends created roughly around 4 years to define and lead conversations around, the way open source is perceived, while also trying to define what open source means in the continent Africa. We basically focus around awareness, so giving people the opportunity to understand open source, to its in-depth, from software to community to licensing to governance. So one of the things that is quite interesting within the organization is the fact that it's sort of like centered around 3 different aspects, which is the
I believe Samson might have dropped off. Yeah, that's a good suggestion. So everybody who's on the Zoom call, if you don't mind switching off your video to save bandwidth for those of us in lower bandwidth areas. Samson, if you can still hear us, please continue. Okay, I think Samson has dropped off, so why don't we go to Kriti actually, and please tell us about your work in India, and then we'll bring Samson back in.
Sure, thanks, Mala. Am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. Hi, everyone. I'm Kriti Mittal. I work at Omidyar Network India, where I lead the initiative on open digital ecosystems. As a philanthropic impact investing firm, we invest in both for-profits and non-profits, and also support government efforts and research in sectors like education, financial inclusion, emerging technology, and digital society. Oh, sorry, Peter, I just saw your message. I thought we were to turn our videos off. Anyway, hi again, everyone. So just to give a bit of a, I think Samson is back. Do you want me to continue?
Yeah, go ahead. And then once Samson is up, we can go. Thanks.
Sure. So the Open Digital Ecosystems or ODE initiative, really focuses on population scale digital infrastructure. So for example, things like digital identity, digital payments, data infrastructure as the sort of horizontals, and any large scale government to citizen digital platforms across sectors like healthcare, education, urban governance, agriculture, etc., as the sort of verticals. And so our work sort of spans, both these axes. And the context in which we began this work, is really that in India, digital infrastructure has seen a paradigm shift in the last few years. From what used to be these end-to-end tech systems existing in silos to what we are seeing now, which is a much more sort of open tech, paradigm, where there's an emerging understanding that digital infrastructure should be modular, should be open source, and should have open APIs, etc. And this whole story really began with Aadhaar and UPI in India, which is the digital ID and payments rails, but has now become the sort of go-to model to build GovTech, across sectors. So now we have these government-led digital infrastructure missions, such as the National Digital Health Mission, as well as some interesting open protocol-led approaches coming up as well, such as the Open Network for Digital Commerce. And while this new approach is much more collaborative and therefore has the ability to reach a large scale quickly, it also poses some big risks, especially since the regulatory landscape here in India is still evolving. We are yet to sort of fully put in place laws around the flow of personal data as well as non-personal data and protections around both. And so the perspective that we're really trying to bring through our ODE work is a greater emphasis on what we refer to as the non-tech layers of digital infrastructure, which is essentially the governance and community building layers. And just to maybe I'll not go into the framework much in my opening remarks, and maybe come back to it in the discussion. But just to give a couple of examples to make this a bit more tangible. So one of the efforts that we are supporting here is to create an open data platform for all public data that can act as a kind of base layer for all kinds of open source innovation that can happen on top of it. This is called NDAP, or the National Data Analytics Platform, and is being developed by Niti Aayog, which is India's planning body and government think tank. And what NDAP will do is it's going to offer all government data mapped to a common schema. So essentially common geographical and temporal identifiers, and then sort of offer all of these data sets up in a user-friendly platform so that you can easily sort of do analysis across population scale data sets which are currently sitting in departmental silos. Another one that we've supported is an urban governance platform developed by a nonprofit called the eGov Foundation. This is now being used by hundreds of municipalities or city governments across the country to provide a range of sort of digital services to residents, from grievance redressal to sort of property tax collection to building plan approvals, etc. And it's completely open source. And in these and many other such platforms, the technology part is not really rocket science. What we've seen is that a lot of effort is needed in getting the design and implementation right for the governance and community layers. For instance, should there mandatorily be a public body that acts as the institutional home of a digital platform that serves so many people? If not, then who should be held accountable and how? Do we need new laws and regulations to prevent exclusion of people who are on the other side of the digital divide now that these platforms are mediating, essential services as well? And how do we protect citizens' data while at the same time encouraging open source innovation? These are some of the sort of critical questions that we're hoping to sort of support more work on. And in addressing these kind of issues, a huge role is played by open source communities in sort of building inclusive open digital ecosystems. Not only do they help build and maintain this critical infrastructure, they've also been creating the localized and context-specific solutions and use cases on top of the core digital infrastructure. And secondly, OSS communities play a big role in ensuring transparency and accountability. Just to give a quick example, the platforms that the Indian government used for contact tracing during the pandemic and vaccine coordination were both made open source after some pressure from civil society groups. And now open source volunteer developers have been contributing to sort of catching and fixing bugs in these platforms, as well as highlighting and exposing issues of data privacy. So much so that the government stakeholders themselves are now acknowledging and recognizing the potential of open source and acknowledging that open sourcing these platforms led to many improvements. I think let me stop here and would love to hear from the other speakers, and perhaps in the discussion I can talk a bit more about the sort of current challenges and opportunities for open source in India.
Great, thanks so much, Preeti. I believe Samson is back on. So Samson, if you'd like to continue, and I will go off the camera to help with the bandwidth situation.
Sure. Sorry, I'm still traveling. Like I said, I lead a project called, or organization called the Open Source Community Africa. Originally started as in early 2018, late 2017. And the reason why we started creating the Open Source Community Africa was just for the opportunity to get to connect, the rest of Africa into open source. Like I mentioned earlier, before I went off, diversity is something that is super huge. And as being an open source maintainer myself and contributing to a lot of projects that are based in the US or Western centric projects, there's a lot of misconception about like how open source or how open source contributors from Africa are like in terms of data. For example, some projects only support things like Afrikaans, which is like one language in South Africa, and definitely not, people in West Africa, because I'm Nigerian, so definitely I don't speak Afrikaans. So like having to see those challenges, I had the opportunity to get to meet with some of my friends that are building communities and also into the open source community space. So we created the Open Source Community Africa with the ability to, work into defining what open source is in the continent Africa, but also to build awareness. So it was kind of a two-way street in terms of like what we do. And within the organization itself, we have we created a flagship event, which is big, called the Open Source Festival. It's kind of an under 3 days event where we bring people locally, but also abroad, and then we host them in a space, and they talk about everything open source, from Web3 to blockchain to web development to technical writing. Basically talking about a lot of things that could develop the human capital, but also one of the interesting one that I'm proud of is the fact that we created a local city chapter program, and just like the way it's been said, it means that we basically bring open source down to the local communities. We started in my city, so I live in the probably the third largest city in Nigeria, called Port Harcourt, which is the oil based city. We started in there, and the reception was great. And then we moved over to the largest city in Africa, which is Lagos. And eventually we moved over to a different part. And one of the concepts of having the city chapter program is to have the opportunity to not just open source means in the community. So we sort of create a framework that enable or empower the local communities to take open source and to sort of like open source definition and make it local to them. So that means that people can now take things and make it very local and then solve local challenges. So the city chapter program basically support things like that. And as of right now, we support roughly around 60 to 70 cities across Africa. I think in terms of the how we define it, there's a lot of representation from West Africa. Obviously, we also have in Eastern Africa. We do have some couple in Southern Africa, and I think some other fewer ones in Central Africa, where we're trying to see how we can support people over in the northern part, because again, there's the language barrier in terms of like Arabic, so which is something that we've been trying to solve. But again, the Open Source Community Africa is designed specifically to work on advocacy, but also to localize what open source is to the continent of Africa, because of course Africa is not a country; it's a country with over 50 countries, and out of that demography, my country, although Nigeria, happens to speak over 500 languages. So like trying to like generalize things are things that are a little bit crazy. So that's why we're working really hard to define what open source is in Africa using the Open Source Community Africa. So I think that's kind of a general overview of what I run here in the continent.
Great. Thanks so much, Samson. I've spent a couple of weeks in PH, and I think at surface level, I was shocked to hear that you had such success with open source in that city with the dominance of oil and gas. So congratulations on all of that. Next, we'll hear from Dushan on your work at the World Health Organization and its global focus in government.
Thank you, Mala. Hello, can you hear me? Right, thanks. Hello, everyone. And thank you, Kriti and Samson, for really interesting overview. I think I hope I'll be close to what you're doing, because it's really exciting to hear the ideas in India, and there's some overlap with what we are thinking on the global level as well. And Also, what I'm going to tell you a little bit more about our new plans that we find exciting as well, closely correspond and need initiatives like Samsung has all over Africa. So as Mala said, I'm a health intelligence architect in WHO, and that's maybe a relatively new term. So I'll tell you what we do first, and then I can leave details for discussion. So, I mean, the WHO is, everybody knows WHO is kind of policy-making organization and agency of United Nations that basically is responsible to coordinate efforts related to the population health on a global level. But there is one part of the WHO that is more operational. It started back in 2015 after the first Ebola outbreak in Western Africa. And within the mandate to strengthen and coordinate global health security, the World Health Organization conducts ongoing global surveillance, maybe you know that, for public health threats and hazards, including early detection, verification, and then rapid assessment of risks to provide timely and actionable intelligence to decision makers in all stages of health emergency management, from prediction through prevention, preparedness, response, and recovery. People know about traditional disease surveillance or have intuition about it. And it's really about collecting data about patients and lab results and the different relevant biomedical and behavioral and socio-demographic information and diagnosis of specific diseases, and then compare trends over time. And basically comparing the trends, trying to understand what is going on based on the new information about disease incident in any particular place. So this is a traditional way. Now, when you combine this information with an objective to basically detect that something is going on before it becomes official information, and when you then, in order to understand that unofficial data, you need to have access and basically compare and put this into the context. So basically gathering more information about geography, social factors, environment, travel and trade, animal health, environment health. Then we start talking about something that we name public health intelligence. So basically public health intelligence itself is a core function of public health, one of the core functions, with objective to generate actionable insights for decision making. So that's a background of what we're doing. And then in that context, not only because of the lessons learned with COVID-19, but because of our couple of decades experience and more in the public health domain, we got an opportunity finally to basically start practically with a new approach. We gave it a name, collaborative intelligence. And that name has been heard recently when the new hub, WHO Hub for Pandemic and Epidemic Intelligence, has been inaugurated. And basically that term captures the essence of WHO's new approach, collaborative and intelligence. So basically to improve the assessment and management of public health risks, the collaborative intelligence, public health intelligence is needed across 4 areas. And this 4 areas is important for then discussion about, how to practically achieve this collaboration. So first, we need multidisciplinary collaboration, which basically is a synthesis of many different types of contextual information about the circumstances in which pandemics, epidemics occur. So I said it's a context, it's important. Then we have multi-stakeholder decision-making, that is a second area that needs to be addressed. And that means interaction across many stakeholders in political, public policy, scientific, civil society organizations, I would say private sector as well, who are then required to use pandemic epidemic intelligence outputs to manage and respond when there are public health emergencies or to prevent them. In order to have this collaboration and to make it really possible, we need to establish a trust architecture. That's our 4th goal, which is basically global trust architecture. I don't mean only technology. Technology should support the global platform that promotes greater sharing of data, information, insights, and knowledge between communities and countries for public good. I come from WHO, so when we say countries, we mean every single country, not some countries. And it's not about continents and countries and geopolitics. It's about all of us living in the same planet. And the fourth aspect and the fourth area, alongside the multidisciplinary collaboration, multi-stakeholder decision-making and trust architecture, is basically a technical part. We need to provide a truly distributed information exchange. And in that context, it's really interesting what Christy referred to in India. So basically, we're also working on knowledge sharing through developing from scratch, basically, because we don't have a global network of information systems and data sets that facilitate effective human-machine decision making or using or augmenting, human decision making with machine processing. We do have a World Wide Web, as we know, and this is Internet Governance Forum, but World Wide Web, unfortunately, as some of you might know, is not used in a way it is used in different disciplines. It's not used in health. And I don't mean only public health. It's across the board, from healthcare, from individual health to population health. So basically, the intention is that the new WHO Hub for Pandemic Epidemic Intelligence will be catalyst for creating this new approach. And underlying the collaboration and collaborative intelligence is the concept of open innovations and the technology part of it, which we call open source or open source software. And I would say openly sharing of data, information, insights, and knowledge. So what are we going to do about that? Well, for the first time in our history, we plan to tackle this problem in an organized way and to provide the support for the communities and projects that would like to use or create open source software or openly share information, insights, and knowledge. So we'll create a new open source program office within the context of WHO Hub for Pandemic Epidemic Intelligence, but that would be truly WHO open source program office that should support and provide support to any projects internally WHO, but also worldwide. And with that, maybe just a few notes or reminders about where WHO stands really when it comes to collaboration and what's our point of view. So basically, the working principles behind these projects and primary initiatives of the WHO Hub are maybe the following 6. First, we need to make sure that we have ethical design, and Mala mentioned a few valid points just minutes ago. So basically, intelligence systems will have to adopt approach to achieve data privacy and confidentiality, security, ethical use of information, from clinical data onwards. So this is really promotional integration of information and custodianship of data at source, rather than taking data from the source and then process it. It will help and basically support sharing of data insights and participation. So that's one important thing. Then equity. Being WHO and harnessing the mandate and role of WHO, the hub will work for the benefit of all populations, as I said, and particularly address the unfair and avoidable differences in access to intelligence systems and knowledge and insights, and then also participation, irrespective of social, economic, demographic, geographical factors. Then we, of course, naturally will foster exploration, innovation through different approaches. As I said, this is an entity that should collaborate with the external world. Then multiplicity, of course. I mean, it's not possible to achieve this big goal with having just one initiative or a couple of projects, for example, sitting in WHO. Really, we want to foster collaboration between people and reuse, as Mala mentioned, which is a rare thing these days. Interdependence. We are all interdependent, and not only technology-wise, but also, we're interdependent with nature. So we have this one health approach, meaning we don't only monitor human but animal and environment health and the planet as a whole. And then I will end this opening remark with reminding again about the openness as the other principle. Basically, WHO Hub will promote the use. I would say already promotes the use and creation of open source technology solutions, as well as the widest possible access to insights to generate public health intelligence activities. And then this includes development and promotion of platforms and tools that are available to members of the public and that maximize citizens' science opportunities as well. And with that, I will stop with opening remark. Over to you, Mala.
Thanks so much, Dusan. Yeah, thank you so much, Preeti, Samson, and Dushan for those interesting insights. Every time I listen to you, I learned a lot more, so appreciate that. Before we turn it over to questions from the audience, I do have a couple of questions myself that I'd love to pose. So Preeti and Samson, especially, you've both mentioned quite a lot about the non-technical aspects of open source. So we all know that open source can refer to code, which can be many different types. It can also refer to text content or data, which I know, Dushan, that's something you work with a lot. I was wondering, Preeti and Samson, if you could tell us more about the community building aspects that you focus on, because that's such a critical part of open source that I think honestly is underplayed both in education and just really with dialogue.
So you want me to go first?
Yeah, sure.
Sure, I can take that. So, you know, in the open digital ecosystems framework, we essentially look at all digital infrastructure as having these sort of three layers, right? The core technology, the governance, and the community layer. And when we talk about the community layer, we're really referring to, a few different groups of people. You know, one is the entrepreneurs and open source developers who build not only the core digital infrastructure, but also the solutions on top of it. And then there's also the civil society folks who ensure, continuous improvement and hold the government to account. So just to give an example, you know, the civil society engagement around the digital ID Aadhaar in India actually led to a fundamental right to privacy being enshrined in the constitution and legal guardrails on where and how, Aadhaar may be used. And coming to the current state of open source communities and the kind of sort of challenges and opportunities that they face in India, I think one of the so there was a study recently conducted on the state of FOSS in India by an organization called Civic Data Lab in partnership with us, and I think one of the things that they found is that in spite of a huge volume of open source usage from India, we do seem to sort of lag behind in terms of valuable contributions and innovations, in spite of the large tech talent pool. And so they spoke to folks in some of the larger OSS communities, and some of the reasons that they uncovered were one is that the organizational capacity to really sustain a group of mostly young, volunteer developers over a long period of time is really lacking. And they need all kinds of support from government incentives to, some of the large tech industry employers also creating the kind of spaces where, this kind of work can happen. I think secondly, FOSS-led technical education hasn't really permeated at the ground level, except in a few states in India like Kerala, which has a rich sort of history of open source advocacy. And thirdly, there's also not enough, commitment and to open source support from, some of the mainstream IT companies, etc. Right, as well as the government, which, in spite of having a policy on paper about preference being given to open source technology in public procurement, has not really necessarily been able to implement this. I think just want to mention that in spite of many of these barriers, one of the great examples of how open source communities have already contributed to digital inclusion in India is the collaborative work that has happened on creation of Indic language tools, fonts, dictionaries, and other pieces of this localization layer, which is really essential in for digital inclusion in a country like ours with so many so much linguistic and cultural diversity. And exactly what Samson was saying about the African continent as well. I don't know if I've answered your question, but
yeah, thank you. Samson, if you have a few remarks, and then I see we have a question from the audience, so I want to make sure you get to that.
Sure. Can you hear me? It's good. Okay. Yeah. I think the technical aspect of open source is, in my opinion, I think it's already sustainable. I'm an open source contributor myself, and I've been in a minute project for roughly around 11, 12 years now, like basically more than half of my life, I guess. And I think for me, the reason why I'm particularly focused on community is because that's where the biggest problem is in open source in general. There's still a diversity problem, and also obviously like there's a pipeline problem. particularly on the continent. The way the open source community Africa started was when I went to Mountain View for the first time and attended a conference in Google. There was a project that I was helping Google to run. Basically, about 99.9% of people were definitely not Africans, right? And I told myself, I was like, okay, this is something that needs to be fixed. And I had a chat with the team, and they were like, oh, at the moment we can't, obviously a remote was kind of a myth back then, where it's like, oh, we don't have any staff in there that could support, regionally. There's a lot of things that we need to like work on, that we need to definitely get into. Of course, the programs were global, but obviously they were like lacking that defined definition. So I had to, take it upon myself, and of course, with some of my colleagues to, basically work on the pipeline side. As of right now, the population of Nigeria, using Nigeria as a case study, roughly around 60% of the population are under the age of 30. So what that means is that every single day you see someone coming into tech. If you go to Tech Twitter right now, there's someone, jumping into one framework or jumping into one language or even getting a job, but no one is basically, the numbers of like collaboration, building open source tools, there because of obviously the recent effort that's been happening on the continent. But some people don't really see it as something that they could participate on, or even see it as a way to like join. And if you look into like, I think GitHub actually highlighted some of the efforts using the Octoverse. I think there's a Made in Africa list right now of a bunch of open source tools that are coming from the continent. There's even one specifically for Nigeria called the Made in Nigeria list, being maintained by one of my friends called Ace Kid. To show that, the community aspect of it is as important as the technical, because of course, the effort I've been doing for quite some time and been able to drive basically the technical aspect of it. Like one of the most popular open source project right now on the continent is called Chakra UI, which is basically a JavaScript framework that a lot of companies and individuals are using abroad. So what I'm trying to do is to build the pipeline, but of course trying to make sure that we have a lot of projects that are out there coming from the continent that the world depend on. So that's kind of like why I think the community aspect is as important as the technical aspect, because we sort of like drive the numbers. Driving the community numbers basically drive, the technical aspect of it. So I kind of see them as a joint effort. So, yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much, Samson and Preeti, for those insights. I see we have a question from the audience, so please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Asim Adil, and I'm an IT consultant. I'm based in Frankfurt. My question about, I always believe on open source, and there is a lot of big community which is providing a lot of different solutions. Focusing on that can help us to develop some kind of infrastructure. But when we come on the government level, we are aware about the data vulnerabilities, and now we are facing a lot of digital threats. Do you think like there should be some open source software assessment framework or something like that, that while selecting some chunk of code, you can actually assess it and you can evaluate that if it is usable for you or not? Is there someone, do you know, who is working on it?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I wish Saeed were here. I think you would have been perfect to answer this question, but it is an important issue that you raised about just the security and the vulnerabilities that are inherent to any government service or offering. I think, Dushan, since the World Health Organization does work quite a lot with different governments, would love to hear your perspective on this. And then Preeti, I know you're a researcher, and I'm sure the Indian government has come up quite a few times in your work, so I'd love to hear from you after, Dushan.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Thanks for the question. It's a really important question that I'm not sure I can speak in the name of the governments, but I can certainly speak in the name of the WHO and what we do together with IT department. So basically, I told you that we have this plan to create an open source program office that should provide multidisciplinary support, legal, procurement, capacity building, community, and technical. And so, the governance part consists of technical parts as well. So before agreeing and securing the acceptance of all the stakeholders at WHO, I need to talk with the head of cybersecurity, CTO, and the others. And basically, it boils down really to if you want recommendations and development methodology. So if you want to use open source software, so basically we're building a number of recommendations for suggesting the steps you need to take. If you want to use some open source software, or if you want to provide open source software before design. Before doing programming, you need to do the proper design, the architecture. Within context, you need to also assess and make sure that security and confidentiality rules and principles are applied. Security when it comes to the software and communications, confidentiality, privacy, or data protection in general when it comes also to data architecture as well. So this is our approach. It's technical. And I think that the problem is technical rather than governance and principles. And there is also, in my opinion, from experience, it's really difficult to have one-size-fits-all framework. It can be on very general level, yes, like development methodologies and which questions needs to be asked first. But to have a technical framework, a tool that can help you to basically answer these questions is really difficult. There's this vulnerability checkers, for example, GitHub, that we're using in WHO. It works nicely for us, I would say, so far. But these are just tools that would apply in some cases and would not in some others.
Kriti, anything to add?
Yeah, I think the only thing I'll add is, in my sort of limited non-technical understanding, when it comes to government adopting open source, the degree to which, the data security and data privacy are concerns, really depends on the type of data that you're looking at. So there, now in India, there's a legally defined personal data and non-personal data. And I think the government's understanding has evolved on this quite a lot in the last couple of years, given the sort of legislative discussions that are happening around these different types of data and what are the kinds of, security and privacy concerns around these. But in my sort of discussions with government stakeholders, at the Ministry of IT and so on, what has really come to the surface is that it is not that these are not really the primary barriers for government to adopt open source. What is really a barrier is the how to do procurement, and that's a whole different problem to solve there.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for that. Just to kind of go off the point that Dushan made. So from a product perspective, the tool is called Dependabot. So basically, if you're ingesting any kind of open source packages, then Dependabot will scan all of your code and then tell you what you're using. And so you can do something called an action, which is an automation to basically automatically update your software every time something is released that's, a new critical security update, for example. And then I definitely hear what Kriti's saying, that a lot of the barriers to open source. So a lot of my colleagues will say that open source is never inherently any less or more secure than proprietary software. It's all about the structure of the code and how well it's done. And then even open source can get around some security barriers because it is open and transparent. So it's in some ways easier to troubleshoot the issues. I see we have a question from the audience here on Zoom. So Alan, would you like to go ahead?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. Okay, first of all, my name is Alan. I'm from Kenya. And mine is more, I don't know whether there are questions or comments, but just regarding maybe the overall discussion that is going on. Personally, I've been involved also in areas around open science for quite some time, mostly around in the education system and also in health sciences specifically. So I would probably touched on most of the speakers, because even Kenya itself actually is a member of the Open Government Partnership, which we are actually a true key. So whatever was being mentioned in India, I think I relate quite really well in terms of Kenya. And I think in Africa, I think Kenya is one of the leaders when it comes to the Open Government Partnerships. But also when it comes to I don't know exactly what the department really means aim to, because I know UNESCO are really doing a lot of work also in terms of the open science part of it. I don't know exactly when the WHO wants to really leverage open science. Are they talking of biobanks, of open biobanks exactly? And also, does it also mean also having guiding principles, especially related to the collection, processing, and use of storage of human data? I think those are some of the ethical issues that maybe I want to really hear exactly how WHO is working on that. And especially, I know UNESCO personally have been really quite involved in areas around open science, because someone asked about open science framework. I probably can refer them to check the UNESCO website. They just launched it last month, the UNESCO recommendation on open science framework. It's an agreeable document by government, and it was endorsed last month by the UNESCO Governing Council. So those are some of the areas around open science taking place at the moment. But nonetheless, great discussion happening at the IGF.
Yeah, thanks for the remarks, Alan. I think your point is actually it's a pivotal thing that we're talking about, and around which we are organizing the approach. So there are a couple of aspects. I'll answer you directly. That actually, yes, we're talking about creating an environment for the true open science. And I'll tell you how we see that. So you mentioned the data side of it. And the data side of it is complex as it is. Open Biobank, for example, if you refer to UK, Open Biobank or any other, is a reality. We have these initiatives on many places. And for obvious reasons, information there has its own confidentiality, and as Kriti mentioned, depending on the data, there are different aspects to the privacy, nevertheless. So how do we? Because I'm an architect, I'm more on the solution side. I can tell you more about solution side than governance and politics and whatnot. But on the solution side, what we plan to do is a couple of things. First thing is very ambitious, and that is really to create a network. If you want to annotate all this information using a linked data principle, meaning really to expose this information for the first time ever on the World Wide Web. To expose the types. So what exists there, not the values that might be confidential, but for the first time to create the possibility to search for information if you don't know about existing biobank. And then, it's also between data custodian, between data owners primarily, and I mentioned citizens, because actually data owners are citizens, and some citizens already have initiatives to share their data. You don't need to pay them. There is in the global north or more developed countries, there's an idea to monetize information, to basically incentivize people to share health relevant information. And then some polls show that this is a wrong initiative, because some people will pay you to use their information. You don't need to pay them. So basically, there's a lot of work to be done there. But on the technical side, we acknowledge the fact and reality that will stay forever, that we won't be able to take information that might be useful and then process it somewhere outside of where it sits in a secure environment. So we want to have this solution of linking on the World Wide Web all these different information systems. And number two, if it's not possible to take raw information or some kind of values, then we can process information there where they are. So some kind of federative analytics. And that brings me to a second aspect. Open science, and that's less talked recently. We and some others are trying to raise the topic. Open science also means open analytics. Most analytical models and most of the analysis, every single analysis and data brings bias with it. And most analytical models, especially these more advanced ones like machine learning and similar, are pretty much opaque and closed, especially if they come from the private sector, but also from the public. So, you have a function and you don't know why some weights or certain variables are put by the author of that model in the way they are, because we don't have mechanisms and, if you want, information and communication technology infrastructure to open and explain these models. And, COVID-19 and government decisions are the best example of that. Actually, we don't know what's going on 2 years on. I mean, and we have models that are based on the previous knowledge, but also these models are not fully clear to everyone. I mean, maybe I can give you one example briefly and stop with that. Maybe it's interesting. So we had a discussion 1 month ago, maybe in Berlin, in Technical University Berlin, in Fraunhofer Heinekenz Institute, with a number of very smart people from applied machine learning lab there, basically talking about what we are doing and what they're doing and exploring ways for collaboration. And they presented a very interesting model to predict transmission of a SARS-CoV-2 virus in a closed environment. And basically to classify the probability between high and low probability as a threshold, they used what they believed the scientifically proved concept in which if you are closer to than 2 meters to a person for longer than 5 minutes, you have a chance to have a very high probability to be infected. And actually, it was interesting because one of our colleagues who was on the meeting in WHO at the very beginning of the onset of this outbreak. And that was a decision, a guesstimate decision made of the meeting because we don't have facts and criteria to know. This is difficult to know. And this is now inbuilt as a fact in many models worldwide. So, we don't have, it's maybe in the minutes of meeting, that fact. But, we need to expose this information. We need to say to the world, okay, this is, a minutes, it's time and place, it's a spatial temporal information, but it's not based on fact, it's assumption. So this metadata, it's assumption, and where it comes from doesn't exist. So this is a big, big problem of having true open science. And maybe third part is, but that's another topic completely, is this publish or perish in academia problem in which, you really don't sustain your research on a topic. You simply need to publish what's publishable, and publishable what editor of the magazines think it's publishable, not really what the topic is. So yeah, that's our take on the open science, and we will address all these 3 aspects in the hub.
Thank you, Dusan and Alan, for those insights. So I have a couple more questions if there's nothing else from the audience. So the first one is for all the different aspects of open source, whether you're talking about open mathematical models or code or text or governance, when it comes to the actual community building aspects, what do each of the panelists think needs to improve or change? So Dusan, since you're on the subject, why don't we start with you?
Yeah, I think I said that actually it's really going back to the basics where we were maybe last century or so. Maybe just to continue what I said and then to add another dimension to what I said, which actually answers your question. I think we have industrialization of knowledge. I mean, again, I'll speak from the health domain. You have something called digital health. And personally, I don't know what digital means. I'm technology, I'm information communication technology engineer, and computer scientist. I know what digital and analog means, but why putting digital next to health? You have intelligent health. Is there unintelligent health? So these are all buzzwords, for different things. And then worst of them all, you have healthcare industry. I mean, it's not an industry. It's a private relationship between attending physician and a patient, and everything depends on that trust. Everything should support that trust. We are far away, especially in the developed world, from these concepts, and I think that actually hinders, openness, including open source software. In my experience with, and I won't call them big tech, I will call them hyperscalers. I like this term because I think that's the most closest to what they really do. So all these big tech hyperscalers, basically when we work with them, if they want to open source, they will, for example, suggest Apache 2.0 license because they would like to fork it and have then copyright if it's useful, if they can commercialize. Or actually, commercialization is okay if they want to put a property. So if you want to use, for example, mathematical model, you need to pay the royalties. And this is very, very dangerous game that we're facing, and it's ongoing, especially now with COVID-19. So we need to change the culture. I mean, I know it sounds like utopia, but we did it in the past couple of times. Some were wrong, some were right. So yeah, it's less tech, it's more culture and approach.
Great, thank you. So same question to Samson and Kriti, and then I'd also like to add a concluding question. So how can people get involved in your work, and what would be a meaningful contribution to you? So Samson, would you like to go?
Sure. So for me, I think the most important thing here would be from the governmental side of things. I think that's what I try to work with the African Union to try to get more reach. So I think more reach in terms of like local communities will be very important for me. But also I think obviously the biggest aspect of one of my biggest challenges obviously has been coming from funding, but I've been able to like think about clever ways to like bring funding into the project that I run. So basically, the Open Source Community Africa run a one big event called the Open Source Festival, which we use to like get to like pitch to corporate companies, and we get funding from those organizations, and then we get to get that fund into the organization and then spread it across the smaller community that we run locally. So I think the most important thing here would be to, work with communities, organizations, or nonprofit, including governments that would basically help in terms of like getting more funds. But aside from that, I think awareness is as important as the funds. So yeah, that would be my ad.
Great, thanks so much. Kriti, if you could respond quickly.
Yeah, sure. So, Mala, in the Indian context, I think when I think about, what should be the way forward or what needs to improve, to support open source communities here, I think the key sort of missing thing is a kind of institution that can bring together both capital and capacity building. And so one of the ongoing conversations, that we've been having is the idea of setting up some kind of open source center of excellence that can act as a kind of institutional backbone for promoting the development and adoption of open source software. And a range of interventions, can be housed under this kind of an institution, from, advocating for open source led curriculum in tech schools to facilitating collaboration amongst the existing open source communities to funding and incubating high impact open source projects, especially for sort of population scale use cases, to many other such initiatives, including some of the ones that Samson spoke about that he is working on with the Africa open source community as well. In terms of collaborations, actually, I think some of the folks on this panel are a great example of the kind of collaborators we would seek. So you'd love to learn from folks who've sort of set up successful, sustainable models of open source communities in the developing country context. GitHub as well, we've been speaking to you in India as a potential partner for the Open Source Center of Excellence. And similarly, Dushan, to bring in sort of learnings in terms of sort of digital infrastructure at a very large, and thinking about it at a very large scale. So yeah, pretty much, anybody who's working on large scale open source use cases would be a great potential collaborator for this kind of work.
Wonderful, thanks so much. Alan, I know you had a quick question, but unfortunately we're almost out of time, so I will do my best to make sure that question gets answered after this panel. Thank you all to the audience and of course to our panelists for joining today. I know it's always challenging with hybrid events, but I do appreciate your patience as we got everything settled. I think just a quick closing remark. So there's obviously a lot of expertise here in this room, and I think one of the expertise that's kind of undervalued really is just cross-sectoral, whether it's the private sector, the social sector, or the government, public sector. There are institutions and organizations that do very well in different aspects of open source governance. And so I do encourage you to reach out to people at different parts of the industry and really figure out how to play off of those strategies. So thank you all for coming, and have a great conference. Bye.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united. We all live.
Hi, everyone.
Hello. Can you hear me all right? Is my connection okay?
Yeah, that's great. Thanks. Yeah, it would be nice to have this this test before we start.
Just checking from my side as well. All good? Lovely.
All good. I can hear you fine. Apar, hello.
Hello. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, now it's fine. Great.
That's
Let me just check. Rafa and Maurilia, are you able to open up your mics as well?
Yes.
Okay,
Hi,
good.
everyone. Hi.
Sorry, what was the question just now?
No, I was just asking if Rafaela was able to open her mic as well.
Okay, sorry.
Because the plan is actually, I mean, she's going to coordinate the questions from the audience as well. So I think it will be able for her to participate in organizing the comments and contributions from the audience. Is there anyone from, I mean, there's user IGF6, anyone from the organization, any tips you should provide to us or guidance and orientations? I just saw on the chat that there will be a video and then we can start, but apart from that, all good? Yeah, I think it's all fine, right? We're just waiting for Rodrigo, then the last panelist. I'm not sure if we're in a separate room or this is the actual room where everyone's going to be participating, everyone who joins in. I'm not sure if we're going to kind of broadcast or have more like a meeting format. So that would be my questions to the people who are hosting. Hi, Rodrigo. Hi, Rodrigo. Can you hear us?
Yes. Hi, everyone. It's okay.
Great. Welcome. Thank you all. Now that you're all here, thank you for accepting the panel, the invitation. I'll just, I think we talked to all of you. I'll just make a brief introduction of 5 minutes. And then I was just thinking that I will, of course, say your names at the times that you'll be contributing, but I think it's up to you to say anything about yourselves and your field of expertise, what you're working at the moment. So I'm not gonna extend myself in terms of introduction. I'll just do a quick introduction, and then, if you will, you can add some more information about yourselves and the kind of work you're doing and etc. Is that fine to everyone? Okay, cool. Thanks. Okay, so thanks. I'm just talking with the chat. Not sure with who, but thanks a lot for the informations. And then all the participants will be able to open up their mics and make the questions in the second stage. So that's fine. But I'll also say if anyone wants to write on the chat, that Rafaela will also be alert in terms of gathering the questions and contributions. Welcome everyone who's joining. We should start in 3 minutes. So thank you for being here.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
Hi everyone, should we start? I guess so. Internet issues, I think the video didn't go as it should. But in any case, I'd like to welcome everyone. Thank you for your interest. Good morning, good afternoon, or good night, depending on where you are, to everyone who's present on the session. We hope everyone is fine, healthy, and in a good mood today. My name is Paulo José Lara. I'm head of the Digital Rights Program at Article 19 Brazil. I'm a social scientist with a PhD in politics from the University of London. And together with my colleagues Rafael Alcântara and Marília Gagliardi, we will coordinate this panel called Democracy and Online Voting, Challenges and Innovations. We thank the IGF for preparing and developing the event under such complex conditions, and all of those who were interested in attending and participating. Initially, I would like to quickly describe the format of the session so everyone is aware. We will start the process at a time when the president was losing popularity and attacking democratic institutions and political opponents. This massive campaign used disinformation practices and polluted the legitimate debate on advances and improvements in digital and electronic security, in addition to suspending the possibility of an open and democratic debate on the complexity of Brazilian electoral process. In many cases, responses to these attacks coming from the opposition to the president also showed a lack of understanding about technology, logistics, and legitimate concerns about the current status of the alliance between technology and democracy. One of the responses by the Supreme Electoral Court was to present the elaboration of a project to study the modernization and transparency for the Brazilian elections called Elections of the Future. This idea is still in construction, takes the consideration the studies of adoption of votes over the internet in some cases. As a way of contributing to the debate on the evolution of voting technologies and participatory process, we propose this panel to learn about experience and hear experts on this aspect. Knowing that the political and electoral processes are not limited to the technicality of solutions, but are presented as a social pact that needs trust, legitimacy, and transparency, our intention is to address some aspects of the problems and novelties that arise in this scenario. So initially, I would like to welcome you all and start our debate with the contribution from Dr. Rodrigo Silva, expert advisor at nic.br. So welcome everyone, and the floor is yours, Dr. Rodrigo. Thanks a lot.
Hi everyone. Want to thank Paulo and his staff for the invitation. I feel honored to participate in this workshop. It is a privilege to share this moment with you. I'm Rodrigo Silva, expert advisor at nic.br. It's a network information center in Brazil. And I'm an election observer in Brazil, especially in new vote technologies. My first impressions of e-democracy are that I believe in the internet vote process because it is an emerging topic. However, I still have a very conservative position in adopting internet voting, especially in Brazil. So let me explain my position in the Brazilian case. In Brazil, the starting point of e-voting occurred in 1989, election in Brusque, Santa Catarina state, using microcomputer to collect votes. It's an experiment and not a project by the Superior Electoral Court. Pay attention at this time because the issue of security is not exactly the main point, but the objective is to speed up the process of totaling and disclosing the electoral result. The idea of the vote collector was adopted years after it began to improve it in a joint effort with Superior Electoral Court, the Army, the Aeronautics Technology Institute, and the National Institute for Spatial Research. From this point onwards, the security of digital vote is mandatory in the technology adopting electoral process. The first official e-vote elections occurred in 1996, mayoral election. Approximately 100 million voters, about 30 million voted through election ballot box. Today, of course, the numbers are different than in 1996. In 2020, the population comprised almost 200 million Brazilians, of which 150 million are voters. The country has 5,568 cities and 492,000 voting places, requiring almost 6,000 electronic vote machines. We can observe that the Brazilian electoral process is a complex logistics. And this is a problem because the security chain of the e-vote process is vulnerable to security breaches. In this case, the human factor in the security chain of the e-vote system. Throughout the elections, questions arise about the security of the electoral process by the academic community and the political parties. So we can see that in 25 years of the Brazilian vote system, only 4 officials were public, and of them presented some failure or vulnerability. Between 2009 and 2014, there was an obligation for the public test. The results of 2012 were not well liked by the Superior Electoral Court because of the vulnerabilities found in the source code. The Superior Electoral Court has chosen not to conduct public security testing of the e-vote system in 2012 and 2014. According to the Brazilian government, there was an internal test without the publicity of the results. Only in 2016, by the resolution 23444 in 2015, tests become mandatory. Again, about public tests, 2017, 2019, 2021, all of them presented some failure or vulnerability. The current president of the Superior Electoral Court announced the project Elections for the Future in 2020 to replace electronic voting machines with the use of internet voting and also the adoption of blockchain and DLT technology for the next elections. After 2 meetings with the project team, I can consider my thesis, of course, it's one of the pillars for the president of the Superior Electoral Court to give up, adopt internet voting for the 2022 elections. However, the Superior Electoral Court realizes for the first time that the adoption of new technologies in the electoral process is necessary and imminent, and it adopts the election for the futures projects as a parallel improvement process without running over the current electronic vote system. I understand that it is the right decision, as any digital transformation in the government platform must reach a degree of maturity before being fully implemented. So I conclude my first impressions. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Rodrigo, for this panorama of Brazil. And now I give the floor to Florian Marcus from Estonia Briefing Center. He's a digital transformation advisor. So Florian, the floor is yours. Thanks a lot for being here.
Thank you so much for the invitation. Hi to everybody. Greetings from Tallinn at minus 17 degrees and snow right now. Hope you're well. So I want to tell you about the Estonian experience of what we call I-voting. We say I rather than e-voting because this is not about electronic ballots or anything of the like. It is that you can vote through the computer that you have at your home or through your laptop. Since 2005, all elections have been conducted both on paper and through the internet, through personal computers. So whether you're thinking about local elections or national elections or even European parliamentary elections, also the European Commission has recognized our voting system for that. I want to give you a very, very quick look at how it actually works. So I will share my screen with you. And so what you have to do is you have to download this application, which is obviously free, provided by the government. You've got different ways of logging in. In Estonia, an electronic identity is compulsory. So you can log in with your ID card, which looks like this. You can also log in with something called mobile ID through your mobile phone, as the name implies. I'm just going to enter a random phone number. This is obviously a demo version. I would now get a notification on my phone that says, hey, check this control code, enter your PIN. This is obviously my real name and my real personal code. We click proceed. We will see all the different animal parties that are running for the elections in the forest. Let's take the Flying Squirrels party and the European Flying Squirrel as the candidate. Very good educational and tax policies. So now we have, are you sure that you want to vote for this person from this party? And when you click on that vote button, again, you would get this control code and you have to enter, it says here as well, your PIN 2, which is what we call the legally binding digital signature. When you enter this, the result is, wait, I will stop sharing my screen for a second. The result is this here. So you get this message, hey, you voted successfully, the vote arrived at the voting server. There is a QR code where you can check whether the vote, the way you gave it, arrived unchanged at the voting server. So whether there was any attempt to change your vote. There's also a notification that says, hey, if you feel like you were coerced, if you feel like there was any sort of influence from outside, you can change your vote. In Estonia, every election period is 10 days long. The first 7 days are digital. And so during those 7 days, you can vote again and again and again. Obviously, they don't count all of the votes. They only count the last one. So you have that flexibility. And if you feel like during those 7 days you were always under pressure or under threat, you can still go vote on paper on election day, and your paper vote will cancel the digital vote that you gave before. This has, there are different ways that we can discuss inclusivity. In the last European parliamentary elections in 2019, 47.8% of all the votes that were cast online. We did not see online voting drastically increase the voter participation rates. So it turns out if you want to vote, you will. If you don't want to vote, you still will not, which is okay from our opinion. What we have seen is that we appeal to different groups more than to others with online voting. So contrary to perhaps the expectations that you have and also that we used to have, this is not about all the young people, all the urbanites voting online. It's actually quite, I don't want to say the opposite, but it's a much more mixed picture. Especially the elderly, statistically speaking, they live in more rural settings where the next polling station is further away. Especially the elderly may have physical impairments that keep them from going to the next polling station. Also, Estonia is a small country, 1.3 million people, and we have around 35 embassies around the world. So if you live in one of the countries that does not have an Estonian embassy, you're out of luck. Right now, the situation, if you're an Estonian in Latin America, is if there was the option to cast a paper vote through an embassy, you would have to fly to Washington, D.C. And the truth is, people will not do that. So online voting really, especially for smaller countries, it helps rekindle relationships with Estonians abroad, as well as with those that perhaps have trouble going to the physical polling station. So yeah, that's just a very brief insight from Estonia. Looking forward to your questions and also the other presentations. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Florian, for this very interesting presentation of the system. I think we all would like to hear a bit more, and we'll have time to do that. Now, I'll pass the floor to Meredith Applegate, who's a program consultant for Sri Lanka and Bangladesh at the International Foundation for Electoral Systems. So, Meredith, welcome and thank you for your presence here.
Thank you so much. Thank you, all the organizers and my fellow panelists. My name is Meredith Applegate. I'm a program advisor for the International Foundation for Electoral Systems, currently based in Colombo. So slightly warmer, sorry, Florian, than in Estonia at the moment. I focus mostly on inclusion and electoral access, and I was one of the co-authors of IFES's white paper on internet voting. So as we all know, elections are a cornerstone of democracy, and good elections follow a set of crucial international principles like transparency, accountability, and inclusion. And for the purpose of my remarks today, I'll focus mostly on this last principle. on the opportunities, but also the significant risks that internet voting provides that could either enable, like Florian was talking about, or actually deny the meaningful participation of marginalized communities. So the UDHR, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, requires that elections are held under the principles of universal and equal suffrage by secret vote. And Article 29 of the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities requires that voting procedures, facilities, and materials are accessible and that new technologies are used when they're appropriate. And Article 7 on the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women states that state parties must do everything they can to eliminate discrimination against women in elections. But importantly, all of these stress the importance of secrecy, of non-discrimination, and in the case of the CRPD, explicitly state that voters have to be free from intimidation. So internet voting presents a really interesting tool in this case for election management when it comes to inclusion and access. So on the one hand, remote internet voting, meaning voting from a personal device outside of a polling station or a controlled environment, potentially offers a range of really accessible options that would benefit a number of groups. So a remote voting internet option could potentially provide populations with difficulty accessing a polling station or materials for any number of reasons, the ability to exercise their right to vote. And these reasons could include climate, conflict, disability, logistical challenges, the cost of traveling, or being part of a migrant or diaspora population. And there are also benefits around independence and privacy when voters with disabilities in particular can vote from home. So voters can use their own assistive device like an adapted keyboard or software such as screen reader or voice recognition to mark the ballot, which is not necessarily available to them in a polling station. It's also important to note, however, that some of these benefits also apply to more traditional absentee voting methods such as mail-in ballots. And if internet voting is being offered as an option, while the polling station is still another option, all of these options have to be accessible. So offering internet voting does not get you off the hook for making a polling station accessible. However, remote internet voting, where poll workers are not present to control who enters a polling booth, or where there are not external officials available to intervene when an electoral violation takes place, can also have really devastating implications for the secrecy of the vote and for individual enfranchisement itself. So violence against women has reached new heights under the COVID-19 pandemic. A recent global study by UN Women indicated that 1 out of 4 women state that household conflicts have become more frequent and that they feel more unsafe in their homes since COVID-19. Women with disabilities and women with intersectional identities are even more likely to face violence. And electoral observers, even in a traditional election at the polling station, struggle to report on gender-based electoral violence because so much of it does not take place in public spheres. And in a number of countries, family voting, where a single member of the family illegally casts votes on behalf of other members of the family, remains an issue. So by removing voting from a controlled environment, those who faced violence at home, violence being defined as physical, psychological, or economic violence, may face any number of scenarios that would impede their right to vote freely, secretly, safely, or even at all. An abusive partner could dictate how they cast their ballot. A family member could pressure them to vote in a certain way, potentially with consequences if they do not. And these consequences could be physical violence, deprivation of finances, or even a home. Or the head of household could decide that it's not right or necessary for any of their family members to cast a vote at all and deprive them of the use of potentially a limited number of devices that are connected to the internet. So Estonia actually does a really interesting job to mitigate this coercion by counting only the last online ballot or allowing you to go to the polling station to have your vote. Your final vote is the only one that counts. which nullifies the internet vote. And this can allow people who were potentially coerced into voting for one candidate to go and change their vote, of course, if they are able to travel to a polling station or vote again online. But ultimately, there's no perfect solution against coercion if we're talking about a remote system. And then we have to revert to voting in a polling station in a more standard environment where principles of secrecy and non-discrimination are ultimately a lot easier to preserve. So while there are a number of opportunities that internet voting provides that could make elections a lot more accessible and inclusive for everyone, there are also a lot of really important risks to consider that any country or election management should take into account. Internet voting shouldn't just be instituted because it's a novelty. It should address certain things, and there need to be immense considerations made, a holistic analysis of the political, social, and economic context of a country. And this is not to say that there haven't been some successes, for sure, but the experiences of one country do not necessarily translate to a success in another. So, thank you.
Thank you, Meredith, for this heads up and interesting also panorama about the situation, particularly on vulnerable populations and the social consequences that might appear when taking the internet voting. Now, I would like to pass the floor to Apar Gupta, the Executive Director of the Internet Freedom Foundation. Just noticing that it's very interesting to have people from many parts of the world to check the experiences, knowing that the problem must be addressed locally, and there are different cultural issues, political issues, geographic issues as well. So it's been very interesting to hear you all. So Apta, the floor is yours. Thank you for coming as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Paulo, for inviting me for this conversation. I've learned a lot from the remarks of the previous panelists. And there's a lot of local context which supports the inputs of Rodrigo, Meredith, and Florian. There is utility in remote voting through online methods. However, there are incredible amount of concerns as well. And hopefully I'll be providing some local context in terms of what are the particular developments which are occurring in India, given that it's rapidly embracing digitization. Prior to stepping towards that, I'd like to state certain fundamental understandings about the electoral system in India. The elections in India are held by an authority called the Election Commission of India, which has 3 commissioners. And the general elections are held every 5 years. It happens to be one of the largest exercises in the world, in fact. It's presently done through a form of in-person electronic balloting through electronic machines which account the ballot choice of each individual in designated areas which are spread all across the country. So it takes sometimes weeks for general elections to be conducted. The principal basis for the electronic voting has been to underline that the costs which are involved in general elections, even in the state elections, because we are a federal country, can be reduced to online voting, which will be a much more scalable, implementation. And second, the time also which takes to conduct the polls as well as to poll the ballots can be reduced. So the arguments quite often are made not only towards inclusiveness, which may happen in specific geographies, but it's also towards efficiency. But do they actually match our practical experience? Now, at present, about 6 days ago, the Union Minister for Home Affairs, Mr. Kiran Rijiju, he responded in Parliament that there's at present no pending proposal received from the Election Commission for conducting online voting for the 2024 general elections. However, we do notice a movement towards it in a recent pilot which was implemented on 20th of October in a district in Telangana state. Now, the initiative for the e-voting system was taken by the Telangana State Election Commission for a local body election, and it developed an application which includes a voter's name and matches it to their Aadhaar cards. The Aadhaar is the Indian national biometric system, which has fingerprint and iris scans already alongside the demographic details of a person, and thereby utilizes biometric-based authentication to establish the identity of a person who is asserting it. Now, this application, in addition to matching a voter's name to the Aadhaar cards, also implemented a live detection of an individual through matching their face with the electoral voter identity card. So there's a second database. The first database is the National ID database. The second electronic database is the Election Commission's own database of registered voters. And I'm underlining this importance because we also need to understand that the National ID database, to some extent, will be talking to the electoral database, and a technical audit with respect to this at this present point in time has not fully been done as to what will be the data exchanges which will be involved as well. Now, in addition to this, the voting app will also be used to record voting. For the authentication of a valid voter, the process will have, and I'm reading from the press release, it will match the name associated with the Aadhaar, the liveness detection of Aadhaar, and matching image corresponding with the electoral voter identity card database. So the databases are being pulled together inside the application, and there is every possibility it results in some kind of record which is also taken. Now, since elections necessarily deal with extensive voter information, including address, party affiliation, birth date, and many much more things, what is important to point out is that India does not have a data protection law which applies either with respect to general data protection or even with respect to the conduct of such online voting mechanisms through smartphone applications. And it is imperative to ask that how efficient would the TSEC vote app, which is this voting app, be in recording the voting in light of privacy concerns and the need for confidentiality and the secrecy of the ballot, which is quite important in places such as India. Now, in respect of this, there are also other legal objections which come in. For instance, India's national digital ID has been ruled by the Supreme Court not to be made mandatory. It can only be demanded in specific circumstances where establishing a person's identity is necessary, and it needs to have a foundational framework of a legal authorization, and then have a three-pronged satisfaction of standards of necessity, of legitimate purpose, and proportionality. None of this exists. There is no underlying law even for these pilots at present. And also, you can also examine that the additional data fields which are being taken, for instance, the liveness which is being taken of a person, which will invariably involve a level of facial recognition technology being into place. So where will this data go? How long will it be retained? How will it work? All these concerns may draw a very large question mark as to the safety of voting. And in places such as India, where you have large amounts of sectarian-based division based on identity politics, as well as a person's religion, caste, language, even gender, this can have very, very strong impacts in terms of undermining the confidence of people to actually vote by itself. So I just wanted to bring this up, and these opinions by my are not my own opinions. To a large extent, these concerns have also been voiced by former chief election commissioners, essentially people who were at the head of the election commission and have now stated, for instance, Mr. Qureshi has stated with respect to this specific deployment, quote unquote, that it is a dicey proposition because elections are conducted with the total trust of voters, political parties, candidates, and the public at large. Full stop. One has to see it during the voting, the voter ID, the environment, in brackets, that is to say if there's any coercion, and the security of ballots cast till the time of counting are maintained. So what I would say is that our experience in India to a large extent has been that any kind of digitization which is rolled out can result in new problems being presented. For instance, with online voting, it can result in exclusion. it can also result in fake votes as well. And till the technology matures to a reasonable extent, in very critical state functions such as voting, it would be a point of undermining trust of people towards exercising the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Apar. And you bring a very interesting idea of connected issues that also have relation to the adoption of electronic, online, digital voting, and so on, which are very important for us to have in mind. So just to remind you all, I know that there are already questions from the on-site audience, but now I would like to quickly go back to the panelists to see if they have any comments, additions on what have been said about the 5 contributions we had here. So I think many topics were raised, topics of that connects the different expertise and so on. So I would like to know if Rodrigo, if you have any comment or addition on any other contribution, or you would like to complement something that you have already said. So just between 3 and 5 minutes, and then after this another round, we'll go for the contributions from the audience on site or the online audience as well. So thank you, Rodrigo.
Oh, I have. Thank you so much. So little points. First, it's about the election in Brazil. I think it's needed to change. First, to change the legislation. The electoral process does not need to be one day, like today. Second, the rule may be optional in areas with few voters. Finally, we needed to digital identity to learn, like from Estonia's IGF model. It's very good. And the challenges about the iVote system, the fellows panelists saying, firstly, new technologies in elections need to look to the process, technology, and the people involved. It's really important to say that. A second, don't forget that out of this is under the holistic view of the entire election process, technology, systems, regulations, and of course, politics. And e-voting or any hybrid model cannot transfer the responsibility of security, trust, or facing, and credibility to technology only. It's my computation for my speech, and I would like to have a questions to Florian. Florian, I have been in Estonia in 2018, 2019. We met in 2019 once. The Estonian internet vote is only part of the electoral process, right? In my opinion, Estonia and other countries have the same dilemma of the lack of transparency, vulnerabilities, and failures of the electoral process. Do you understand that Estonia trusts the iVoting process? And do you believe that coercion in the electoral process can be avoided by technology? I'm done.
Thank you, Rodrigo. So I'll pass straight away to Florian, who could answer Rodrigo and also add some other topics to other panelists or yourself, Florian. So it's up to you, the floor.
Yes, thanks. I'm going to reply to the question first, and then I want to raise 1.5 points myself. So the question of trust partially, I think, comes inherently from Estonians' positive experience over the last 20 years. So if something has been working really well, and the government has always been quite transparent if and when something does go wrong. So like that you just have this open communication between the government and the public. I think that's very important. With regards to the trust in the online voting system itself, that's something that I forgot to mention during my presentation. I will share my screen for literally 10 seconds. The source code for the online voting platform is also public. It's on GitHub right now. So if you are an IT specialist and you want to, dig into how exactly the votes are being delivered and counted and encrypted and so on, you can. This is actually part of our international observer protocol as well, because we have international observers, not just for the paper votes, but also for the online voting. And I think what helps build the trust in the system is that it's an option. So we're not forcing anyone to vote online. If you don't believe in the process, that's okay. Vote on paper. So it's just one of the options that we provide. The one point that I wanted to add, sort of in agreement with Apar, is that of course new systems also raise new problems and new challenges that we didn't have to discuss beforehand. One of the things with online voting, where also Estonia had to make a choice, was either do we value the secrecy and the privacy of the vote itself, or do we enable end-to-end accountability? So making sure that I can verify that my vote really was counted. And so we came down on the side of privacy of the votes. So you can only check that. So in Estonia, with the QR code, you can only check that your vote successfully arrived at the voting server. Over there, your identity is being separated, of course, from the vote before it is being counted and processed. So this is a decision that every country would have to make one way or another. The point that I want to add on top of this is very simple. Let's make sure that we measure any innovation, any new system, by the same standards that we put to the old systems. So let us not try to expect any God's work that paper voting itself hasn't provided for centuries. Quite to the contrary, I would say they can be very complementary with each other, just as they are in Estonia. There is no need to push anyone online. It's perfectly fine if it's an option, and it helps solve some problems that paper voting has. And paper voting still exists in case you have any issues with the potential shortcomings of online voting. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Florian. So Merijit is with you. The floor is yours now.
Thanks. And I learned so much from this discussion, so I'm really grateful for my other panelists. One thing that I think was really interesting, because it came up in several remarks, is how important the digital ID system is and an electronic civil registry, and that it's essentially required for a successful internet voting system. And I think it's also something to think about when you talk about inclusion, because in so many countries, marginalized communities, for example, voters with disabilities, internally displaced populations, are much less likely to have identification or access to birth certificate records. So Estonia has an incredible architecture for digital identification, an immense civil registry, but for countries that do not have this infrastructure in place, looking at how that's an essential aspect of internet voting, I would say is really crucial. And then also looking at, if you're going to digitize your civil registry in order to have internet voting, who is going to be missing and who is most likely to be missing from that registry?
Thank you, Merijit. So now up to Apar. So Apar, you have your second round.
I like to pass on and invite audience feedback, because I went last and I had the opportunity already to factor in from the panelists' remarks.
Okay, no problem. So I know that there's a question from the audience. There's Alexander Isavnin, who says that would like to share the Russian iVoting experience, but I'm not quite sure if it's his on-site or online. I guess he's on-site. So if Alexander is there,
yes, I'm on-site. Hello.
Okay, thank you, Alexander. So if you could share with us in 5 minutes your experience. Thank you for your participation.
Yeah, a few minutes. If I get too long, just inform me about this. So Russia have 2 years of online voting experience. as the Russia have a state services portal where nearly each citizen have possibility to get login and password, and this is mostly used as main identification. We already trying to observe. We already got the following issues. First of all, the system, and we actually have two systems. Moscow, as a country inside a country, has its own electronic voting system. And last year, the Federal State Election Commission developed its own system. So last elections, this September, we had two working electronic voting systems. Both of these systems are not transparent. So technical tasks for development of this system have not been published. So we do not know how these systems are organized internally. Bits of code have been published on GitHub, but mostly the web interface of these systems. There is no possibility to watch how the voters list have been formed. It is said that it's except of list of offline voters, but there is no public possibility to check it. Also, unlike standard observation at elections, when you have possibility to see how voting commissions checking IDs, and you have a transparent ballot box at the polling station, the system is not transparent enough. It is said that blockchain is being used, but what we see in the published code on some of an official information, blockchain is used just like database, so it does not have traditional Bitcoin or public blockchain issues. Also, modern mathematical methods for protecting voting secrecy have been used, like two agency or its developments, like HESU protocols. So some voting results with anonymized votes have been published publicly. And actually it was made statistical analysis saying that winners, pro-governmental candidates has very strange pattern of votes casted. Like on Sunday, there was a lunch of voters for pro-governmental candidates. So we see that's really, really difficult to observe and affect development of such system in somehow hybrid or authoritarian regimes. The situation is still in development because during the latest elections, opposition candidates won on the paper voting stations, but lost because of electronic votings. They claimed to the courts, and it appears because there lead a really little number of official documents related to electronic votings, Russian courts just ignore any arguments related for electronic votings or its issues or in transparency. So the situation is on development. I'm a member of civil audit of this situation. We're trying to collect documents, collect opinions, and I hope maybe will be possible to make a final report or statements till the spring. So if you have questions on issues of Russian electronic voting, please feel free to ask. Also, I would like to say thank Estonian colleague because after Russian elections, we were able to go to Estonian elections, a part of an observing missions, and we definitely can say that Estonian elections are much more observable, much more transparent than our Russians, while Russian propaganda was promising that Russian electronic elections are more transparent and fairer than Estonian. So we have seen that Estonian elections are definitely much more transparent than Russians. If organizers would like, I can contact them and provide more information. And if you maybe have any questions to me during the further discussion, please feel free. I'm here on session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexander, for your contribution. I think it's very interesting, and I would invite everyone, if they want to share their contacts in the chat, That would be interesting. Later on, we'll be writing our emails, and this can serve as a point of contact to everyone who wants to know more and get in touch to discuss further those issues. I'm not sure if the Alexander's point was the point that was mentioned previously to me from another question of the on-site audience. So I would like to ask if there's any on-site question besides Alexander's. Is there?
Okay, first of all, thank all of you for demonstrating your points. So my question is namely to the representative from Estonia, and I'll clarify why. So I'm from Georgia, and the last two elections in Georgia have been very important and also controversial. And there is an opinion that in case we digitalize the elections, few points will be fixed. But then about digitalization of elections, there is one concern, the concern of security, and this is the point why I asked to Estonian. So from which point does the concern of security arises? So there's two key points. First of all, Georgia faced, alongside with conventional warfare, cyber attack from Russia in 2008. And secondly, Russia enjoys meddling in the elections of other countries as well. So, as we know, Estonia also faced cyber offensive from Russia in 2007 after the scandal of bronze soldier statue. And my question is, how much debate did they have about digitalization of electoral system? Do they feel secure now in terms of another cyber offensive or meddling in terms of electoral processes? And what would be the recommendation or suggestion to Georgia in the similar case? Thank you.
That's a lot of questions. Yeah, so you mentioned the 2007 cyber attacks by a country that we officially do not know who it was. It's worth pointing out that, yeah, we had online voting before, so 2005. So the practice had already been established that it's possible and it's just another service. The effect of the 2007 attacks was primarily the lesson that we saw that our systems worked. It was primarily different kinds of DDoS attacks, so basically just trying to overload servers with a lot of access requests. There has been not a single data breach or incident of data copying or changing from government databases or citizens' data. So that was overall it was a good sort of crisis communication test, but it was not an incident that would have made the population or politicians question whether we're on the right or wrong path. As a reaction to those attacks in 2008, the NATO Cybersecurity Center of Excellence was founded in Tallinn. So we're sharing our experience through those channels with all kinds of different NATO members and other affiliated states. About the Georgian experience and what we are also practicing to this day is white hat hacking. So, paying people to check whether your systems are as secure as you would like them to be or as you believe them to be. And also, I think the transparency of the source code really does help. It's understanding that for many countries, it's very tempting to develop things behind closed doors and then, just push them live. But the more of your source code is public, the more you give other people the opportunity to find potential problems. If you have just a development team in-house of 10 people that work on this for a year or two, there is a risk that you have a mole inside of that team, so an intentional weakness. There is the potential that somebody just missed something and nobody sees the source code, so you only find out when it's too late. So going transparent and testing your own systems through third-party providers, I think that's a very important combination, and I encourage you to go ahead with it. Thanks.
Thank you, Florian. I would like to ask if there's any other questions from the audience on site. If not, okay, I think there's one. Sorry, I cannot see very well because it's a very far away, the camera, but I think
Hey,
you
what's up?
can let me know. Yeah, hey, hello.
Yeah, I had to
So
be
the floor is
fast
yours.
because people here are very interested. So I'm another Alexander. I'm Brazilian. So I'm really excited for this discussion because I think it's fascinating. I think that in 50 years from now, the technology is exciting. We'll be able, mathematically to encrypt the vote and also have the transparency as well. But I think what my colleagues here are bringing up is that very social aspect, we see countries like Estonia and Switzerland experimenting with online voting, and it seems to be going very well. But if we think for larger democracies where there is a lot of mistrust and political bias and politicians, populists trying to utilize, undermine the trust on the system. So I'd like to hear a little bit of what are the social implications that adopting these online voting systems could have, and the big democracies that we see. Because if a tiny detail goes wrong, it could be a catastrophe. So I think it's fascinating, all the examples from the colleagues over there, and I'd like to congratulate all of you for sharing. It's really, really interesting to have, voting for several days and trying to give people all the options to avoid coercion. But I'd like to hear a little bit of the take on the social impact and political impact that online voting could have. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand your name is also Alexander, so thank you, Alexander. I would just like to ask if maybe we can take a word from Meredith and Apar about this issue, about the social impacts and examples that you have seen in terms of what kind of how careful we need to be in terms of adopting such technologies in contexts that are slightly different from the ones we have previously listened to. So I think if you agree, Meredith and Apart will contribute quickly with this question. Thanks a lot.
Sure. Would you like me to go first, Apar, or do you want to jump in? Okay. I think it's a really important question because across all types of the election process, the perception of fraud can be just as damaging as fraud itself. And the same goes for trust and security. So even if you have a really robust and secure system, if there's a really fragile trust in the institution and how the process works, it really doesn't matter how secure your system is because the loser will tear it apart. And the public may believe them. And there's some really interesting public survey information that we did in Ukraine, which was just sort of asking the public, do you think that online voting would be a good idea? And, about, I think, 30% of them said sure. And then if you ask them next, do you think it's safe? And only 20% thought it was safe. So if you're going to have to do internet voting, you have to address issues of public trust through really, really robust outreach campaigns by doing things that Estonia does very well, extreme levels of transparency. But again, if your government is not transparent to start with, then you're already really, really fighting an uphill battle when it comes to introducing any type of new technology, but particularly internet voting. Apar, over to you.
Thank you so much. And I think the social element becomes incredibly important because we don't innovate or deploy technology for the thrill of technology itself. As somebody pointed out, it's not about the novelty of the process. And I also acknowledge that we should consider it fairly objectively, marking out the impacts and the positive value it brings, contrasting it with paper-based ballots as well. But there is a middle point there as well. We have gone towards electronic voting machines or EVMs in the middle, and it has reduced costs. It has increased the facility of the Election Commission of India to count the results in a shorter period of time. And even with that, there are a large amount of question marks which are raised again and again. So the first point is actually transparency. In existing frameworks where there is a lack of transparency and it is compromised in certain state systems, then you cannot proceed ahead with a degree of reliability and trust in the system itself. Because even with the electronic voting machines, the argument which has been adopted by the Election Commission of India has been security by secrecy. We won't allow audits. We won't give the machines out to independent researchers. And that ensures that the machines by themselves are secure because nobody knows about them. But machines are also stolen. And we know about this because it is reported in the press. So you need a higher degree of establishment of trust in the system through regular amounts of checks which are done technically in terms of audit processes. Now, above and beyond the technicality, why is it important in a social context is that then people have a sense of faith that then they're going and exercising their ballot, whether in a polling booth or they're sitting on their smartphone, it counts. And if that doesn't happen, they start, removing themselves from the electoral process largely. The second issue I want to bring up is that electronic voting, even when it will be made, let's say, consensual, completely in a country like India, you need to take into account that the cost of an average smartphone is a person's 1 month's salary. And this is as per the Alliance for Affordable Internet. Now, what will happen is, even in a consensual system where higher income groups who can afford the smartphone will vote, you may have a degree of resource deployment which will constrain the amount of physical booths which are there. So the physical booths which are there for the 2024 elections will not be the same in number, same in facilities, same in security deployment in 2034, 10 years later, because the state will restrict its budgetary allocation for physical polling, relying on online voting by saying that it serves greater degrees of efficiency and more people can vote and the voting percentages are increasing. But that will be voting percentages from higher income groups, people who are in metropolitan areas. And why I can foresee this, and I say this is a reasonable hypothetical, is because we have seen the same amount of technocratic implementation in other state schemes, where anytime you introduce any form of digitization, it displaces an existing system without an objective audit as to the benefits which are resulting for people.
Thank you, Apar. Can you all hear me? Because I just have a sign on. Okay, so nice. Thanks a lot. Just add a quick note. I mean, to comment a bit on the question of the social consequences for that. In Brazil, we have like parts of the territories in big cities and in the countryside, which are controlled by militias, for political militias, who actually gives, in many cases, the internet connection and provide internet services for a big part of the population. So it's important that you all mention how complex in terms of not only the strong legislation that guarantees, the personal data, but also culturally, it's different to see. I mean, in Brazil, for example, we have one Sunday election. So every election is done in one Sunday where people go out from their houses to the polling stations and then back, and then the result is made 1 hour, 1 hour and a half after the poll is finished. In some cases, for example, in India, you have days running the electoral process. And it's important to notice as well that any modification and adoption of new technologies should accompany this sort of legislative and cultural aspect so people can understand and have confidence in the process. So I think this is a great take from the contribution of you all. I think I would like just to, I know that Alexander said he could reply on also political implications, and I thank you, Alexander. But before that, I would like also to see, I understand that there is some people who wants to have contributions who haven't got the chance to contribute before. Not sure if online or on site, is there anyone who wants to contribute a little bit who haven't done it before? I don't think so, right? Okay, so Alexander, yes, up to you.
Hi. Sorry.
Oh,
sorry, I
there's
was
one
running
person.
from back. Hi, I'm Bahia.
Yeah.
I'm just going to have a real quick question. Maybe Florian can answer it. But since they said they're really transparent and we already talked about security implementation of an online voting system, I would be interested in resources and costs. So are they transparent? How much did it cost to implement this? Or like even in percentage? Because I think that's always a big problem. And it seems like a good opportunity to have both. But of course, it seems to be quite maybe not affordable for a lot of countries. So thank you.
I'll take that straight away, yes?
Yes, please, Florian, and then we can go back to Alexander on site. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is one of the biggest misunderstandings. Digitalization only works in smaller countries because of cost or something. It's quite the opposite, actually. Estonia was a dirt poor post-Soviet nation in 1991 when it regained independence. Digitalization was seen as a cost saver. So the average online vote today is around 50% the cost of the average physical vote. All of these different polling stations, some of them are in schools, some of them are in the countryside, some of them in the most expensive shopping centers, just to be accessible to people. They're expensive, and staff, some of them are volunteers, some of them are not. So these things cost money as well, and we've seen that in Estonia. It roughly, it halved the cost of the average vote. And the beauty of technology is that it's scalable. The per capita investment in Estonia will be several times higher than it would be if it was implemented in India, because we have to set up the same kind of server hardware, we have to put the same amount of time into programming and encryption and so on. Of course, India will need a few more servers for the millions of people and the data connection and so on. But overall, the investment for bigger countries such as Germany would be per capita a lot lower than they were for Estonia.
Thanks, Florian. Now over to the on-site again, I guess is Alexander, right? So over to you. Thanks.
Yeah, I will start answering previous question. Actually, for bigger countries, implementation of electronic voting sets a fractions of physical voting. And this leads to one of the main political consequences in Russia. In Russia, we have about 98,000 electoral commissions, with an average 10 people in commission. So for sure, electronic votings will be much cheaper because it's, form 1 or 2 commissions, or even, by number of regions, 80 regions. But now, if you need to fake results to, provide good results for Mr. Putin, you have to deal with 98,000 electoral commissions. And actually, each region is competing who is providing the better result. But in this case, if they have mechanisms providing fake results for elections of Mr. Putin, they can use the same mechanism for providing results for themselves, so local governors. And we have a leak for presidential administration. That's presidential administrations in Russia expect that now they can fake results centrally from the one point. That actually makes terrified local governance and numbers of political consultants who understand that now their job worth nothing because results can be adjusted from the center. Actually, there is another political implication because central administrations now, when the results are faked through thousands of electoral commissions, they do not know real results of voting, does not know real opinion on local governor or something like. Now they expect when they have electronic votings, they have ability to know the real results, real opinion of people, but replaces from the center and have what do they expect. This is not clearly understood by the larger audience, but at large community. But the people who already understand it, like political consultants, they have real inflation for political activities. So we already not know final results of what happens, especially after these nearly proven fakes. But okay, we're still observing situation and awaiting what will be next year. Thanks.
Thank you for your contribution. I think Florian wants to add something, and I guess that Rafaela has a question as well, Rafa, afterwards.
Yes.
Oh,
Maybe
okay.
I can ask you afterwards.
Okay, so over to Florian, then a question from Rafaela. Oh, Florian, then Meredith, and then Rafaela. Okay, thank you. Florian, over to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a very small addition because I hate not having precise answers. So there's a wonderful research paper called How Much Does an E-Vote Cost? And it's an analysis of the Estonian case. So the election day voting on paper cost per ballot is €4.37. Advance voting in such a paper way can be up to €20.41, and the average online vote costs €2.32. So that's just to give you an idea of the sort of numbers that we're talking about. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Florian. Meredith?
Thanks. I also sort of wanted to talk a little bit about cost, and especially countries that are just starting out on sort of their digital transformation journey or considering new electoral technology, because costs eventually do and can reduce over time, but there is an initial and major investment. And particularly when you think about staff training, voter outreach, the amount of information you need to share with the public, particularly in countries with low amounts of trust. And then if you have sort of elements that help sort of discourage coercion or have a backup against coercion, you also still have your polling stations open in addition to the internet vote. So internet voting, if it was by itself, could potentially over time be cheaper. But if you have these contingencies to ensure that people are able to vote freely and change their vote at a polling station if they want to, it's not always necessarily cheaper, in my opinion.
Thank you. Not sure, Rodrigo, you want to add something before Rafaela's question? Or?
Yes, I have. Florian, these values, but the values do not include the technology, right? This paper says just about the administration, the paper and implementation, physical implementation is not technology, right? Because technology is so very expensive.
No, as far as I understand, it is. It's about the IT systems that were set up specifically for online voting as well. It does, of course, not include the running costs of electronic identities, because electronic identities are used for 99% of government services in Estonia. So that would not be quite so fair. But yeah, it includes the technology for that particular solution.
Yeah, I think it's the all technology process. It includes an cryptography and MSD chips and the others, because these are so expensive, but I understand. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, Rafaela, over to you.
Yes, thank you so much. I've been learning a lot today. Thank you all. And I'd like to ask a question for Meredith. Thinking about domestic violence and how this theme is sensitive in South America, Latin America, and in other parts of the world, I would like to ask you if you could deepen a little bit more in regard to thinking domestic violence, thinking I vote in a context in which domestic violence is a reality. And I'm referring not only to gender violence, but I think that maybe ageism can be can be an aspect that should be assessed in this regard. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's a really thoughtful question. And all of those are very valid points. When you think of domestic violence, I focused some of my remarks on violence against women, but violence of all forms in the home has been increasing and spiking as people experience the stress of COVID, the stress of unemployment. And you've seen a resulting violence. You've seen people losing their homes and moving in with more family members. So homes are oftentimes more crowded with fewer resources. And you're absolutely right that abuse of older people, abuse of people with disabilities, ageism, ableism have all been on the rise. It hasn't been a great pandemic for many of these issues, and they continue to worsen. When you look at any system that's remote, where you don't have an objective person who can secure your right to secrecy, to privacy, it's obviously a threat in contexts especially like that, because the consequences will never be seen, because so much of domestic violence, whether it's gender-based or otherwise, goes underreported, significantly underreported, and then underprosecuted. So it's very unlikely that you'll ever get statistics that say, I was coerced by my husband or by my son or daughter even into voting a certain way because I am, a survivor of abuse. The reporting will just not be there because historically it has never been there. So it is a real problem, and it's one that has to be considered when you're talking about, a human right such as voting freely and safely.
So a lot, Meredith. Can you guys hear me? Okay, cool, because it was frozen here. Yes, thanks a lot. I believe that there's no further questions from the on-site. I would like you to, we still have 15 minutes of debate. If there's no other questions from the on-site audience, I would like to propose that we have a final round amongst the panelists, and it will be interesting to get to know, precisely and direct things that you would like that you think are important for the discussion and for adopting that such kind of technologies. I was thinking here about, for example, who is responsible for developing those technologies and implementing. In Brazil, we do have the Superior Electoral Court. I see that there's someone on the on-site, so I'll open up to you just after I finish. Thanks a lot. But if it's possible, a quick round amongst the participants to, include precise recommendations for those who are thinking about, adopting and adopting e-voting, and also thinking on electoral processes and its relation with technology. But prior to that, I'll hand over to the on-site question. So the floor is over to you.
I want to add something. Thank you. My name is Maxim, and I'm from Belarus. It's near Alexander, Russia, but we have another problem, and I want to share the information about us and about electronic voting. As you know, I think we had mass protests in our country, which were the first really mass protest for 25, 26 years. And one of the main reasons for this protest was the involvement of a large amount of people in political issues. People believed all the time that election doesn't solve anything. We have only one president for all years, but private initiative Golos made the parallel system of voting. People who went to electoral for voting places, they should photo their bulletin, their voting papers, and send them to the central platform. These involve over 20% of people. 20% of people was involved in a private initiative of collecting votes, and according to all to this and other information, we believe that our president is Svetlana Tikhanovskaya. I think her. And the most interesting part of these electronic initiatives was increasing the interest of voting, of taking part in voting, of taking part in election campaign for many people who don't, who haven't voted for many years, and this. I think this experience maybe will be interesting for other countries which want to change situation, because then people want to change something. They, I think, believe even private initiatives, private platforms, and it was very interesting. It was very interesting platform. It was very interesting situation. All the people who work there are now not in Belarus, around all the world, and our struggle is continuing. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. I mean, it's very interesting to see that the engagement on the discussion comes from, you know, a context where the political debate is very strong, and there are some difficulties in terms of you know, maintaining the democracy and so on. I mean, I speak from Brazil, where we are having difficulties, and there are contributions from Russia, Belarus, and so on. So this is very interesting, and I thank you all for the interest in the discussion. So I'll make this proposition and over to the panelists. So if you want to address any other remaining issues, and if possible, think of what could be the main contributions to the debate in your views and your areas of expertise, so we can have a nice report and go on with the conversation. Rafael is going to also add our emails on the chat, so if you want to see and get to know more of our work on the issues, it will be very interesting for us to keep a contact with all of you who are interested in this topic, because we're going to keep having works on the issue for the next year. So thanks a lot, and I'll follow I think the same order of the beginning. So I'll start with Rodrigo. So the floor is yours, Rodrigo. Thanks.
Thank you very much to share this moment with you and then my fellow panelists. And last words about this topic is a hot topic. It's important to say, it's, you know, vote system or iVote system has 100% end-to-end to verifiability, and it's not possible today. And iVoting, it's not enough to appear to be trustworthy, but to be trustworthy. It's important. So it's my pleasure again. Nice panel, and keep in touch, everyone.
Thanks a lot, Rodrigo, for your contribution. So over to Florian.
Yeah, thanks so much. I just want to finish effectively on the note of maturity. It's a word we should touch very carefully because it means different things to different people. But in maturity in two ways. Number one, in order for internet voting to work, probably you need some digital maturity. This means probably you need an electronic identity. Probably you need secure data exchange. In Estonia, that's something called the X-Road, if you're interested. It's also open source, but you know, so data exchange is important. Cyber hygiene from the population side. If people don't know how to use computers in a safe manner, then we have a problem. So these are things that you know, are topics for Estonia, and I would be surprised if they weren't on the wish list for Christmas on other countries, you know, minds as well. And then also, yeah, there's the question of societal maturity, democratic maturity. We had a delegation from a slightly less democratic or stable country recently, and they asked, yes, so how do you verify that at the end of the day, when all the votes are counted, that's actually the correct result? And my answer was, well, you know, we have this electoral commission, and then the courts look over it for a second, and then also we have observers from all the different political parties. That is not an option if you have even if it's a democracy, but effectively a one-party rule where the same party has been in power for the last 30 years, even though elections are, contested per se. So there are different factors that we have to take into account, and that contribute to the success or the inevitable demise of an attempt at online voting. And sorry, yes, you can add me on LinkedIn if you want. Thanks. Bye.
Okay, that's great. Thanks a lot. So, Meredith?
Thanks. And thanks again to all of the participants and those who spoke, and also to the panelists. This has been, I think, a really, really interesting discussion. Beyond some of the things that have already been touched on regarding, being transparent, sort of digital maturity, as it was phrased. So looking at what your level of digital literacy in the population is, what kind of civil registration system you have. I would also just sort of go to the base question, which is what sort of problem in your election are you trying to solve? And is internet voting the correct solution for that problem? So sort of taking a more holistic view instead of technology for the purpose of technology. Look at really what issues you want to address, and then figure out which tools will best address them. And then if you do decide to pilot new technology or introduce new technology like internet voting, testing real consultations, especially with women's groups, disability rights groups, people who will know who are being left out, who will be having issues with these systems. And then, trial on a non-live election, real analysis, and do not rush would be my advice and my recommendation.
Great. Thanks a lot, Meredith, for your participation and insightful thoughts. Apar, over to you. Thanks.
Thank you so much. This conversation here has provided me a lot of perspective also. When do such systems also work, and what can be certain guiding principles around? I think this kind of a panel on the, or especially in which people from different jurisdictions are sharing experiences, can also lead to much more collaborative frameworks for identification of common principles around online and electronic voting. And I think that can be a starting point for essentially ensuring some degree of standardization, as all of us believe in the value of democracy and free and fair elections. So I think that's one suggestion I'd just like to make. Possibly this panel can spur a greater degree of conversation amongst participants or even attendees to promote some kind of frameworks, common principles around online voting, which can be discussed at much more international forums much more regularly.
Thanks a lot, Apar. I would like to truly thank everyone for their contributions. The on-site audience has been amazing. Our panelists, people who are watching this online, and insist that we're open to everyone who wants to take part in this discussion. I mean, so the topic is full of interesting questions, and as Apar said, I think it's a challenging way to figure out some common issues that could drive the discussion and the implementation of technology. And as Meredith said, this is not only about technology, but about sorting out and solving problems and dealing with the fortification of democracy and the remaining issues that are important for democratic societies. So if there's not any other contribution or thoughts, I would like to end up here. Thanking you all for the participation on the panel, and thanking in the name of Article 19 Brazil. Good afternoon, and congratulations the IGF for the event, and I hope to see you guys very soon. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
I think that the room will close automatically.
Hello, Rox. Hello, Bahak.
Hi, Paula. Hi, Rox.
Hello, Tracy and Alice.
Hi, Paula, Barak. Welcome.
Hello, hello. Thank you very much.
Let's see the beautiful room in Poland. I don't see anyone in the room so far. We are waiting for a couple of speakers that will be there. So, our colleagues from the tech support, are you there? Colleagues from the IGF, can you hear me? Oh, okay. Thank you. So we are going to share links and we are going to use the chat to share the links with all those that are connected via Zoom. If we want to share with those that are following via YouTube, do you have any way in which you could share via chat so that they can click in the links? Because we're going to use Miro.
Paula, do you think we can carry out test of video and presentation or not?
Yeah, let's. I have the colleagues from the tech team in the chat, but they can hear us, so maybe they can react to the question if we can test the video that we'll be sharing.
I can test the presentation.
Hi, everyone. Hope you can hear me. Do you want to try the video?
Yes, please.
Okay. Give me a second.
The future we imagine is most probable. Avi wakes up on a beautiful, sunny morning of 2031. Her house teeming with internet-connected sensors and devices makes this process effortlessly smooth. She awakens to soothing music that gains
Looks
tempo
good.
as she...
Is it working?
Yes.
Yes, looking good.
It is working well.
You want to try the presentation?
Yeah, and then should we try audio and video of the speakers?
I saw Barak. Barak said hi, so it's working. I don't see anyone else. Let me check.
Hi, this is Barak.
Hey,
Hi,
Barak.
Barak.
Hi.
I can hear you clearly.
Thank you.
Can you all see the presentation?
Yep.
We can. Can we transition the slides? Perfect. Thank you so much. Looking good.
Excellent.
Great. Okay, so I'll be saying hello to any other speaker that I see coming in online. And I think I'm here. Hi, I'm here. Great to see you. Is it you?
Do we have people in the room in Poland?
Yes.
It's
I think
nice.
they can hear us as well. I don't see if Jennifer is already there, but
But it seems Niels is there as well. If I see.
good eyes. Yeah, it isn't yet, right? Oh, and Jennifer, yeah. Good.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Hello everyone, good morning, good afternoon. Welcome to this session. And thank you so much for joining us for this session, which will focus on imagining the future of internet governance. This session is the result of a series of regional multi-stakeholder conversations that have happened in the past weeks in Asia, Latin America, Africa, in collaboration with Derechos Digitales, the Latino American Association of Internet, Policy, Kiktanet, Asia, and APNIC, and is co-organized by the Association for Progressive Communications, APC, and the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, SIDA. So let me briefly present the agenda for the session. So if we can perhaps show the slide, please. Thank you. The next one, thank you. So we will look at the past to imagine the future, and we are very glad that we have you all here with us for this collective exercise. I could also like to invite you all to please use the chat to share your views along the session, to participate in the conversation, or to ask questions. We will be following your inputs in the chat, and we will address them in the last part of the session. And in order to start the session, I would like to introduce you to Fredrik Westerholm from SIDA. Fredrik is a senior program manager and a specialist in democracy and human rights, freedom of speech. And Fredrik will offer us some opening remarks and will help us to frame the session. So welcome again, and Fredrik, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. It's an honor for me to be able to give you some opening remarks for this workshop, important workshop. I would say, for those of you who don't know me, I'm on a very quick notice, I replaced Anna Karefelt, who is a colleague of mine, but she, on a very late notice, she was hindered to join, so I'm replacing her here in this workshop. Well, as opening remarks, I cannot foresee the future, although we are hopefully looking a little bit into the crystal ball. Although I want to emphasize that SIDA's and Sweden's take on internet and digitalization, both now and in the future, should continue to create opportunities to expand enjoyment of fundamental human rights, such as freedom of expression and opinion, freedom of assembly, and that will have the opportunity to enable economic, social, and cultural rights. We wanted to enable development, but also exacerbate existing social, political, and economic divides. This is important for us. And also strengthen people belonging to vulnerable groups, such as women or religious minorities, and those in vulnerable situations, in poverty or conflict situations, who are most impacted by the internet. However, digitalization, you know as well as all of us, can also pose threats to human rights. This is such as the right to privacy. We should all be aware of this discussing the future. Security is key, and it's a core issue for us as SIDA and Sweden. SIDA and our partners, we have focused and supported many initiatives aimed at securing a free, open and secure internet, central to digitalization, both in terms of gaining access to the internet, but also in relation to how it's used and regulated. So, IGF, what role should and could the IGF play is also a question for this workshop. In advancing global digital cooperation, well, I can only say inclusiveness. This forum is unique, as I understand, including civil society, all kinds of stakeholders as states and private companies. I think we all should be equal parts of this discussion, being equal human beings in this world. And I think it's even more important now to give all of us equal space in the discussion. So how does internet governance need to change is the main question in order to meet the changing nature and role of internet. What tools, mechanisms and capacity building instruments are needed for us stakeholders to effectively cooperate and engage in internet governance? Well, as I said already, I don't have the answers, but I do think the answers are with all of us in this room, and I really look forward to hearing the discussion today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Frederick. Definitely democratizing internet governance is still a challenge ahead, and we really hope that by identifying together what has to change in the future towards having an open, free and decentralized internet, we can all work together around that. And the IGF has a key role to play in that regard. That is why I would like to invite next Henriette Esterhuisen, the IGF MAC chair and one of the most experienced advocates for democratic, transparent, inclusive, accountable and multi-stakeholder internet governance. Henriette, before we move to look at the future, we would like to take a stock on internet governance development so far. So please share your views with us of the past and how we have got to this point. So welcome, Henriette. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Valeria. I have to confess that my laptop is dead and I can't find a PowerPoint, so all my notes are not available to me. So I will try to remember them. To take stock where we are, that is, I think that we started off, when I say we, I'm using it in the sense of the very early collection of, I think, individuals, social movements, activists, academics who started thinking about internet governance. Many of them were part of the communications rights movement in the 1990s. And I think it was also a time when there was an active debate about global governance, particularly around finance. Some of you are too young to remember, but there was a debate about the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund. There was a sense that global governance was disconnected from what people really need. And so when this discussion about global internet governance emerged, I think we saw this as an opportunity to reshape global governance and in a different way, in a way that was really bottom-up, that was really shaped by not outsiders, but the people that were inside, creating and building the internet and creating content and shaping the internet. And I think then, that shifted in many ways. And I think I think we've retained a spirit of that. I think the IGF represents that. But I think what the IGF and internet governance now has to negotiate, and I think it's challenging for internet governance as we know it, it has to negotiate the interest of states. And the interest of states is coming from different places. It's these days very often coming from the cybersecurity space. It's very driven by lack of trust between states, lack of very solid cooperation frameworks. There's, of course, emerging areas of consensus. It's then also coming from the place of states that are authoritarian, fearing the internet, fearing the use of the internet by activists, by civil society, by citizens in political processes, for example. And then there's the presence of the corporate sector, which has used this open platform in a way to build immense power, but also power that the public sphere depends on. And I think that's one of the big paradoxes and challenges for internet governance is how do you govern an internet that continues to play this role of establishing and operating as a kind of commons and a public sphere when so much of what is used to facilitate that is actually controlled and provided by corporations at an immense cost when it comes to surveillance, to the violation of your sovereignty as an individual. And are we talking about that? Yes, we are. But we're also talking about the sovereignty of states. And I think we're talking about that in a way that doesn't actually create a more just global governance system. I think it just creates perhaps a more statist system. And I think we still haven't found a way of really protecting the publicness, the commons that the internet is and should be, having governments at the table playing an enabling role, containing the power of corporations while also utilizing the creativity and the resources of corporations. So, Valeria, I think in terms of democratization, maybe, because maybe all this complexity and all this tension and does in fact represent a kind of democratization. Inclusive? No, I think we don't have inclusive internet governance yet. And I think that is definitely something that we need to think about how to do it. And I think we need to unpack what it really means. I think we use the language of inclusion in internet governance too loosely. I think we've gone beyond where we can just use it without really unpacking it, being very specific about who should be included, who's excluded, when, why, about what. That was unprepared, Valeria. I hope it wasn't too long. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Henriette, for the provocations, for providing us an overview of what has been achieved so far. It really helped us to set the scene, really to look at the future by taking stock of what happened or of the lessons learned and the success stories. And really looking at the future is at the core of this session and of the initiative in which it is inserted. We have heard so many international actors that we have reached an inflection point in relation to digital issues and their governance. So what we have seen today is, and Henriette was describing, is also a multiplication of processes of fora at the global level that seek to frame and regulate digital technologies, not to mention the regulatory impetus that is taking place at the national level. And what we see is that there's always a consultation open till tomorrow, a new draft bill in relation to which we need to react by next week. There's a treaty that can have a huge impact on rights that is coming up next year. And what happens is that in this context, we really lack the time and the mind space to place ourselves outside of this convulsed environment to look further ahead. We lack opportunities to turn off the reactive mode, allowing us to be more proactive. And this is the proposal of the Futures Initiative, to provide spaces and resources to allow us to imagine and plan for different futures and for possibly to be more strategic, to be more targeted and more coordinated in our advocacy for different internet governance, and internet governance that at APC we believe should be promoting social and environmental justice, human rights, and feminist futures. So, bottom line, this session is really part of a broader project that we started with some exercises carried out with APC staff and members, and we also organized regional workshops with partners in Africa, in Asia, and Latin America, as was mentioned by Valeria at the beginning. With them, we initiated this process of imagining what global internet governance will look like 10 years from now. Of course, 10 years from now is far, but it's not that far away. So the seeds for what will be in 10 years are already here. Our first step, therefore, was really to identify the key trends that are observable today. And this is what we did in the regional workshops. So what we'll do now is to invite our co-organizers to present some of the highlights for each of the regional workshops. And we'll later on in the session build on these trends, and we'll go back to Henriette to look at the future after providing us this so rich look into the past. So I'll invite now Jamila Venturini from Derechos Digitales, who will be presenting the highlights for Latin America. Barack Otieno from Dictanet, who will be presenting the highlights for Africa. And Jennifer Shung from .Asia, who will be presenting the highlights for Asia. And I think we could start with you, Jamila. So on to you.
Thank you, Paula. I'll be very quick, sharing that the Latin American internet governance community is willing to a future that has gender equality, sustainability, and environmental protection as fundamental pillars for tech development and deployment. They are concerned about the increased divides that affect the region after the pandemic and with the widespread production and consumption of tech devices. And they want to develop actions that leads us to a different future that is little likely to occur if things continue as they are right now. Increased surveillance and government control of internet at different layers and of shutdowns are scenarios that they believe are probable, while they think is very little likely that people decide to completely disconnect from the internet. There was little coincidence among the group on the future of multi-stakeholder institutions and fora, including possible capture of the IGF by state actors, for instance. And this might be due to a variation on the perceptions of different actors from varied countries and sectors may have and the experience they had in such spaces. Finally, there was a concern around the role of global corporations in global economy and trade, how virtual reality and the metaverse can increment existing social and political fragmentation and polarization, and how such fragmentation could then reflect on the technical internet infrastructure. A final call for building a more plural and diverse internet governance was made with the inclusion of absent voices in the debates. Back to you.
Thanks so much, Jamila. Barack, maybe we can go to Africa now?
Yes, thank you very much. This is Barack Otieno. I'll follow suit very quickly. In the Africa region, 3 key issues came up, which I will summarize. One of them was obviously access. Of course, as more and more people have come online, courtesy of the COVID-19 pandemic, it has also been evident, particularly in the African region, that access remains a major area of concern, and we are likely to see a lot of effort in this direction to ensure that more and more citizens have access to the internet. And along with access is the issue of digital literacy, because optimal use of the internet or optimal access can only be attained with a society that is digitally literate. So this is one of the key areas or key trends that is likely to be seen. More and more people being trained, or capacity building initiatives that will enable more people to take advantage of the internet. The other trend that was discussed was the issue of participation of governments in the internet governance arena. As more citizens come online, the interest of government is increasing on matters internet governance, and it's an area that participants felt would be worth looking into. Obviously, as many more citizens come online and government services come online, the governments will pay a lot more attention on the governance of the internet compared to the past, where they may have not been very keen on what was happening in the internet governance arena or space. There was also a conversation around whether the gender digital divide will widen or narrow. And there seemed to be consensus that with the COVID-propelled digital transformation, the gender digital divide is likely to narrow as more and more citizens across different demographics come online to take advantage of the internet. So I would summarize those three key areas as some of the important trends that were discussed by the African groups on issues that are to watch out for. Thank you very much.
Thanks to you, Barak. And now we have Jennifer, and Jennifer is in the room in Poland.
Yes, thank you, Paula. Yes, this is Jennifer Chung, actually, in Katowice, Poland. Very happy to be here in the room and also to see all the colleagues in the Zoom room as well. So I'll present a little bit of the trends that we did in the Asia-Pacific regional workshop. We had the advantage of actually being the last regional workshop to performed this exercise and had the good fortune to look at the trends that were discussed both in the Latin American workshop as well as the African workshop. And of course, there's shared trends that we also looked at was, of course, access, cost of access. Asia-Pacific is an extremely diverse region. There, when the COVID pandemic hit, it was extremely difficult for many economies in the Asia-Pacific region to have people continue in their daily lives, in education, in work. And not surprisingly, there's also a big concern here as well that internet governance has a relationship with the political system. And a lot of countries in Southeast Asia and Asia-Pacific region as a whole are trending towards getting less democratic. So there's a concern here as well that government and big tech may have their own way of governing rather than looking at it in a multi-stakeholder approach. Surveillance was another thing that was talked about during our session. There are certain states in the Asia-Pacific region where this is a particularly concern. And I think APC also did a study on internet shutdowns as well as the regulations that are affecting different jurisdictions in Asia-Pacific that will affect internet freedoms as well. Another thing that is quite interesting that came up in our regional workshop was environmental sustainability. I think this has become an extremely important topic, not just in our region, but also globally. And there was concern here that, we really need to have this focus looking at internet governance issues with this lens in order to keep this discussion sustainable. And then finally, and this is not surprising at all, multilingual internet. There is a vast majority of the Asia-Pacific countries where English is absolutely not the first language. There is a multitude of people who are unconnected, especially in the Asia-Pacific region where they cannot understand or they don't have content in their local language, and they would ask why should we connect to this network? What is the benefits for us when the content there is not for us? So here are the main trends that we talked about in Asia Pacific. Back to you, Paula.
Thanks, Jennifer and Barak and Jamila. Very interesting highlights coming from the different regions. We can see a regional intake in some of the issues. And as I mentioned to you, this session is part of a broader process. So what we did after the regional workshops was to work on the trends that were identified and build scenarios for the future. So we have different scenarios, and what we are going to do in the session today is to work on the projected scenario, the most probable scenario that came out of the trends that were just discussed with you and presented by our regional partners. So to lead on the exercise, please have your minds and head ready for a hands-on effort now. I'm going to invite my colleague Roxana Bassi, who will be leading us on the exercise. Roxana, the baton to you.
Yes, thank you, Paula, and thank you everyone for participating. I'm already reading your comments in the chat, and it's going to be a very interesting session. So the methodology we used in order to develop the session for today is part of what's called prospective, so planning for the future. And it's not reading the future ball, right? It's not magic. But what I love about this methodology is this combination of science fiction in a way, of opening up the mind to what is possible and what's even beyond the possible, and at the same time, a very contained and complex methodology to observe the present, maybe the things that Henriette shared with us, and how is the present taking us to the future. Right, so the methodology that we used, we identified a series of what we call indicators, trends, things that are happening and that lead into the future. And when we do perspective, when we do what's called scenario planning, we don't think of just one future. We analyze various different futures, right? Can we move on to the next slide, Igor, please? So for our exercise today, we have selected just one of these futures. What will happen in 10 years if nothing really changes? So what is happening now, the trends that we're seeing now, we just extrapolate them into the future. We prolong them into the future. So again, this is not the one future that will happen. It's one of the possible future scenarios. But it's important because it is what we have detected in the different workshops that we did as the most probable thing to happen. So we have built with the different trends a story, and we'd like to share with you that story so that we can think together about this future and what we like and don't like about it. So Vero, whenever you're ready, we can start the video.
The future we imagine is most probable. Avi wakes up on a beautiful, sunny morning of 2031. Her house teeming with internet-connected sensors and devices makes this process effortlessly smooth. She awakens to soothing music that gains tempo as she gets ready to start her day. Automatic heating and lights and machines that start preparing breakfast before she even reaches the kitchen. Avi, like the average person in her town, owns about 30 devices connected to the different internets she has access to. A tiny blip in the sea of billions of interconnected devices owned by cities, companies, and even cars. Many years ago, Avi used to participate in the IGF, a global open hybrid event where multi-stakeholder debates took place on how to better govern the then unified network of networks. But in the years since, the IGF became a space of politics and bureaucracy. Locked in its own debate, it lost its power to influence Internet governance processes. Because of this, Internet governance has changed its focus, not anymore on people and their rights, but mostly about securing interoperability and interconnection among the myriad of devices and platforms. After many years of trying to agree on a common management framework for the Internet, most of the world adopted a more divided and drastic approach. We now have hundreds of fragmented semi-interconnected networks. Some countries have even more than one. Others connect to networks according to their religion, their status, or the company they work with. Not all networks are connected, and some are heavily controlled. Abby finishes her breakfast while one of her devices reads her news out to her. She remembers this format of news used to be called social media, but those lines of distinction make little sense to her anymore. The news she receives in her feed is very specific to her, and is determined by the restrictions on sources that her country has set, her choice of trusted sources, and her friends' choices, and her reactions to each piece of news that her devices record and uses to curate tomorrow's news. Avi often worries that her friends trust the news they hear, read, and watch online too much. She also wonders if, even despite her skepticism, perhaps she trusts the news too much as well. It's become very hard to determine the truth in this deeply fake post-truth world. But finding truth online is low on most people's lists of concerns when connecting to the internet. Most people whom Avi knows face daily attacks on their devices, sensors, and data. The fragmented internet's incoherent and disparate security policies have made cybersecurity threats far too sophisticated for most people to protect themselves from. Half the options to help protect you seem to attack you themselves, and the other options seem to demand too much from users to implement. So attacks have become almost the norm. It's not so much a question of have you been attacked or has your data ever been breached? It's a question of how many times this last year. The threats online don't stop there. Although Avi has access to hundreds of platforms and ways to express herself, she must be very careful about what she does or writes online. Surveillance of citizens has increased, and it's facilitated by internet fragmentation, lack of international norms, and unaccountable collusion by tech companies and states. She can never fully be sure that her private message or private post to a closed circle is really private at all. She's also acutely aware that too much expression makes network owners temporarily shut down their networks. Sometime later, Avi starts her workday. Like most of the people she knows, Avi works entirely from home, assisted by remote sensors and devices. After remote work became popular during the 2020 pandemic, forcing major changes in labor, there are now fortunately strong laws and practices that protect her rights and that of other remote workers, making them equal to any other worker. In her work, Avi makes use of the open data collected by the large number of connected devices and sensors. Much of the data today is shared openly by companies, governments, and others. All over the world, the collected data from systems and sensors is used by people and automated systems. And this open availability has helped improve and optimize the use of resources, as well as streamline many processes affecting human lives. Sometimes, Avi thinks of her world and how internet governance decisions made in the past years, or not made even, have affected her current life. And sometimes she wonders if things could have been different.
Okay, we are back from a glimpse of the future. How does it feel? We saw a future as identified in the different workshops as most possible from happening. It doesn't mean that this will be the future. It means that maybe it's the future if we don't act, right? So this is 10 years from now. Is it a future that we like? Maybe we like parts of it. Are there parts of or aspects that we don't like or that we can control or change? Definitely we can. And there are others that we cannot control. But what we can definitely do is plan a strategy, work towards changing this future, turning it into a different future, hoping to modify it into a future we would like to live in. So when we think about internet governance has many dimensions, including economic dimensions, social, cultural, technical, and political aspects. We're going to work all together now in an exercise, a collective exercise of changing this future. And for that, we would like you to concentrate, to focus on the political and institutional dimension of internet governance. So when we're doing the exercise, think about the policies, the regulations, the accountability schemes, collaboration about the different players, the transparency and openness. What can we do to change this future? And the way we're going to work all together is on 4 different Miro boards. So on this board, we would like everyone to work together, inputting your different ideas of what we could act, how we can act and change this future in order to achieve a future that is more aligned to the protection of human rights, to the promotion of social and environmental justice, and to promoting feminist futures. So what could you be doing? Thinking again, going back to the political and institutional dimension of internet governance. Can we move on to the next slide, please, Igor? So these are 4 different Miro boards, and there are 4 links there for you to access. And the idea is that you access them according to your main stakeholder group. Okay, and the idea is that you access the board there and you start adding sticky notes, ideas of actions from your place, from your organization, from your stakeholder group of things we could do. And when you access the boards, there's a note that you can access by clicking on like a note icon on the top right, where you can see a summary of the different trends. And Igor, if you move just forward one more slide, we can show you. So that story that we heard all together actually comes from these different trends. Mm-hmm. The different trends identified in the different workshops. All these trends are copied there in the Miro boards for you to review and keep them in mind. So would you like to support the development of these trends, or would you like to combat these trends? And the idea is that you put your own ideas for action in the Miro boards. And we'll go back to the Miro board, please, to the links. Back one, Igor. So now we have exactly 20 minutes to work together. So I invite you all to access the board according to your stakeholder group and start adding ideas. And we'll be sharing them after these 20 minutes. And always keep in mind, we're talking about the political and institutional dimension of internet governance. So what could we be doing in these specific policy and institutional dimensions in order to change the future? Okay, you're invited to join the board. Remember, you have in the notes in the board, you have all these ideas. Oh, I see lots of visitors in the boards already. So you have a summary of the trends in the notes in case you need to check them.
Rox, just to clarify, so ideas about actions, right?
Actions, exactly. Actions, they can be short term, they can be long term, always keeping in mind we're talking 10 years from now maximum, okay? We also have the links pasted in the chat in Zoom.
Just for those of you in the room, you know there are 60 people online. So I think altogether we are more than 80 people in this session, about 20 people in the room.
Yes, and I see already some ideas coming to life in the different Miro boards. Please remember that you can also, besides inserting new ideas and moving them around, you can connect them with other related ideas. So for those that have just joined, there are instructions here of joining one of the 4 boards according to your stakeholder group and entering ideas for changes, for things you want to do in order to change the future, the most probable future we saw in the video. You can also see some references and the trends in the notes in the Miro board in the top right corner of the board. So we have 12 minutes left, and I see a lot of activity on some of the boards with lots of very interesting ideas and connections flowing. Very nice. Please remember, if you want to review the trends that we used to build the story of the future, they are in the notes in the Miro board on the top right corner of the board. So we have 7 minutes left of this exercise we're all doing together in the Miro boards. And some of the boards are becoming quite intense with lots of ideas and arrows connecting the ideas. It's great. I'm happy to see also the government group starts working on ideas as well. So excellent work. I can see a lot of is happening in all the boards. We only have 2 minutes left, and then we have rapporteurs who will tell us a few highlights of what they see on the boards, highlights and trends and ideas. Okay, everyone. Our time is up to work on the boards. So, of course, you can continue entering ideas and connecting arrows. And now we're going to start sharing with you some of the main highlights from different rapporteurs. And I would like to invite Jamila, if you would like to start with what you saw in the government board. Jamila, floor is yours.
Yes, Roxana, of course. I was here systematizing. It is very interesting. I organized it in some topics. The first one I would highlight is human rights. So they mention human rights-based protocols, and I believe that could involve the different internet layers, and it's related to a call that they also mentioned for the active engagement of standard-setting bodies and the discussions around internet governance. Also, they mention implementing an Internet Bill of Rights to be adopted by states, which leads us to a question on how they would dialogue with other human rights commitments that already exist and with which states are already committed to. The second topic has to do related to the first one with international law, orienting norms-based order for the cyberspace and a responsible state behavior in cyberspace. Three other points. One of them has to do with participation. There is a mention on technology acting as a means to facilitate participation from global south countries in international negotiations. Another for opening multilateral spaces for multi-stakeholder participation and including young people in decision-making processes. Another point on coordination that I think is very interesting and has to do with a call for better connection between regional and global processes. Another call for more coordination among different state agencies dealing with digital issues. And I guess that would also apply to international organizations. And finally, a point on capacity building at the regional level and focus on emerging technologies. I hope that I could systematize it, summarize it well, and open if you want to complement on the chat or further explore any point on the chat. Back to you, Roxanne.
Yeah, amazing, right? So much to do, so many ideas. Okay, Jennifer, if you want to talk about the technical community.
Thank you, Roxana. A little bit of a technical issue with the mic in the room as well. So the technical community board is actually quite filled. As you see, we are a wordy bunch here. I've tried my best to enlarge the font size so I can read it on my screen. Hopefully you can also read it on your screen or go to the Miro board to look at it in more detail. I've also tried to organize it in a way that I can, see the groupings. There's a first grouping that talks about AI. There's a point about building an AI fact checker to implement AI sentries to identify and mitigate threat actors. There's also talk about advocating use for VPNs for all internet activity and advocating states to abide by cyber norms. And then there's a whole group in here about cooperation within the technical community, about implementing HTTPS by default, and also consolidating the fragmented internet standards development, and promote hyper-local root instance developed by the IETF, and a greater cooperation among the certs across boundaries. There's also a note here to make sure that the evolution of the technical policy-making processes are more inclusive and also more resilient to capture or take over. The technical community wants the stakeholders to understand and respect the work of the technical community more. I guess this is why we are here, right? And then also bring people back to the center of internet governance discussions. Finally, we're looking at the human rights lens here. They want the to have conversations and develop guidelines for practices to combat misinformation and disinformation, to promote human-centered design and innovation, and also embed the multi-stakeholder model in innovation to ensure that products and services address societal needs. There's one last thing I wanted to bring out is to focus on the environmentally friendly technical solutions built on locally available material with local resources. Back to you, Roxana.
Thanks. Thank you so much. It's very difficult sometimes to categorize the input because everything connects with everything else, right? And then also among the stakeholder groups. So Gilbert, if you want to go ahead with civil society, and you have a hard one because there's so many ideas in there.
Definitely. It's basically very busy on this board here, but some of the few highlights that I can point out that really stands out on this board, the issue of capacity building, and this capacity building cuts across from government, but also to civil society in terms of civil society advocating for a more human right-based internet space. There's also a ban on surveillance on a global level. That is something that also kind of stands out on this board. There's a component of solving anonymity problem, so meaning anonymous usage of the internet being solved. There's also a huge component of making sure that big tech are very responsible for how they collect data, but also issue of data protection that also stands out on this board. Building a more community network, meaning strengthening different aspects of or different regions within which different individuals utilize the internet. There's also promotion of privacy, which is also cuts into the issue of surveillance. Again, this board is very is very busy, so I get off time to check it out. And then there's a ban on harmful utilization of or weaponizing the internet. That also stands out, which brings back the issue of surveillance. So capacity building, surveillance, making sure that big tech are more accountable is what really stands out on this board. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Very, very interesting and a lot to read and process. And like Valeria said, there are like next steps of this process, and she will share information about that soon. So Raul, if you want to talk about the private sector and what you've seen in the...
Okay, thank you, Rox. First of all, I collected a set of recommendations and ideas that are related to the to policy development and governance itself, like mechanisms for getting high-level agreements on given topics, consistency, the need of consistency between national objectives and specific policies. I think it's in every country. The use of sandboxes as a regular, normal tool. The development of new legislative models with the participation of all stakeholders since the beginning of the discussions. The more analysis of impact as part of the policy development process. As government commitments to with the multi-stakeholder model. Some focus on small, medium, and micro enterprises in both sense, in the sense of innovation, mission-oriented innovation as, with regard to SMS, and also in the sense of giving or creating more incentives for the participation in discussions of small and medium enterprises. As also is market the need of not a single regulation approach globally, and the need of each region to develop their own approaches based on needs and objectives and reality. And there are some things that are more specific, like the need of innovative approaches to connectivity, innovative from the point of view of technology, regulation, and public policy, the need of not fragmented internet, international agreements that allow flow of data and data sharing based on the respect of rights of the users. There is one comment that I didn't understand exactly, but it speaks about bill of responsibilities and accountability. I guess that it refers to companies. The provide, develop, and creating safeguards for critical infrastructure, commitments, I guess, with regard to not attack and not harm the infrastructure. And that's all from my side, I think.
Thank you so much, Jamila, Raul, Gilbert, Jennifer, for the reports. So many relevant ideas that are also very telling about how we, the different stakeholders, see our roles in shaping the future. Now, in order to close the circle of the reflection, and also in order to build bridges between the past and the future, I would like to invite Henriette again to share her view of what the commonalities are among all the stakeholder groups, and also how do you contrast, Henriette, these suggested actions coming from the groups with your initial intervention that look at the past. So, Henriette, I'm really willing to hear you.
Valeria, I think this is APC's revenge against its ex-executive director. Was I such a terrible boss for all of those years that you are having me to do this? But it's a fascinating exercise. And so really congratulations to Rox. I know she loves this method, and to all of you for doing this. Well, the first thing that struck me is that different things do come out of different stakeholder groups. Now, and I think that reinforces the need for multi-stakeholder processes. Maybe we can do them better or do them differently. But in principle, you do get a richer set of perspectives and a more diverse and challenging set of perspectives if you draw them from different stakeholder groups. I'll just say a little bit about what struck for me. So I think governments, clearly there was a lot of emphasis on standards, norms, laws, partnership. Tech, very solution-oriented, and actually also harnessing technology to help solve the problems created by technology, which might then create more problems, but at the same time is very creative response. And then civil society, everything, which is what normally happens with civil society. But I think what was different there was more of an emphasis on the need for capabilities, for capacity, and for and also a recognition of gaps. I think definitely, and then in private sector, I think very interesting. I saw the word frameworks. And it stands out to me that I think what you see from the private sector is the need for predictability, the need for policy, and in some ways, if you just did a very superficial analysis of this, I think the private sector Miro board was the most regulation friendly of all of them, because I think that is predictable. And cross-border regulation that harmonizes across borders is very important for business. It's very hard for business to have to articulate its work to so many different environments. Sorry, I'm working on my phone. So what stood out for me, and I don't have solutions at all. I think the one thing that really stood out for me, though, in all of the boards was a lack of recognition or consideration of the offline world. I think maybe we are also immersed in this world of the internet, that even in the context of the pandemic, we stop imagining or considering, in fact, how even though the internet is so powerful and technology is so endless and creative, that things can happen in the world. And those things happen every day. They happen to people that are offline, that are not online yet. and they happen to those of us that are online. And I think that part of the Internet Governance Project is to always retain some kind of sensibility that the Internet is not an alternative reality. It is rooted in geopolitical conflicts and social inequalities, in natural disasters that can happen, in environmental disasters. So I think, I mean, there was a reference to climate change, Jennifer, in your group. So I think, what do I read from this? I think that there's an enthusiasm. There is different approaches. There is a lot of identification of both the challenges and the opportunity. And it feels to me that we still really are, in many ways, at the beginning of coming to terms of how to approach internet governance. But there were some things that stood out. I think there was the understanding, quite a few of the boards talked about the need for some kind of global agreement, global consensus, norms on what the internet is, how we should think about it, and how it should be governed. And I think that does create a bridge for us or a set of bridges to work with. And certainly, I think what these boards indicate to me is that this is not a finite, internet governance and establishing internet governance that does respect those categories that the APC team put up for us, which were human rights, and I can't remember them all. Paula, maybe you can just read them. The considerations.
Human rights, social and environmental justice, and feminist futures.
Exactly. So to keep those in mind, it's an ongoing process. It's continuous. And I think we need to look at evidence. We need to be willing to go into the space of norms and laws and regulation, but in a way that definitely doesn't undermine or harm the interoperability of the internet, and that helps us achieve that. So there's a lot of work for us to do, basically, and to bring different perspectives together. Sorry, it was an impossible task, but thanks for a really interesting, challenging exercise.
On the contrary, thank you so much, Henriette. I think you have highlighted what is needed, and really, this exercise, as you are pointing out, we are at the beginning coming at terms of what is needed next in terms of internet governance. So this is so timely, and all your ideas are so welcome. So thank you, Henriette, for that effort. And by the way, you were a fantastic boss. That's no doubt of that. At this point of the session, I would like to check with Veronica about the comments in the chat. As we would like to address some of the comments, or at least give them a space. So Vero, if you can share with us what has been happening in the chat in terms of the reflections and ideas there.
Hi Valeria, hi everyone. Hope you can hear me. So if other comments arise, I will take a look at the chat. So some of the comments that I've been checking, some comments from Andrew. One, civil society is either very creative, productive, or very chaotic, which is true. But he also mentioned that given the level of maturity of the internet, we are all well beyond the point where there is a need for actual governance as well as dialogue. Talking about at the beginning, we were talking about the IGF role. And Andrew raises the issue of maybe the proposed IGF leadership panel could play a positive role in ensuring this. There was also a comment in the chat about the need of linking the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples with internet governance frameworks and policies. There were some comments about the link to the video that we shared about these tensions regarding open data and innovation and the privacy concerns that we're also addressing in several boards. Some comments about not a lot of comments and discussion on relevant UN processes, as for example, some connected with cybersecurity issues, which I think, we didn't talk a lot about the UN role and these discussions. Those are some of the comments that I read. I think Nicolas mentioned something. He wanted to bring something. So Nicolas, if you are there and want to type in the chat any final comments or reflections. Otherwise, I think we are done with the comments. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Vero, and thank you everyone for the comments. As we have been mentioning, this session is just a part, one more step in a broader initiative. So there are going also to be more opportunities in the future for you to engage and to continue this reflection. And that's precisely what I want to refer to next. As I mentioned, this session is part of this broader initiative that Paula mentioned to you that seeks to put in motion a strategic creative process that will contribute to a better and hopefully more nuanced understanding of what internet governance should look like or be in the future to respond to the users' needs and rights, and to also respond to the structural challenges expressed in the online space as a result of what Henriette was saying, this continuum between the offline and the online. We will be producing a report based on the outcomes of this session, and we will be also undertaking some research, additional interviews, additional global and regional conversations in the first part of 2022, in the first half of the year, oriented to create a strategic framework to engage in advocacy and movement building and stakeholder partnerships around internet governance and digital cooperation. So our goal is not only to collect the feedback marked by this plurality and this diversity of views coming from the different stakeholders, but also to contribute to strengthen a movement that possibly could lead to increase agreement, synergy, and coordination in the work of the different stakeholders around internet governance. So we really expect you to see, you around the activities that we are going to be planning next, and to help us to keep identifying the key ideas, stakeholders, bottlenecks, and also the convergent spaces concerning internet governance models and visions for the future. An important reference to this work will be the run-up to the WSIS Plus 20 celebrations, but also the negotiations around the Global Digital Compact and all the processes happening at the UN level with the roadmap for digital cooperation and so on, and the strengthening of the IGF. So we really want to connect with all those processes. So thank you also for the other ideas that came up in the session about the processes that we should be connecting with. So if you want to keep involved and if you want to know more about the process of this initiative, if you have questions as well about the next steps, I can offer you the contact of my colleague Paula Martins, paula@apc.org. Paula leads our global policy advocacy work and would be very happy to provide you with more details or to respond to questions that you might have. And with that, I think that we are ready to close the session. Thank you very much, everyone, for your participation. And thank you to SIDA and to our regional partners for the work and the input and your leadership on this area. We really look forward to see you around the activities that are coming next year. So thank you very much.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.